The time has come for Valorant to take center stage after 8 grueling weeks of play. We're left with just 4 teams remaining in the Pennsylvania Interscholastic Esports Association Fall Championship, all brought to you by St. Joseph's University. This is going to be a whole lot of fun, and I'm just about ready to get things started. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by my friend Jonah. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Vincent. It's such a good morning. Of course, this broadcast is brought to you by St. Joseph's University, rather. I'm just so excited to see the culmination of a long season that you mentioned of high school Valorant. When I was in high school, I wish I had this competition. Unfortunately, though, I did get to play in collegiate. I won that national championship in 2020.
Hey.
But I am so excited to see what these guys, the beasts from the East, have to show us today.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's talk about how things are going to go down as we get into this. 4 teams remain, as I mentioned. It is a single elimination bracket, so you lose, you are out, unfortunately. The semifinals will be a best of 3, whilst the grand finals are a best of 5. A lot of Valorant to be played today, and so that definitely does mean that we will be seeing a team that has the ability to stand out from the rest, but stand out in a long-term fashion as well. But what are they playing for, Jonah? Let's talk about that, because that's important.
Yeah, so Vincent, they're playing for $2,000 in scholastic funding. This money can be used towards them when they are going into college and or right now in high school to help fund for their books, stuff like that. And first place will receive a whopping $1,250, with second place taking home $750. It's going to be a huge chunk of money for these students and funding their academic adventures.
That's all good and awesome to hear. And, well, let's talk about exactly who we're going to be hearing from today, throughout the day. Well, Garnett Valley High School and Cheltenham High School, that's the top side of our bracket. They are going to go up against each other in the first semifinal. We'll move towards the bottom side after that. It's Susquehanna Township and CV South as well. Those are going to be the teams fighting for the grand final spot. And then they'll take on one another. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I think that really what I'm looking to get to is these two games rather, and see what they have to offer. It's going to be a ton of fun, Jonah.
Yeah, it's going to be a grueling best of 3 in the beginning, that best of 5, right? And that endurance is such a key factor to these players. Being so young, the youngest player we have in the starting lineup is going to be a sophomore. So, that's such a young age for you to be playing. And for me, seeing these players, it's like watching the new birth of NA Hope coming out. We're trying to see if these guys have what it takes to help develop the NA scene, and perhaps maybe some of them, we could see them in the future, maybe even going pro.
Hey, that's what I would love to see, and that's why it's so important to get all of these high school gamers prepped and ready. But let's talk about what we think is going to be going down, because we've had some predictions. We've talked about it here, and the two of us a little bit different. Talk to me about what you were thinking, Jonah.
So I picked Susquehanna High School. I really think that between these 4 teams, they all have that undefeated regular season record and that undefeated postseason record. But Susquehanna, I feel like they bring just a little bit extra firepower. They were in this tournament last year, and they did suffer that land loss last year. So these players, they're coming back a little bit bitter, right? They got something to prove. So I'm looking for them to show a really good result this year.
Yeah, I know. I personally have taken the Cheltenham High side of things. I think that individually they have some cool players, and I'm really excited to kind of see what they have to offer. And so that's where I've elected to go. But where these players are at, well, they're all at the amazing St. Joseph's University. And of course, we mentioned it before. I'll mention it one more time. This whole entire thing is brought to you by St. Joseph's University. This is where the players are set up. This is a LAN environment. They are getting to play face-to-face, head-to-head on what is, as you can see, a very beautiful campus over there at St. Joseph's. I'm a little jealous that I am not going to be over there with them, but that's all good. I get the views from the satellite location, so I'm having a good enough time as it is. But with that being said, semifinal number 1 going to be coming up next here. Reminder, that's Garnet Valley High School and Cheltenham High. We're going to talk a little bit more about that, get down into the weeds. And Jonah, let's start with what your initial thoughts are. Who should we be expecting to maybe be the favorites in this matchup and maybe the underdogs?
And so I really do think that Garnet Valley, being that previous year winner, is actually, really under pressure, because as high school esports evolves, these other players start getting into the mix. Drastic things can change when different players are brought into the fold too, right? You can see a team really increase in level, and maybe that's what we'll see here from Cheltenham. I mean, they are your pick though, and since my pick is in here, I've got to root for yours. So then I'm going with Cheltenham.
Let's go. I'm glad to hear there's some collusion across the desk here. I appreciate that. I will be doing the cheering as well. But game 1 is going to be getting started very soon indeed. We already know what the pick is going to be. We'll talk about that in a moment. But it's going to be a fantastic time. Very excited to get down into the weeds. Of course, brought to you by St. Joseph's University as well. Fracture. Well, first, Jonah, let's talk a little bit about Fracture.
Yeah, so this map is one of the most unique in Valorant. Very great map design done here by Riot Games, and I really enjoy how there's 4 orbs, 2 on attack, 2 on defense on both the A and B side of the map. You can really do a lot of creative, unique plays in the beginning of the round to establish that ultimate advantage. I'd like to see some of these teams do exactly that. Play off of those Raze ultimates, right? Play off of those Breach ultimates. Try to get really the economic game of the ultimates into this game.
Yeah, it's a big deal. You don't want to be falling behind, and if you're able to figure out a way to collect enough orbs to where you're consistently having uptime on your ultimates, then you're going to be looking good. And I have a question for you, because I see something that is maybe a little bit controversial as Gavmaster going for the chamber. That is definitely a little bit odd considering the adjustments to chamber we've seen relatively recently.
Yeah, I do think Gavmaster running the chamber is more comfort than it is going to be something like meta, right? Right now, chamber's been nerfed pretty badly with that recall animation he's got there. And on top of that too, another interesting pick is Beetle John on Sova. I've not quite seen Sova on Fracture yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wasn't really thinking about it just because Sova is such a normal pick just in general, right? Outside of Fracture, you see him pretty often, but a great point to be thinking about. On the other side of things, I think you would agree that GVHS, this looks much more, standard. If we're talking about a meta, this is looking very similar to what that would look like. Maybe the only difference you could see is Bun on the, instead of maybe a Neon would be something we tend to see rather than the Raze, but I think Raze works perfectly fine here too.
Yeah, exactly like you said. Raze works perfectly fine as they get into some A-main aggression here with CHS taking control of that A-main position, but a Molotov actually splits Juice off the rest of his team, so this push might be a little bit slow.
I do like the timing on that Molotov, really stepping up, and Torquay putting that into position very quickly. Does indeed stall things out. There goes that plant. CHS going to be able to settle into these post-plant positions.
Yeah, and the post-plant's looking pretty solid here for CHS. They got 2 men on the site, 3 in A main here. So as the initial push comes in, though, Sunny opens up our fragging today, taking down Beetle John, that counterpart in Initiator, as trades back and forth end up leading to GVHS taking that round cleanly.
Impressive, to say the least. The Recon Bolt comes in alongside the Haunt, if I'm not mistaken, and GVHS take advantage fully of that with pretty much everyone getting on the board. It was everybody stepping up to take a shot and find a frag over the course of that pistol round. And so CHS, I'd say their struggles there, not necessarily all their own making, just some good execution from GVHS.
Yeah, and in comparison, contrast between these different esports, right? CS is a game that has those 15 rounds on each side to play off of. Valorant with only 12 means that that pistol round is so important. So Garnet Valley High School off to a great start versus their opposition.
Look at this. We've seen a force buy from CHS. They are interested in that. That nade is perfect to force ZD out of position, but ZD will end up falling. only a temporary problem as Sunny Boy through, I believe, the smoke there. Connecting shots. Roy moving forward. Oh no! Nearly punished by not having the weapon out at the right time, but there's a single player remaining, and that's Beetlejohn left up here in tower. The right click not so successful, and a 4K for Sunny Boy.
Really liking what I'm seeing from him right now. If the game were to end right now, give him the match MVP. Those are all the eco frags, though, of course, coming in. It's not that difficult versus classics and other smaller weaponry like that to
well, but that was a force buy.
I think it was like a middle half buy right there, but they're still gonna have a buy CHS. Of course, Juice going for the stinger. Perhaps he's playing Raze. He's gonna throw himself in there. But yeah, they did have a stinger last round as well. Maybe these players electing to say that these stingers maybe are just as good as these rifles. Perhaps once you get close range, of course, it is that double tap headshot.
Hey, listen, I stand by the fact the Stinger, one of the best sniper rifles in the game. Absolutely fantastic, especially if you're going to use the secondary fire.
Oh, just like that, right? That's what we wanted to see from Juice. That stinger, that little one-tap dinker from pretty far away. Of course, that was a Vandal. That might have been just a frag right there. But, of course, Juice taking down his counterpart to dangerously low levels of HP means that this execute, when it comes in, will be so much easier to take down Bun Bun, as Bun Bun does take one down with him, but they get in nonetheless.
Good work to Bun Bun for at least collecting something out of that. Torquay pretty committed on this side of the 2v3 pace. It's going to be difficult to make their way back in, but nice work regarding the utility. Unfortunately, the weaponry is a little bit too strong with Gavmeister collecting an additional 2 kills there at the very end, with CHS taking their first round.
Yeah, Gav and the rest of CHS, they're playing some very unique style, right? Before this current meta that we've seen in professional play, we've had this previous meta, and that's very much where CHS are coming in from. That Chamber acts so much more as a duelist player almost, as opposed to the Cypher from Zeddy. Those Sentinels are very much counterparts of one another, but very contrasting styles. So it'll be interesting to see how that matchup develops.
Well, and of course, CD really taking advantage, you would hope, of the new changes to that Cypher and how much more effective the tripwires can be. But Bun Bun taking advantage of an opening pick there. Arjic going to go down, and that's a massive player to lose. We were talking about their success in the previous round, but it is the defense's turn to come out victorious in that endeavor.
Yeah, it looks like CHS was looking to have 4 men over towards that B main, with Juice lurking A main, but that is actually promptly stopped by Bun Bun, as he doesn't just get 1 there, he gets 2, right? Of course, taking out his other Raze counterpart much earlier. So 4v3 in favor of the defense before Gav responds with 1. Torquay returns for his team as well, but it's looking pretty good for the defense here, Vincent.
That it is. Nice way to find those kills back, right? You had the disadvantage in the situation initially, but now GVHS, they have entry back in, and that's courtesy of this Nightfall. The Prowler following that up. Beetlejohn is liking the position, tries to put some fire down. Copycat, there's a nice shot. Now they know where the final player is. Edie with not a chance to survive with the crossfire set up. A great hold from CHS to deny GVHS.
Oh my, Vincent, my word, Copycat Bread did so much work right there. He had the Nightfall on him, he had the Prowler on him as well. That means he's deafened, he cannot hear incredibly well, and he's short-sighted, so he actually can't see that far. But as soon as that timing wears out, he actually takes down 2 players there. I was going to commend Garnet Valley High School on their amazing execution of a retake, but it was all stopped off the back of Gav. Copycat Bread, sorry. Don't want to give props to the wrong player there.
Well, Torquay prompts going to be given over as Roy does some similar work with that Sheriff. Now, Beetlejohn, thinking maybe things are open for business here, is not going to be anticipating Sunny Boy, and this is looking very free for Garnet Valley. They might have lost that last round, but they are on the cusp of winning this one. It's a 1v3. Gavmeister has to do the impossible in a 1-on-3 situation.
Oh, and he's looking very stuck right now as Bun Bun gets a frag onto the lone member of CHS, and it was all off the back of Bun Bun and Roy pushing that drop position. They went through that drop position along with their Fade player and got that 3v3 in favor, 3 for 1. And off map, off cam also, is where we saw that action take place. And that's exactly how GVHS won the round.
Strong showing, especially considering that was, I'd call it an eco round. I mean, just sheriffs. I think there was one stinger purchased up. It's meant to be an eco, but
yeah, ecos are really strange right now in the current state of Valorant because it's almost like once you have that stinger, Vincent, you're not really like looking too much at an eco, right? It's such a dangerous weapon.
Yeah, it certainly can be. We're gonna see how dangerous things can get here as Bun Bun with the opening pick, but there's that tour de force and. It's going to connect at least for the first. Oh, but that's a little bit frustrating as Gavmaster takes a little bit more damage than I think they were anticipating. Going to grab a Vandal for the trouble. Torquay setting up the ultimate to push back the attempt to plant, but that ultimate actually a little bit off kilter, not quite connecting in the way they wanted, but TD bringing it back with 2 players. It's now the 1-on-2, and Torquay caught between 2 different members, takes the 1v1, creates the duel. It's up to 6 HP, and a dream here. The connection is there with Torquay, the connecting the 1v2, but ultimately the 2-on-4.
Oh my, Torquay. Him and his teammate Zeddy retaking the B site. They had the information with the Cypher cam and tripwires there, but that wasn't what won them the round. It was the expert marksmanship from Torquay on that controller player. Not typically where you see the flashiest aim coming from, but that does not matter for him. Roles do not define him, and he comes up with a stellar clutch for GVHS.
A massive way as well to recover after what was a little bit of a misplaced orbital strike too. Nice work to be done. It's some ultimates on either side now that I mention it. Rolling Thunder, anybody? I got 2 of them prepared.
Yeah, and I really like this recon dart that's being thrown in by CHS. There aren't many Sova lineups on this map, but I guess that is a brilliant way to clear A main really quickly. Very effectively as compared to the other initiators available. Of course, they don't have that tool that is able to do that. The hit is fast and clean though, but it doesn't mean that Torquay can't get one and get out of dodge.
Yeah, we really are seeing GVHS, whenever they're not fighting for that space at the A site, they struggle to hang on, but Bun Bun continuing to thin to her. That's a good work to be done. As Arjush has put this into a 3-on-2. It's still favoring Arnett Valley, though, and Bun Bun needs to find a way to get out of there. Chomps right into a molly, and then has to blast back into wide open area. Sunny Boy with a connection. It's just up to Copycat. Marked 30 HP. Has to take the fight, but that fight will not be successful.
You know, I really do think that right there, it might have been better for Copycat to actually use the From the Sky Brimstone ultimate right there, but instead, Torquay, he used his ultimate the previous round. He's already at 6 out of 7 towards another Brimstone ulti. This player is showing up big for his squad right now. And that can't be understated enough because it's so important for your Brimstone, your controller player to get a good flow going, right? Because you are in charge of that smoke roll, you're in charge of sectioning off certain parts of the map, and when you're playing with confidence, you make much better decisions. Torquay, he's doing just that.
Yeah, both of the controller players actually showing themselves strong. Copycat Brett on the other side doing a lot of good work and leading the team in the fragging department at the very least. Still have those 2 Rolling Thunders, though, and typically that's often used at B. I'd say not always.
Yeah, it's so often used at B because as he walks up here, he's able to layer that onto the entire site. But no, before he can do anything, Zeddy actually takes him out. It's still going to be a, 4v3 retake in favor of Garnet, though, so don't get on your high horses yet, CHS. The retake is in. Fade utility drops. Everything gets checked by the neural theft. It's up to Gavmaster.
Well, he's doing some good work already. Put this into a 1v2. Relatively winnable situation. Now off of the spike. It's not going to be as effective this time, though. With a great double swing, GVHS confirm that they will pick up a 6th round.
Yeah, and the shocking thing for me is the level of gameplay right here from both teams. They both clearly understand what their win cons are, right? CHS wants to get in early and often onto these sites, and then after that, they want to be able to hold the post plant with their ultimates. Right now, what's been happening though is that GVHS has been so quick on the retake. They haven't gotten into good post-plant positions as CHS. It's almost like GVHS is playing retake on the sites very, very well, and it's going to be up to CHS to not only win the site, but push past that initial line of defense and into the spawns more.
That's exactly right, and I think they need to do a better job of using their ultimates in order to manufacture that advantage. Something they haven't used so often. There's that combination, the seize and the nade, that we see very often. Not quite so effective this time, but it does allow space for a player to get forward positioning. And there's the showstopper going to be pulled off the back of it. Not a lot done. The Rolling Thunder to follow up, and there's definitely going to be players caught in that. Bun Bun taking advantage. The first of those still stunned for the time being, but Beetle John is good for the frag that still trades in GVHS's favor. It's down to a single player in Blueberry to bring this back to Spike, not even in their hands.
Yeah, they should know he's over towards this drop arcade side because he was split from his team on the take, of course. So they should have an inkling of an idea of where he is at. But I really just want to commemorate, GVHS. They're doing a great job with that duelist double initiator, enabling Bun Bun to go forward with the Fade utility, with that Breach utility, and getting into the face of CHS's attack. And Bun Bun will probably have first contact here. Nope, they get smoked off. Blueberry here versus 3.
That's tough. That smoke pretty much puts the seal on this round, I believe. Blueberry trying to get lucky through that smoke. It's not so lucky this time. GVHS, as Garnet Valley do their best to pick up a 7th round, and they will. That's the confirmation at a winning half. How important is that on Fracture?
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing defense, right, you definitely want to be winning as many rounds as possible when you're on GVHS. One of the things to note, though, is that they actually didn't win the pistol round, did CHS. And if they are going to go on that defensive half, at the start of next half, if they don't win that pistol round, it's going to be an insurmountable lead economically as well as mentally.
A lot of pressure is what I'm hearing, building up as CHS has struggled to utilize the ultimates effectively in order to give themselves win conditions. As we push forward, Bun Bun, this is the same situation, but this time at B rather than A. Beetle John, the only one to connect a shot. He's finally got another, but the aftershock applying pressure from both sides. It's swift and easy for GVS HS.
This is textbook from them, right? It's same thing again. It's the double initiator, Fade and Breach, combined with Bun Bun. These 3 players are acting aggressive, while the other site, in Torki and Zeddy, they play passive, they play retake, so that if there is a take on their site, Zeddy and Torki's site, the other players will be rotating in so quickly because they're getting aggressive, pushing for space, and controlling that space.
That's exactly it. Aggression, and we're seeing a little more of it here. Double blast patch, the satchel working well. It's Roy to find the trade as Bun Bun catches themselves in a little bit of a tough situation, and Roy falling all the way back, allowing entry for the rest of CHS. Cheltenham doing some good work as Gavmaster is connected. Torky looking to deny the plant, will do so with the orbital strike. Kazidi confirms the frag onto Cappy Cat, who's trying to get away. But still, Garnet Valley working from behind. It's up to ZD, 1v3, but not going to be looking the right direction. It'll be Gavmaster.
And Vincent, I really like what CHS did right there. They would have normally just taken the site for free, right? But they actually pushed into that tower position and they took out Sunny Boy with that Fade Nightfall. And if they hadn't done that, if they hadn't taken out the Fade with that Nightfall, the retake would have been so much easier for GVHS. They would have known where the opponents are. But of course, that is for naught as CHS takes their 3rd round. And going into this last round of the half, they've got all their ultimates pretty much. So looking forward to what they have for us here on offense.
I too am looking forward to it, but already one of those ultimates taken off the board. That Tour de Force from Gavmaster gone. Now the Rolling Thunder allows entry to the A site, but they have to run through the fire and the flames of the Molly set up, and now the neural theft. ZD has all the information. Give him another, the ace possibility, and ZD with a connection that's massive as Garnet Valley take 9. The half is theirs.
Alright, Vincent, I've downloaded GVHS, right? These guys, the reason they're able to play so aggressive with Bun Bun, Sunny, and Voy on the opposite side is because ZD's on the other side defending. This man is just an absolute stalwart here. He's able to defend so well in Aegis, if you will. On this Cypher right now, he's able to provide the tripwires that allow them to retake, but not only that, his utility is going to be so good for watching the flank when they're on offense. I'm looking at GVHS right now, and as I mentioned at the other end of the half here, before we got really started, it's going to be, the pressure is going to be on CHS here, right? They've got to win this pistol. If they don't, it's looking very dire.
Yeah, and I think the other key to talk about here is that Cheltenham, they picked this map. They wanted to go to Fracture. It's not worked out thus far with Bun Bun taking the opening frag as well. Not the ideal scenario. And not the most normal rotation from ZD, if we're being honest, but it does well enough to get the positioning required. The spike getting planted as GVHS have the control that they need and the man advantage that they wanted.
Yeah, they're looking a little hesitant, but hesitancy doesn't matter when you've landed that nice shot by Beetlejohn. But Sunny Boy in this position gets cleared by Copycat, getting into the thick of it. It looks like the B main position is really where the defenders are, with leaving Bun Bun in that tower. Can Bun Bun get traded out? Yes, he does, by Blue, and it's a 2-on-2 before he gets shot through the wall there, it looks like.
Tough situation, that's for sure. Beetlejohn, the time is ticking. The spike, it looks like it's going to be gone either way. And Beetlejohn cannot do anything about it. And oh my goodness, ZD, hungry for the kills, collects the final one and goes down with Roy. That is just some insult to injury, I think, if you are Cheltenham High.
Yeah, and I think Garnet Valley is really, saying to us all and saying to these other teams that, yeah, guys, you're getting a little bit better this year. Yeah, we dropped a map in the playoffs. Yeah, we didn't do as well as last year so far, but we still are the defending champions, and we still got the coordination. We still got exactly what it takes: the confidence, the aggression, as well as the firepower to take you guys out.
That's exactly what they're saying, and it is a pretty dominant statement, I would say. Garnet Valley, a little bit slower this time, and by that I mean just a small amount. Gonna get checked. Oh man, Blueberry would have loved to come away with something there, but both ZD and Bun Bun connect the shots. There's nobody actually home here at the A site. It's up to a retake.
Yeah, and you notice the stark contrast in the offense, right, from GVHS. They walk out with their guns first, try to get that aim duel going before they use the utility. After they get in, then they drop the util to further keep out CHS from retaking, and that's what makes it so difficult, right? If you're able to win that initial gunfight, this is the result.
And it doesn't help either that the sort of one defender that was in this area gets checked instantly, goes down, and then you have nobody actually committed to the defense of that site. If you're Cheltenham, it all kind of works in the favor of Garnet Valley. And well, this is the last chance, right? This is the time to shine. If you're Cheltenham High, you need to win this round, don't you?
Yeah, and just that being said, I do think they have many avenues back into the series. I will say I do think this map is a little done and dusted right now. Of course, it's not over completely, but with the gameplay I've seen thus far, it's going to take a comeback of the century for these guys to pull it back.
Well, and ZD looking to make that a non-issue, non-question with the entry there. Bun Bun already on the site, open for business. GVHS taking everything, and there's no prisoners to be had.
These tripwires are so annoying, Vincent.
Oh, but Juice, that's massive. Hits 3 swift frags, is able to clean things up, clean them down. It's up to just Bun Bun, who just take 2 before going down. Close, but not quite. Finally, Cheltenham have a round, and it was their must-win.
Okay. Okay, yeah. It's still there, right? They haven't given up yet. Usually, a lot of these teams, in that amateur scene or even the professional scene, they would say, "Okay, guys, let's start talking about map 2." But Juice says that's not necessary, guys. We can still do this. They're still trying to keep the fight up for themselves. And although it is a hobbled up together buy, for GVHS, it still was a good round to win.
Yeah, that was their bonus round. It's not like they had the best of weaponry, but you can only win against what is put in front of you, and that's what CHS were able to do that last round. But now, as mentioned, it is much different. This time, the weaponry at hand is pretty much maximum, I'd say.
Look how slow they are, though. GVHS is taking it very nice and calculated. I would much prefer this if I saw this from CHS playing on their offensive side. It's almost like they're drawing utility out from the enemy team, allowing the round to develop, seeing if they get any picks. And here might be the first pick.
Oh, man, yeah, a real chance at success there. Couldn't quite make the connection. Going to have another chance here in a moment, or maybe not. Not quite prepared for Torquay's forward position. That will give opening Garnet Valley to make their entry here on towards B. ZD through essentially a smoke. I don't know if Juice was actually taking that fight, but the neural theft is committed, and it is a avenue for success. A success that continues as 12 seems inevitable.
Okay, so they took it very nice and slow, and CHS got a little bit eager. They got a little bit anxious in their defense. They moved around a little bit too much without watching those positions. They didn't have quite the setup that they needed to stop the members of GVHS from lurking their way in. That's that duo that's been, tasked with defending the weak side of Zeddy and Torquay, just working together methodically, communicating constantly, and just overall delivering what you'd expect is the textbook take onto a site. Guns out, walk in slowly, develop some angles, make sure things are clear, and slowly scale up.
Perfection. That's what I'm hearing pretty much on the Garnet Valley side, but Blueberry, it's a nice work. Nobody's actually committed to this site, and it's going to be a showstopper from Bun Bun. That is, unfortunately, going to be difficult to get value, but Bun Bun moves forward fast enough. The headshot, but it's just a dink. That's unfortunate, as the potential Vandal would have been a kill, but not this time. Roy on the long range. This time the connection is good, and Torquay pushed up. It seems inevitable. It's 2 versus 1. Rolling Thunder connects, and it is shut down. GVHS 13-4.
Yeah, Vincent, I like what I'm seeing thus far from Garnet Valley. I almost want to change my prediction, but I'll stay put until we see some more action. I do see that Cheltenham isn't doing as well, but, it's tough when, you're the map 1 of the semifinals, of course, of these LAN environments. You might be coming out a little bit shaky, right? You might not be as warm, so maybe map 2 could go differently.
Absolutely could. The experience that Garnet Valley has, we mentioned they're winning from last year, and that does matter. So we head into a quick break. We'll prepare for game number 2 that is coming up next. Alrighty, with a first map out of the way in the favor of Garnet Valley High School, it's Cheltenham up against a wall. They are in a must-win situation. In that first semifinal, as you can see, things have been updated. The fight for the Grands is going to continue here. Map 2 coming up next. And you know what? I think we have to admit, Cheltenham dropping the ball just a little bit. And Garnet Valley, man, did they impress. Jonah, talk to me about what impressed you the most.
Yeah, I really think it was their understanding of meta picks, right? Cypher being the stronger character now, as well as Fade being just a little bit better than Sova. We didn't really see Hunter's Fury find much joy there with that Sova ultimate. As opposed to it, we saw the Nightfall find massive value from the side of GVHS. It wasn't just that though, it was of course the Duelist counterpart. And that being said, if we're going into the next map, right, Vincent, and we're going to the next map, and it is, of course, Bind. So when we enter Bind, it's going to be a lot of that same action, I want to say.
I think you probably are right. Game 2, getting prepared. You just mentioned Bind on the cards. And I think the most important part of that, maybe not most important, but a very interesting part of that, is that Garnet Valley elect to go towards the attack. That is something that both you and I, Jonah, felt was a little bit of an odd decision, but it definitely shows some confidence coming through from Garnet Valley.
Yeah, I don't think it's the right decision to go for attack, but obviously they're the players in the server. I would say that most of the time, if you were, an AI or a robot and you were putting, yourself against an equal level opponent, you would probably favor the defensive side, but they think that they can get away with something that is perhaps maybe the lack of a Cypher player from the side of CHS. But of course here we see a player hovering the Cypher, and that's so interesting that they locked that in because they've got Cypher and Chamber now.
Yeah, this is, I think, a continuation of the mindset, right? Where you were discussing how prior to this last patch, the Chamber was really more of a duelist than a sentinel, and I think that's the mindset that we're seeing right here. I would consider this more of a double duelist composition that we're seeing from Cheltenham than a double sentinel.
Yeah, exactly right, Vincent. And it's going to be up to Beetle John though this go around, because without that double initiator, right, without, his counterparts Roy and Zeddy playing Sky and Fade, he's going to have a lot of weight on his shoulders, right? He's going to have to essentially help his teammates clear their way into site without much help. And I'm really liking what I see from GVHS on the other side. They have a solid understanding of what the current meta is. They've got that double controller lineup with Viper and Brimstone. So hard to get through this lineup.
It really is tough, particularly, and maybe this is even worse to talk about, because I think that the fact that there is a Viper makes Beetlejohn a lot less valuable in that Sova, right? It's a lot more difficult to deal with things like the toxic screen if you're a Sova rather than a different initiator, for example, a Sky.
Yeah, Sky's, the dog, the Seeking Light, everything she's got. Her kit is so great for Bind. And not only that, it's also a nice flash, too. If you've been following Valorant for a long time, you know how important flashes are. We saw how important it is with Breach last map. And, on the side of CHS, they've only got Juice on that Omen. So it's going to be great to see what they can come up with. Of course, these players are doing something very interesting. They're actually changing up their roles. So they're not really, stuck to the respective roles that they're playing. So, they're bringing something new to the table. Juice on that Omen instead of that Raze from last game.
Well, and another mention as we see the opening duel go Copycat's way is that Herrick FPS in this time, and I don't know who is out actually, but was on the bench last map. First opening duel there for Bun is successful, and ZD will actually help out that endeavor for the second time. So Garnet Valley get their way on towards the Beast site. It's now up to a retake. Now Copycat open things up strong, but it will be shut down as it's a crossfire of sorts set up. Double swing as well on the long angle. Beetlejohn, it's tough to fight 3 players at once, and we'll find that out the hard way.
Yeah, Eric's being subbed in here. He's taken the place of the player.
Who's Sunny Boy?
Sunny Boy. He's taken Sunny Boy's place. Zeta's switched over from that Cypher onto the Fade, just showing off the multi-talent these players have. Of course, when they are playing those ranked games, perhaps they are very adept at playing these multi-roles. Great at Initiator, great at Sentinel is Zeddy, and it looks like the rest of the team is nothing to snuff at either.
Absolutely not. We saw that back on map number 1, and a pistol round victory is the first step. And a good start. Bun going to be able to start things out strong. That's over in Hookah. And so the hold of the B site, less than ideal at this point. You can see CHS have actually started to rotate someone over, but in the meantime, Eric takes the fight short and finds an opening pick at the A side as well. So with players down on both sides, there's no right answer for Cheltenham.
Yeah, they're not really stacked towards a weak side and strong side because they've got the Cypher with the 3-man on site there, and CHS, they're slowly crumbling. The defense falls apart. ZD's there to watch the flanker, right? He's normally the Cypher player. He's lurking right there. He's making sure no one flanks them, and that's just some good fundamental tactical FPS gameplay. But I really want to see CHS here. I need to see them step up, right? They got to this LAN. They were undefeated in the season. They got through the postseason with a breeze, and right now they're looking like, you know, GVHS is from a different planet. So we really got to see them step up right now. Now, do or die. This map or go home.
Yeah, that's the single elim that is starting to become a reality for these players as time moves on. Push back the initial hold towards Hookah. And this has been somewhat consistent here to begin with. And I think something we need to note is that GVHS has found Hookah control pretty much every single round. And they've held on to it now. Have 3 players up towards long. And it's a duel. Have with a nice shot. Guardian ringing out. And it's going to come close range as well. He wants another try at this.
Yeah, he's lurking through the cyber cage right now. Goes through. Almost gets the one-tap confirm. But no, it's Eric's on the A site, lurking his way through. The TP's come through, and it looks like it's going to be a Garnet Valley High School A take.
So there are players here, though. There's Guiding Light to give some entry, and that's the power of Cypher right there. Copycat, we were discussing in the green room how impactful it would be to have a Cypher defensively, and it is showing right here, right now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Vincent, it's almost like this, you know, this 2-3 setup from CHS is working out okay. Of course, they are on the better weapons. This is the bonus round from GVHS, so nothing too crazy to write home about just yet. But yeah, as we discussed in the green room, Cypher on this map, so strong, as Punman spots the toe, but can't get the head of Juice.
That's tough. I didn't even see that toe, to be honest with you, but I will say that it was a valiant effort.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, no, Garnet Valley definitely running into a bit of a brick wall there, right?
Yeah, it's like, you know, Cypher's pretty good at this game. You know, that tripwire, maybe it's a little bit broken nowadays, I'd say. You can pretty much cover all of B-site with one tripwire, but you don't see that from CHS. And one thing to draw a note between these two teams is the level of difference in diversity of their offense and defense, right? CHS, they're sitting here with the same exact defensive setup that they had from last round and the previous round and the round before that. They haven't altered their defense. There's no adaptability. There's no variety. Whereas you see GVHS, they're all over the place. They're running A fakes into B takes. They're running B takes into A fakes. They're doing everything, right? They're mixing it up. And look, here they go onto the B site. They found a way to split through. But Gav Master.
Spike down B.
What a massive find from Gav. 2 swift frags, and it's Eric's, the one who's going to at least gather back some sort of control, some semblance of victory here for Garnet Valley.
But the spike, Vincent.
It's out in the open. It's so difficult to try and deal with the situation when you consider that. But the Hookah player moving forward is going to try to take that fight, and actually Eric's does well to find Roy, but it's now down to just 2 players. There's 35 seconds remaining. There's technically time to do so, but It's going to be difficult. They can't give them the 1v1s. That's the key. But Eric's is going to push one out. Nice work on the utility, but the shots don't follow. Eric's, I will say, giving himself the best opportunity for victory, but it's not quite there.
Definitely FPS first-person shooter. This guy knows how to play the game. The sub, the senior, the YouTube in his name. He's trying to flex this map. He's topping out the scoreboard at 7 frags and really putting the team on his back offensively, using that toxic screen, as you mentioned at the top of the show. But, you know, at the end of the day, this is still bind. It is still defense, so I'm liking what I'm seeing from CHS. I want to see them do more, though.
I've seen quite a few of these marshals, to be honest with you. Juice, gonna have one of those. Does take quite a bit of damage. So, not the best of opening situations, but the duel ultimately going to stay in the favor of the defense for now. Shots still firing. That satchel could be a problem, and it will eventually be the death of Juice. Scav takes one out, takes another. That shot, though, Bun with the connection to clear things out. A 3-on-3, and it's still not quite the plant. Finally, the attempt will be there, but it's only after everyone else is gone. Viper's Pit with the spike in hand. Eric gonna have to continue to try and be the king.
The king of the map here. He exits the toxic screen. He leaves the Viper's Pit. He lets his ultimate run out, perhaps trying to bait CHS into rotating. It looks like Copycat's leaving, but Blueberry is staying here.
30 seconds left.
Oh, I think he spotted him.
Yeah, I think so, Vincent.
I don't know that Blueberry has made that same information play.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and that's going to be a plant for sure. Plenty of time to do so. Now, this is interesting. Planting here means that there's really no good way to use that snake bite in a post-plant scenario. You can see Eric's feeling the pressure, the 1v1. Now that snake bite can be used. The attempt to get out, and that's successful. Oh my goodness.
He redeems himself from the previous round, Vincent. Eric FPS showing why he was subbed in. He couldn't get it done in round 4, but round 5 is a different matter for the lad. 10 frags, doing so much for his team, clutching it out, playing the Viper, setting up for his teammate on offense.
And a 1v3 clutch as well, in a round that was a limited investment. There was, what, 2 Stingers and 3 Sheriffs. That was all that Garnet Valley had at their disposal.
And it was all they needed.
I'm going to see a Tour de Force come out here. It's the defensive setup. Here's that showstopper now. Ultimate's coming online left and right as Bun sort of tries to find the right engagements. Will eventually find a connection. There's Copycat Bread going down. It's going to be a 5-on-3 hold for Garnet Valley.
Juice with that flank did take one, but it was a response from Eric, and the 2v4 is looking very bleak for CHS, but let's see if Gavmaster, the expert marksman for his team with this Tour de Force, trusted with that chamber, can do anything. His teammate does go down into the 1v4, does get blinded too. Man, this is such a difficult task.
I mean, 1v4 doesn't get much harder, to be honest with you. Quick refrag, but there's those changes to the Tour de Force. I think that's a kill, old patch.
Yeah, definitely is a killed old patch right there. Of course, for those of you who aren't too familiar with Valorant, in the recent patch, Gavmaster, the character he's playing, which is Chamber, it did have a much faster firing rate with that Tour de Force, so he was able to actually shoot another bullet right there. Would have taken out Roy. And would have completely changed that round, but of course, with the nerfs coming through, it's so much slower.
It is. And, well, starting to feel the ramifications of why Chamber, you know, we mentioned in the pre-show how he's not so great. Well,
he's still good at aiming, though.
Certainly good. Yeah, I mean, Gav is certainly great. Agent, not as much, but just hit the headshot.
I've got your trail.
Face your fear.
You don't need to do anything else as the Nightfall comes out. It's going to be a 4v5 take. They've got barely any weapons to speak of, and a spam through the smoke from Juice. He gets onto site here, tries to take out Roy, does end up confirming the frag, but gets traded out very quickly. This is a very sketchy round here, though, but Eric, the clutch minister,
One enemy remaining.
He's not going to do it again. This is another 1v3 on the cards, but Blueberry will do the damage, the shutdown. Eric, nearly another victory there. Would have most likely, even as early as it is, turned the tide unwittingly in the favor of Garnet Valley there, but Eric shut down.
yeah, 5-2 would feel so much different for them right here. They would be crushing their opposition with Garnet Valley, but it's still it's still pretty good, Offensive bind, right? I'm okay if you get 4 rounds. Honestly, from my previous IGL experience, I'm okay with 4 rounds. And they've already done that in 7. So, I mean, you still got another 5 to go. Let's see if we can rack up the total, right? Anything you get from here on Garnet Valley, it's going to be pretty helpful for you as the tag from Gav Master actually comes in. Chunks Bun dangerously low, but he can get healed by that Sky.
Yeah, I was going to say, where'd that bullet go? Looked on point, but yeah, you're right. Just a tag. Juice, that is a very unfortunate engagement that goes ZD's way. Was ambitious to say the least, but
yeah, and the controller player going down is terrible for CHS right now.
So early into the round, especially, you don't have any of that utility at your hand. That's why you tend to see the controller being a little bit more passive in that role.
Yeah, and I like this slow creep here from GVHS. They're taking their time, right? They're letting the clock run out. They're even hiding from the Sova Dart, trying to bait CHS into rotating towards the B site. Zeddy fakes there, keeps both players from CHS on that site, but here's the retake, 4v5.
Blueberry, at least good for something there. Now Roy going to be able to take out Beetle John as they move their way in through that smoke. It's going to leave 2 alive for CHS. And Shelton, well, they have the operator, at the very least. That's on Gav's back, but at what point does it become less than liable? Do you want to save this operator, maybe move into the next round? Maybe not. Copycat, that's a nice shot. Really good work to thread that needle. But there's time ticking, and there's not a lot of it left.
They're going too slow, Vincent.
How to pick up the pace. Copycat going to put some pressure finally on the spike by tapping on the defuse, forcing a swing, but it's going to be the haunt, making it difficult. Marked and tagged out of the round. Gav was responsible for covering off the showers. Nobody was there, and so he will save this weapon. Get a couple of exits there, maybe not even an exit there. ZD with the close, denying the operator.
Yeah, and GVHS is able to do that because their economy is just looking so good. Oh, as I say that when we're bringing it up, the economy isn't actually so good. So perhaps I'm eating my words right there. And because of that, CHS, it was a pretty good frag, getting onto GVHS right there. It means that the economy state from the red team right here is pretty low. So they've gotten to afford a Judge and a Bulldog as opposed to your traditional 5 rifles. But I want to see what they can do here with this, sort of hobbled up together buy. It's looking a little different than what we've seen as the
That's what we call a creative smoke.
Yes, very creative. It gets the skybox so Sky can't flash over, and I was singing the praises, and maybe they decided that they didn't want to be heralded too much here. As Beetle John looking for 1, finds 1. It's still a 2v4 though, and it's not looking so hot for the side of Cheltenham High School. They've got so much to do. 2 defenders here on the A site though, so they can get 1, and the exchange go to Eric.
I mean, it's hard when Eric has the best gun of the game. It really is. Tough to win that endeavor.
the best 1850 gun in the game, Vincent.
It's true. You see? What other gun can do that? No.
Maybe the Marshall in the good hands. Good hands, 950.
No. Only the classic and the Judge could do that.
I think some pros with the sheriff might disagree that it's, I think the sheriff 800 credits there, does quite a bit of damage to teams.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good value. I'll give it to you. Garnet Valley don't value out of that situation, considering that was an eco round. Though I think Cheltenham are going to be okay with what they had. Not the best outcome, but also not the most investment.
Of course, it was such a good job here by our observer Aerith, spotting this out. Obviously, this is the second time the creative lineup has happened, and it's really bringing me back, to the time I played Sova on Haven, and I just shot the shock darts, and the observer highlighted, and it went into actual Narnia. But GVHS, they're showing you why those utilities don't matter, because they've got the gunplay to back it up. But Juice, man, I don't know why he's on controller, man. He shouldn't be on this role. He's a duelist player for sure.
Sometimes you have to make sacrifices for the best of the team, and that might be one of those sacrifices being made, ZD. We've seen 1v3s. Could be another one here and now. The Nightfall available, the Haunt, the Prowler, everything as well as that sees on the cards. 40 seconds remain. Spike down, sure. It's going to be information gain. Initial Haunt, going to go out. Let's try and find some space, find some time. And I said it was the Haunt. It was actually the Seas, pardon me. But Gav will shut it down. It's not to be.
Yeah, and if I'm CHS, right, I'm trying to end this half 6-6, obviously. But more so than that, I'm trying to end it in a dominant fashion, right? Beetle John, he's on the Sova character, not just once, but twice now, right? He's elected to go for that character on Fracture and now Bind. But I haven't seen the Hunter's Fury for him. He needs to be using this ultimate effectively. It can get so much space. It can win post plants. It just does so much. So we've got to see it from him, or else it's really just not a good pick then, right?
Yeah, that's fair. It definitely has been something that is somewhat lacking, and they were seeing Juice do the same situation, right? Aggressive, trying to take space. Very much feels like they're working a controller, but they're in a duelist role in that situation. Here comes the Viper's Pit. That's going to put some pressure on this A site, considering that Eric's just kind of hanging out in here, having a good time.
He's just forcing the defenders from CHS to lean towards A, right? So there's 3 people on the A site you see in the mini-map, and that means that Eric's is actually, his value is so great, as on the other side, Zeddy takes out Gavmaster, and because of that, look, it's a 4v1. It's going to be all up the copycat, Brett, and Eric is just playing the rotation so well.
And he gets back in there, but copycat Brett, as you mentioned, all up to this one player. Could potentially come for the neural theft, but it is a wide spray. I think ZHS might want to save, but there's no chance of that. Not anymore. The flank coming in. A flawless round. Garnet Valley have 7.
Yeah, typically when you're playing with the Cypher, you want the Cypher to be on the weaker side of the map, right? Just as GVH as in the previous map of Fracture. But Copycat here, he's been playing that 3-man site with Beetlejohn and Blueberry, so it's a little bit of a hobbled up together mix. It's just not exactly what you'd see from the tried and traditional setup that we're so textbook used to seeing from these amateur players and pro players. But they're just getting a feel of the game right now, right? But that immediate fix would actually it would actually cause a much different result from here. Is creative lineup.
We've taken the time to give a break over to Eric. Fair enough. Gav, he's going to find one. The question is how many more. Oh, and a Tour de Force being pulled out. Now, these 2 players sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. The good news is they have a teleporter. So, it's kind of a free, get out of jail free card, if you will. Back over towards A. There's 3 players set up here, though. And the showstopper going to bear the entry responsibilities. Gav, Blueberry, they're both doing connections. It's up to Bun 1v5, and it's a crossfire and actually a shock dart caught in their teeth.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job. They are, Vincent, right? They're doing a good job against their superior opposition right now in the form of GVHS. And now that they're on defense, though, it's only going to get worse from here. It's so easy to defend with this Viper Brimstone setup, right? You've got so many ways to hold. You can make a Viper one ways with the smoke. You can make wall, toxic screen go across the map. But instead, they've elected to play the Viper towards that B site, being that anchor position with Roy, who has intel finding abilities. And they're going to get aggressive here from the side of Garnet Valley. They're going to push with this three-man unit of Bun, Torky, and ZD. They're going to get aggressive, push out that shower position probably, but they're not going to find anything because CHS are going towards B.
This is sort of the situation what Juice was trying to do, but on their own for Cheltenham, but it just wasn't so effective. It's going to be Juice going for that forward position, and he does connect it once more. Gav on the show, or rather, excuse me, picking up the kill there, doing everything in order to maintain entry, and I thought maybe the only chance was ZD, but Blueberry finds that kill as well. So Cheltenham with a pretty much perfect pistol round. That's so impressive. It leaves it on to Torky.
Yeah, it's GVHS. They gambled towards showers. They put 3 there, and they did not hit all 7s. They didn't win the gamble because of that. CHS taking the pistol more than likely, unless Torky can show some magic.
Yeah, Torky just getting the 1. So a massive round win there for Cheltenham. And there's a couple of reasons for that. But I think most importantly, the score line, right? You pick up the pistol, you're more than likely to pick up the second. And then things might be a little bit tied up. Garnet Valley definitely are feeling a little bit more pressure than they did in that first half.
Yeah, they're bringing it, back slightly. They've really got to do more, though. The score line tells one story, and the story is that GVHS, they're on defense. They're up by a round. So really, it's still their game to lose.
Well, we'll see. Ultra aggression, 5 players pushing forward, and it is now Garnet Valley taking the time, the space, and potentially the victory here. Low health for 3 of their 4 remaining members, but they can't see Beetle John whipping there as Copycat Bread does everything that was possible, but there was too many bodies in the way. Garnet Valley dominate their way to another victory.
Yeah, you're seeing exactly what they're doing here is they're playing an aggressive defense, right? They're getting up into their face with 5 members is GVHS. They gambled all towards the B site that last round, and it ended up working out. Their offense is very slow, though. And if I'm in the other side of this bracket, right, if I'm one of the 2 teams, if I'm either, Susquehanna High School or Central Buck South, I'm looking at this game right now. If I'm a coach, I'm an analyst, I'm one of the players, I'm the manager, whatever role you may be in, I'm seeing this and I'm trying to think about countermeasures right now because I'm not saying it's done, but it's very unlikely that CHS will win unless they could pull out some miracle right here.
I think you're sleeping a little bit on Cheltenham here. I mean, it is still a very close game on paper. Though that last round certainly gave a lot of confidence to the Garnet Valley side. This one looking to do the same. It's here flawless once again. It's Juice, the last alive, and through smoke, not quite able to find anything further. ZD collecting another triple kill, very impressive to say the least.
Yeah, and that's the problem with going, into bind when you're on the offensive side. Unless you've got some sort of very fluid execution onto B, onto A, where you also can push spawn or some sort of trick play you can do with the teleporters, you're not really going to find access to the A or B site. It's just so difficult, versus that Viper, like we mentioned at the top of the show, the toxic screen, the smoke does too much to be stopped, and look at how good of a job GVHS are really doing to shut out the space. I say that, and Caster Curse, thank you so much. Apologies, Vincent. Apologies, Caster God. You guys always do me wrong, I guess.
Push continuing here. Cheltenham trying to make their way forward. It's Eric trying to play this defense. Now ZD will collect the kill as well. And the orbital strike to try and deny the plant. Denial works for a moment, but the paint shell's continuing as Juice holds back the further aggression. Juice doing so much work, and it will end up being a victory off of that. The defense denying entry those players, Cheltenham, to their round 7-9.
It's like their win con is simply Gav, go hit shots, Juice, go hit shots. It's just that, right? And if they do that, then they've clearly got a chance to win, right? It's not like they're using their ultimates all too well, but they are using their crosshairs. They're using those weapons. The aim is on point, and if they're going to come back in this game, they've got to rely on it.
That's exactly what we're seeing. A heavy reliance from Cheltenham High, but here we go. Defense once again trying to set something up, and they're going to get found out. A little bit of a recon bolt working well. Oh boy.
He doesn't spot.
He's got no idea. Bun. This will be a freebie. Gonna at least be only one kill. That's the only positive to take out of this is the neural theft comes in. Beetlejohn confirms the kill towards Bun and knows now that there's only 2 players remaining, and both of them come from A.
Yeah, I like the usage of utility from Juice this round. He used from the shadows to that elbow position, now using his paranoia to where the 2 players are most likely due to the neural theft, and this advanced position gives him a shot early on, but he pulls out utility.
A guiding light by Space, but it's both players to take victories. The aim duels once again for CHS, doing them wonders. 8-9 the scores. Garnet Valley had a lead, it's evaporating.
Yeah, it might be a comeback for the ages. We're seeing a different look here, from CHS as opposed to what we saw on Map 1. Map 1, nothing to write home about, but perhaps they're doing the tried and true run back where they're just warming themselves up, they're getting the blood flowing, and as you get more and more into the series, you start developing a feel for that flow, and that flow is certainly turning into CHS's direction.
And I think it's important to note as well, Garnet Valley, they had such a dominant first half in part because of Eric's individual performance. And whilst definitely commended for that, it's not been quite the same here in the second half thus far.
Yeah, maybe GVHS will have to lean on someone else, perhaps Bun the duelist, but no, it's ZD who opens up the fragging for this 18th round, and with that stinger, such a good gun.
Absolutely, we've seen it do work, doing more work here. ZD, another connection, still not down, it's good for a 4th. ZD with the classic, it's an ace from ZD. That is huge for Garnet Valley. 10 rounds now in double digits.
Okay, so you're telling me that a $950 weapon in the form of the Stinger, or the $1,050 weapon from the Stinger, is that good?
Absolutely. Best sniper in the game, I said.
What? Okay, Riot, just take a look at that clip real quick and let me know. Like, please, whoever's in charge of the development, just fix it, please.
Figure it out, guys. I think that's what we're saying. Garnet Valley certainly figuring out how to gain back momentum, and ZD, the one to put that momentum in their hands. Juice coming out worse from where in that endeavor. Will be a tough task as he's going to walk straight into ZD's crosshair. That is tough, to say the least.
Yeah, we said that Gavmaster and Juice need to do lots of work with the aim, but it's ZD who's doing work with the aim. It's a Garnet Valley High School that's doing work with the aim, as Blueberry and Gav are the last 2 alive. Blue goes down, Gav is left in the 1 versus 4. He takes 1 down, though, with him.
It's a good start. Has some half armor to work with as well, so it's not all bad. Waiting that decay out for a moment. I'm going to take that duel, a crossfire of sorts, set and delivering for Eric on the 3K.
Yeah, very technically sound here from GVHS, and the turning point was that 5K, that ace from ZD. Without that, totally different story, but 25 and 22, if you're rocking those numbers right there, it's going to be tough to beat you, right?
It really is. There's just not a lot of when you have that high of fragging power. There's just not a lot of space for mistakes if you are Cheltenham High. But nonetheless, we are seeing a timeout. This is actually the first timeout. Is it the first timeout we've seen?
Yes, this is the first time out all series, and during this timeout, these players, they're most likely talking over with their player coach or manager, somebody else, or amongst themselves if they don't have access to one, and they're just trying to go over, what it is that they'll be doing in the next round, how they can change the flow of things, and perhaps they're just fixing a little bit of the attacking executes that they've been making. Maybe there's some minor mistakes that have been causing them to lose that they can fix internally. They can chat things out, see how everyone's doing, or perhaps they just need some sort of mental reset. Maybe someone's tilting, maybe someone's not, but either way, they're trying to change the flow of things after that previous one.
The flow certainly does need to change. I will fully be on board and agreeing with that. Garnet Valley 2 in a row, but it feels like they have the momentum that could take them to the edge, could push them to the grands, in fact.
Yeah, and they do have the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury. Beetlejohn needs to be using that. Beetlejohn instead uses his weapon, takes one down before he gets traded back by GVHS, and it looks like just a slobber fest over here, or a knocker fest over here in the A main position, as both teams are just trying to throw haymakers, but it's YouTube Eric FPS. He's showing why he was subbed in. This senior player topping out the scoreboard, fragging the opponents of CHS. He looks for the final one, gets 4 on the round, finishes with 29, one short of the 30 thus far, but he has a chance here. Vincent, he could go 30. He could go for 30 this game.
Yeah, absolutely could, and it's not unreasonable. We've seen it, the impact from Eric just so consistent over the course of these rounds. Whether it's one frag or many, it's always impact to be had. And that is that dynamic hold that Garnet Valley have continued to put forward. So much pressure towards A, they take space at B, and it's Eric set up for the successful flank.
Yeah,
really
of course.
hot.
And I've rarely ever seen a player get subbed and have this level of impact, as the aggressive defense again from GVHS is paying dividends.
Showstopper as well. In here. At least Blueberry will take something with them, but it's up to just the one, and well, the chance is actually becoming more difficult to get this 30 bomb, but Beetlejohn going to keep it alive. 2 shots already swung, and there it is, the 30, as it's 13-8 to the favor of GVHS. Garnet Valley take this map, and they take this semifinal.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, YouTube's Eric FPS, he's a substitute player, right? And he's topping out 30-10. It's tough to not give him the MVP, but he didn't play in map 1, and I think ZD on that Cypher had a greater impact along with his Fade play. Perhaps we could give him the MVP?
I mean, I'm with you. I think that ZD was performing consistently over both map 1 and map 2. That 5K, that ace that we were just talking about, definitely did feel like it turned the tide in the favor of Garnet Valley. Not that they may not have needed it, all things considered, but the victory at the very least was swift after that.
Yeah, to win on a, just a force buy, right, with the Stinger versus 5 full rifles is such a difficult task. And once you've done that, it definitely changes the flow of things, as you mentioned. Going into the second semifinals, though, it's going to be interesting to see who ends up facing Garnet Valley High School in those finals.
That it is, and that's why we're going to take a quick look at the bracket as Garnet Valley book their ticket to the Grands. It'll be up to Susquehanna Township and CB South to determine who will be headed into the Grand Finals to take them on, to try and deny them the two-peat there, as they would be back-to-back champions. But with that being said, that semifinal going to be coming up next. We're going to take a short break, get that set up, and we'll have all the action coming at you right after this.
There's nothing like the promise of a new day. St. Joseph's University now offers more life-changing opportunities than ever. More programs, labs, and innovation. More majors, more to explore, more to celebrate. Backed by over 170 years as Philadelphia's Jesuit University, St. Joseph's changes lives, starting with yours.
We are St. Joseph's University. We're up for anything, to be ready for an ever-changing future, so that we succeed again and again and again.
On the way and good.
Discover more at sju.edu.
And with the first semifinal out of the way, we are headed on in towards the second one. It is Garnet Valley High that have booked their ticket to the grand finals, their shot to play for all of that scholarship pricing. It's absolutely fantastic. We're going to find out who of these last two teams will be joining them as we get down into the weeds of the second semifinal, starting right here, right now. It's going to be a blast as we get down to it. This is going to be fun. My name is Vincent, and I'm joined by Jonah once again. Jonah, I want your initial thoughts on these two teams, on this matchup, on what we have coming.
Yeah, these two teams are going to go head-to-head. Of course, they're both undefeated in the regular season, and not only that, but they're also both undefeated in the playoffs thus far to get here. They're fighting for that chance to meet up versus Garnet Valley High School, and they are going to be, in that second seed position, perhaps, guaranteeing themselves at least $750. That being said, though, it's looking like it might be a little bit of an edge to Susquehanna High School because they actually do have the stronger opponents. They have lost a game, but they haven't lost a match yet in the playoffs. But the strength of the schedule is more so what's important, right?
Might be, might not be. We'll have to see. But let's take a look and talk to one of these players, Tanisha, coming in. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi, my name is Tanish Tennisball. I play Valorant for Susquehanna Township High School. My main role is playing with the op or duelist, and I think I fit the role because I'm good at taking space, I'm good at taking initial duels and being able to escape from it easily, and I think I have a pretty high fragging capability. Last year, our team, we made it to LAN, we made it to the semifinals, but then we did lose. Last year, our team was a lot worse. One of our players, who's ascendant now, he was silver during the semifinals, but we lost last year. I'm a lot more confident. I'm happy with my team. We all have our roles down. We know what to do, and I think our team is pretty good. It feels great to represent my school. They've won a lot of Overwatch tournaments. We also made it to LAN last year on Valorant as well. And it's a really good esports team, so it feels great to be able to represent them. I wouldn't say we're worried about any team in particular. I'd say we could go head-to-head with any team, but if I had to pick one, it would probably be Garnet, since they too were undefeated in the season. In the future, I see myself going into computer science in college. I do enjoy working on computers and coding. I'm personally very excited for this season. I hope good luck to every team out there, and have fun, and may the best team win.
Well, so much good work and good to see and hear from Tanish and learn a little bit about what their expectations are and what's going on into this matchup. Jonah, what were your takeaways, if any? And let's get diving deep into the weeds of the semifinal.
Yeah, I think the main thing is having a player rise from silver rank to ascendant. That's quite a large jump. For those of you who are unfamiliar with that, it's almost like in the equivalent of sports. There's someone who's a beginner at the sport to become almost a master of it. So it's someone who isn't good at necessarily dribbling or knows how to kick a ball in soccer, but all of a sudden they become a dribbling monster. They're great at shooting from distance. It's a valued upgrade, and that might be what it takes for these guys to not only avenge their loss last season, but perhaps come away with the championships.
That is exactly what's on the line here. Game 1 coming up next. We're headed back to Vine. That's the map pick, and it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And of course, all brought to you by St. Joseph's University. We're going to get things started, and this pick as well was from the CBS side of things, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be interesting. The Central Bucks get to start out on their preference, as I think that does give them at least some sort of comfort.
Yeah, of course. And Susquehanna here electing for the defensive side. It's going to be Toxic, Caker, Fishy, Phi Shy rather, or Psy 2, and the Duelist from this team. They're going to bring a lot of action, a lot of firepower. I'm liking what I see from both teams' compositions as well.
Yeah, and it definitely is looking to be relatively similar here. The big difference maker, of course, is going to be on that initiator role. We see double initiator for both squads, but Sky as opposed to the Sova. We talked about the Sova quite a bit in our first semifinal, and I think what we came down to in that matchup was that we didn't quite see enough value from the Hunter's Fury. Maybe 2 can put that to better use.
Yeah, of course, and the key difference too is that although both of them are initiators and they both do a great job of finding information, Sky has a heal, which is going to be critical if players, on CB South, if they get damaged, if they get injured, then perhaps these guys can heal their way back up. And of course, also, it is a flash as well with that blinding light. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they make use of the difference of Sky versus Sova.
Yeah, a lot on the line here, and I don't know if we mentioned it, but this is the number 1 seed in Susquehanna going up against the number 5 seed in the Central Bucks South. So lots, at least on paper, potential difference for these two teams, which I think is going to be exciting as the Central Bucks have the opportunity to really prove themselves.
Yeah, and prove themselves they will have to do against Newt and the boys. It looks like it's wrapping up to be an A take here. Winver entering the site of A. The eyes go down, the Roomba goes in, the utility follows up, and caught out is Tennis Bowl.
Yeah, taking a fight there in towards Shower and cut off from the rest of the team via those Sky Smokes. Toxic, though, at least able to thin that herd to 4-on-4 now. The rest of HS as they have to go in with that 1-player deficit. The chances of success, though, still good if they can find the opening pick, but that is denied to Intoxic, the dynamic duo, both incredibly low, but the crossfire is simply too good. Winver with a quad will close things out.
Yeah, I really like what I see here from Winver. He's really making his presence known on the map early on. Of course, as a duelist, just like we saw last matchup from the previous 2 schools, it's up to you to make an opening for your team. You go in first more than likely, especially on the raise of the single duelist composition, and you've got to be able to convert these opening frags, right? First blood is way more impactful than getting taken down.
Absolutely huge impact being made. 5 players, we saw this before, but it's a bloodbath of sorts. That is the CBS squad taking everybody out. Not but 1 death in the CBS side.
That was a mowdown right there. It was excellent idea, though, from SDHS. I liked that they all grouped up because they only had the classics right, and they swung out wide. They worked together right there. That's excellent communication, great leadership from their team, and they've definitely got what it takes. Despite losing the round, they've shown us just a little bit of their teamwork.
Yeah, I love those types of ideas on eco rounds, especially Susquehanna doing that to perfection in that one. The Central Bucks, though, they take the round and they will have the lead 2-0 for the time being. But it's now time for things to change. Susquehanna have the weapons out, and they look to be a little bit more deadly in this type of round.
Yeah, but they're making a little bit of a false rotation here. They've rotated 4 members onto the B site with the Cypher. Meanwhile, CBS, they've rotated towards the A site. It looks like it's going to be an A hit, actually, with the spike over to that location. So this B take is simply a fake. They're just trying to draw attention over and then maybe teleport out.
Prowler does go in and finds Toxic. Speaking of Prowlers, there's another one just to confirm the positioning. And Sai, that's a massive win. That's short A going down with Jordan's no longer into this round. It's massive to see that victory. Meanwhile, Newt towards the B side has found the elbow player. There's still a player on the site, though, and Winver cannot quite find the positioning to take them out. So a 3v4 as CBS have to work from behind once again.
Yeah, and Newt getting spotted by 2's recon dart is huge, as it looks like he almost was able to convert that frag, but Newt stepping up, not for 1, not for 2, but a 3rd. It is Toxic Kicker who wins that battle out, and the spike going down late means it will be all up to a 2v2, but Susquehanna High School, they've got one player dangerously low though.
That they do. That's the hard part here. Newt been an incredible figure from that area, but waiting patiently is Psy, and the low HP player still alive is Toxic. Going to be dropping their way out of hookah. Resmoke there, and nearly taken out, but the information gained. The C's missing its mark, and that's Toxic with a great shot. Low HP, no problem.
Huh, it seems these players are bringing us some nice fundamentals here, Vincent. They've definitely been aim fragging. They saw the first best of 3. They saw semis 1, and they both came warmed up, ready to play. The match thus far has delivered. As we see the scoreboard, things are to note is the difference between the Sky and the Sova. Both bringing out the best they can right now, but it is going to be a bye together, a makeshift bye here for Susquehanna High School. They got a Stinger, a Classic right now. It doesn't look like, and a Spectre as well. It doesn't look like they can bring an ideal weaponry loadout to this one.
No, definitely not. Especially considering that loss, but we have a decent scenario on our hands with control of the showers area. Smoke gonna go down too is... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say he's in an interesting spot. Nothing interesting about that other than the easy frag.
Oh no, and this Molotov is almost perfect. It removes the defender from this position, but will they check it, not thinking that he's here? They do check it, but it does get taken out as a result, and a gun gets picked up. But the gun, it's being put to use by Tennis Bowl right there. The 4v2 is in favor of STHS, but it is the HP bars that are low. This is totally doable for the Central Buck South team.
That is the kicker, right? Fought for everything, your Susquehanna, but that HP does give a real chance to the Central Bucks. Now the spike is 30 seconds. It isn't going to be watched directly, but it's just a matter of time. Tennis will find the information. Newt, meanwhile, has gathered some info over at B, but the time it's ticking to the point where there's really no way to go towards B unless they go through the teleporter or just straight up run. So, at 15 seconds left, it's time to go straight up
The
onto
utility
the A
is out.
site.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, straight up through the blocks. Nothing to be done. And it's far, far too little time remaining for Newt to actually win this round, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
Yeah, a good job by STHS winning that round with those low HP bars. They don't take away the gun, but they do stop the bomb plant. This does mean that the members of Central Buck South, they will be dangerously low in economy. They're forcing back up one rifle, a Marshall, two Stingers, and a Bucky, or rather, yeah, a Bucky here for Winver, or Shorty rather.
Yeah, not the best of situations, but if you are the Rays, you can definitely get a good position to utilize that effectively. Those blast packs, the satchels work well to get you into those positions.
Of course, but they're running into the 3-man setup here from Susquehanna High School. They've got the 3-man plus the Cypher Tripwires to be a hard defense to crack.
Well, here's that showstopper. Winver going to be putting that down. It's a connection onto the back of the site. Now the 2 players set up, though, in towards elbow. We saw how effective Newt was from that position before. Will he be able to do the same here against 2? That is yet to be seen. The Nightfall prepped and ready. It's Fishy, though, to take Newt out. No longer the king of that position. As Tennis Ball is caught. We're going to catch 2. Massive work from Tennis Ball as Jordan is the last to fall. Actually, Tommy just beating him out on the timing, but nonetheless, a massively successful retake, and part of that is because of how effective they were at holding that elbow.
Yeah, without the defense, the offense finding any purchase into that territory, it's unable to. They're unable to really find that space they need to make it so that there's a threat of a flank, right? And without that elbow position, and they just can't retake. I mean, they can't hold on to the map very properly. It's up to Fishy and 2 there to hold that spot. And when they hold that spot, the recon dart coming out from that position, the camera being brought into the fold, it's such an easy retake for them with all that information.
Information is indeed the name of the game, as we've talked about extensively. The Nightfall is ready here for the Central Bucks. They have that on their cards, as well as the Orbital Strike. That's going to clear out some angles, most specifically. Going to clear people out of the lamp there. That pushes them into Winver's crosshairs and also into the paint shells. Now the Hunter's Fury talked about that. It's a 2-for-1. Hunter's Fury is so successful this time, as now it's SDHS with a massive lead moving in to just 2 players remaining for the Bucks. Then they're caught out. Winver alone. And he's got a 2 already. The showstopper, unnecessary, but it is just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, of course, it's that icing on the cake. It's the cherry on top, Vincent. And they did exactly what they needed to. Both teams doing a great exchange of ultimates. CBS opening that map of that round up with the aerial strike there, the orbital strike there from Tommy, and then following up the Nightfall from Newt. But it was the response, the Hunter's Fury, and the Raid's showstopper that ultimately won out in the end. And again and again and again, it's always CBS here. They've been on a half buy, a makeshift buy. They're just trying to scrape together what they can to not, to make these rounds competitive. But they really need to get these weapons, these rifles out at some point.
Yeah, they've been there, but they've been somewhat missing too at times. This round is another one of those examples where there's just not enough in the coffers to make a full investment, and so they've got what they can. And they should be able to buy into the next. So we'll see that at the very least. What we see now, though, is space gain for the Central Bucks. They have positioning. Hookah, theirs. Long B is also theirs. And, well, when you think about it, that's basically all the bits of map control with Newt here in Showers.
Yeah, CBS, they're doing a pretty good job of taking space right now. They've got that clear line divided on their side. They've got more space than their opponents, but Susquehanna High School, they've decided that they want to play this defensive retake setup. They want to play this defensive retake setup, but no. I'm completely wrong. Sai just takes that dual A main, wins 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not retake. That is just straight up aggression. Looking to deal with that. Winver, close but no cigar. It'll be the push continuing. The spike goes down, but it's just Winver alone. Maybe can do something with the Sheriff. We'll confirm 1. There's that second. Nice shot. Maybe going to try and put the pressure with the paint shell, but gets taken out through the boxes before that can really come to fruition. It's another round for Susquehanna.
A nice 2-piece right there, but it's not enough to get the job done. Susquehanna doing an amazing job thus far. Fantastic, if you will. And, they've got something to prove, right? Last year, as you heard from Tanish in that interview, they didn't have the result they wanted, and they're back with a vengeance this year. They've got something to prove, and proving it so far they are.
It's fair enough. Yeah, semifinal going their way here to start. And on the Central Bucks South's pick as well. This was the Central Bucks electing to go here. So they got the advantage in their pick, but it seems not to be a problem for Susquehanna. But we had inside. Oh, he spotted just a little bit, but Dan, that Sky doing the work. It's a showstopper to confirm further. And so we talked about how imperative it is to hold that elbow position too, as they're trying to retake.
Yeah, it's a much more different scenario, though. It's a 3v5. The recon dart isn't available. The camera's no longer up, too, so this retake is much harder. Winver chiming with 1, Newt another, and it's going to be all up to Toxic Caker, but Toxic can't win out versus Winver.
Flawless round. The Central Bucks needed that, and they needed it bad. They won the pistol, they won the anti-eco, but then they lost and kept losing 5 in a row up until that point. They finally stopped the bleeding. But
now, each of the rounds that CBS has won, you've really seen Winver here do quite a lot in each of those. He had 4, the pistol. He had nothing for the follow-up round, but that previous one, a 3-piece. This means he's contributing so much to his team's victory and that crucial duelist role.
Well, and you look at the scoreboard, too. That just really does put a exclamation mark on that story at 14 and I think 6 at the moment. Fantastic work from that individual.
And of course, these two teams are composed of primarily seniors and juniors, with Central Buck South rocking a team of all seniors, whereas Fishy and Tennis Bowl and 2 on the side of Susquehanna are juniors still. But, you know, it's really Toxic Caker inside. These two seniors, these veteran leaders of their squad.
What?
They're trying to pull it out, but pull it out they can't because Newt taking 2 down through the wall.
That was so ridiculous. Just nobody even looked. I don't think they were able to see it, but forward positioning for Winver is going to be able to thin things out a little bit further. That will start the 3-on-3 here. Jordan's spotted one out, and finally going to be able to put that spike in the ground. But it's Tennis Ball coming from behind, coming to play, and Fishy will stop that in its tracks. A massive round and a big turnaround for Susquehanna, as the Central Bucks are entirely denied after winning the last.
Yeah, but if we take a look at the scoreboard, we'll see a story of defusals. It's been retake after retake for these guys. They're not stopping them before they get to the site. They're letting them get on the site. They're doing it on purpose so they can set up great flanks here. So Tennis Ball, they're flanked along through the garden position right there. Got the easy 2-piece on players that weren't looking at him. And this means that CBS, although they can find their way into the site, they're not finding the round confirmation.
It's a good point, right? Consistently, Susquehanna doing that work on the retake situations has got to be starting to get frustrating if you're the Central Bucks. To come so close and then fail.
You're close but no cigar, as you said, right? You're just there, just close enough to taste victory, but not quite close enough to grasp it.
We'll see if that can change here and now. Chances have been there. And at 6-3, there's still chances to keep this very close indeed. With that being said, a group up here from the offense. They move towards B. There's the spike towards Hookah alongside 2 additional players in Garden. The Haunt's going to come out, and that should give information. Well, that's not even needed with Tommy taking out the player before that even becomes a possibility now, too. Required to step up, but that is also failing. With 2 players surviving, it almost feels like a save should be inevitable.
Yeah, and it is a retake again, but this retake's looking a little different today, Vincent, as you see Dan there taking out Toxic Caker, and that was definitely more than what they bought before, right? They were able to get on site, but this time Fishy wasn't in that elbow position ready with the camera. 2 wasn't able to respond with 1 through the smoke this time from the elbow position. And that crucial difference is going to be all that they need. They've gone B almost every single round. They've only gone A twice thus far out of 10 rounds. With that 80% leading rate towards B, it looks like Susquehanna High School there. They're responding by putting 3 there, but, CBS, they've read into that. They know what their opponent's going to do, and now they choose. Now they choose to strike at A.
Maybe a timing. Maybe just smelling that finally things will be open here. There's 2 players committed. 1 towards Lamp, and that's going to be the player down. Both of them down, in fact. Tennis Ball trying to get out, but ultimately will lose out at Judge. Not so successful. Both players left are flanking, and it's now just the 1 attempt to be made via Psy. 1v2.
Yeah, and maybe he can get his team to breathe a sigh of relief in this 1 versus 2. It's the clutch controller here versus Newt and co. Let's see what he can do, though. He's inching ever so closer. Pops out through the smoke, just walking. But that eye is so dangerous. But no! The eye didn't spot him, but the camera did. That's the power of playing utilities. Jordan's right there showing up huge with just the ability of that camera. Although he's 2-7, he's providing his teammates much needed information with the camera, with the tripwires on those full lengths, making it so difficult. But this round, this last one of the half, is going to be an absolute fight. They've got so many ultimates. It does Susquehanna High School. They've got everything in the tank that they need.
So much on the line, but indeed, already 6 rounds. You're feeling good if you're Susquehanna. They've got a good a good stat. Even 6-6 would not be problematic for them.
I've got your trail.
It's a full lean for the Central Bucks over towards B. They have everything. And the Seekers go out, give them overall the information. Orbital Strike to follow that. And if Hookah were a problem before, it's going to be a bigger problem now. With Fishy moving forward, it's just 2 left. And they're both towards the long side, or at least they were before the teleport, taking the spike over to A.
Oh, but he hears him on the rotate. He gets shut down. Tennis Ball shuts down Newt, that is. Winver activating the showstopper to try to win this 1v5 clutch, but he has to deal with the Nightfall. Deals with that, but gets swung from CT, and that's Sai helping his team out. They secure the 7th before switching over to the attack side. And that's going to be a really, really good half. You know, winning that out for Susquehanna High School is be clutch for them. But, you know, it's going to be so tough now to deal with that Cypher on defense. So the shoe is on the other foot. It's now time for Jordan to be activated. Winver, of course, still, he has been very aggressive on the offense. Let's see if he can replicate success on the defense.
I think that's going to be the hardest part, though. On this raise, it absolutely is plausible to see that continuation. What's crazy, though, is you look at the kill distribution and you see how pretty much all of Susquehanna are right there at about the same look. It was individuals for the Central Bucks that gave them those rounds.
Yeah, and a contrasting style of gameplay, but still the A main take is on. Fishy opens up the fragging Winver, responding with those paint shells, but the A site has found ground. Tennis Bowl takes out Newt in the lamps. Tommy's been spotted in the back of sight. A shock dart goes on there to try to confirm that frag. Doesn't find any joy. A 3v4 retake, but the 3 men are coming from the back of sight together. The flash gets some angles cleared, but it's not enough. Tommy just doesn't have it in the tank because Toxic Cakers got what it takes to take the round.
Absolutely phenomenal showing there from Toxic Caker, doing everything required, and that is the type of star-studded power that Susquehanna are going to need in order to overcome the likes of Winver and Newt, who've been really doing a good job for the Central Bucks at giving their own best effort in this moment, but with a pistol round victory, and a massive one at that, considering how they already have the lead. Susquehanna are going to be feeling good coming into this next round.
Yeah, and Vincent, I don't know how you feel, but would you rather be on the team with, individual star-studded players who are, showing up big, or would you rather be on the team that has a little bit more close fragging power? It's really a contrast of two stories.
It's so hard. I think both have validity, but at the same time, you definitely have to note that there's one point of failure versus multiple points of failure, and that's the way I look at it. Is you can definitely rely on those individuals, but if they struggle, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, and it looks like that team effort from Susquehanna High School is winning out thus far. Look at Fishy. He's taken down 3. It is an eco round. Not a big deal, of course, but still plenty to write home about because look at that. He goes for the 4th, can't find it. Toxic Kickers are to clean it up, but still, that was just an eco, right? And now that the eco is over, we see the weapons come out from Central Bucks South. It's their time to shine. Let's see if those individuals we talked about can find their success.
Good question. A valid question. And we get down to that wire here and now. I wouldn't say this was like a must-win round, but it would definitely be a nice round to win if you are the Central Bucks South, as they don't want to be giving Susquehanna too many additional rounds to work with when they're already up by 4.
Yeah, and the economy, if they were to lose this round, would be shattered for them, and so they've got to put the pedal to the metal, but they can't find the pedal. They don't reach the metal. They don't have it because Winver finds 2. Before Tennis Ball responds on to Jordan.
To be fair, though, this is the even trade with a 3-on-3 now. Susquehanna, they have some control. Prowler not finding too much information, but the Haunt will go forward, and that's not quite going to be far enough. So that means is that CBS kind of have an idea of what's to come. The Prowler going to give away the position. Pre-fire. Newt, though, hits the shot, and it's a swift trade. There's still a player on the site, and that's a, well, difficult decision to be made as Toxic Caker swaps over towards the B site. And there was already a player here, and now another one joining. How will Toxic Caker anticipate this? Not going to happen.
Yeah, it's so difficult there for the Fade player to take down both of those players. Dan nested in that cubby position, and Winford did a great job there. He even shot the door as he came in to make the audio cue, to make Caker think that he was further away, baiting for your teammates. So optimal. Great job there by the individuals from Central Buck South. I mean, that's the storyline right now, right? Winford, he's doing everything he can. He's fighting tooth and nail, trying to drag his team over the line. And on defense, it's much harder than on offense, right? Because you can't just open up the site. You had to play defense, as it's known. But, maybe we could see a more aggressive offense like we saw in semifinals 1, similar to what Garnet Valley did.
Well, we'll see. Aggressive defense right now, but 2 will find the shot. That is massive. Dan sort of caught between 2 different players, didn't know who to shoot at, didn't know how to find that connection. The paint shell's coming through that cage. Spike going to go down here shortly. Will be there. Jordan's connecting, but again, it's just a moment, a fleeting success.
Planted. Still waiting.
Yeah, and the offense has had a really good time here to get into those defensive positions. They have the smokes down as well, but it's the offense there. They decided, we're not going to sit back. We're not going to let you guys come in really quickly. No, tennis ball, go in there, start getting them. We'll leave the cleanup duty to the rest of us. You go and frag. Get your way back up. In the first half, he wasn't really there to speak of versus Winver, but now he's found out his path to success. He's figured out how he can have access to these round victories. And that's going to be the Raze versus Raze, the duelist on duelist, mono a mono battle.
Big battle indeed. The double digits here for Susquehanna. That's the key. The difficulty as well for Central Bucks is Fishy. Find some information. Now, they aren't quite going to know that there's 2 players here, if I'm not mistaken, but they are going to know that it's time to rotate out. Now, they're not being shy about this, are they? Susquehanna, it's pretty clear with all the audio cues that they're headed their way back in towards the A site. They're not shy. No problems. There's the possibilities of everything here. As the paint shell comes down, that's going to force players back. The Haunt to follow that, and Fishy with the heady. It's up to Central Bucks to move forward in the paint shell. Rather, the satchel makes that even more difficult.
Spike planted.
And it's 2 right there with the final 2 cleaning up the round. 11-6. As you said, in double digits, Vincent. This is going to be so hard for Central Buck South. They've got not a mountain to climb, but as close as you can get to a mountain.
Yeah, it's sort of like a big hill, something like that.
Definitely a big hill indeed, but they've got the tools they need. They've got their running shoes on. They've got their hiking boots as well with them because they have 4 ultimates. Tommy only 1 away. That's going to be pretty easy to get if he wants to contest for shower control. So they've got all the tools, does Central Buck South, to make this into a success, a round win, into a map win. Of course, this is their pick, as we mentioned in the green room. And Susquehanna High School, they've shown us quite a bit. They are my pick, of course. So go, you guys. You guys, just, showing me pride. Love what you're doing thus far.
Well, we're gonna have to see something a little bit better from Central Buck South. They want to do it here and now. They have a 3-player setup at the A site, and that's going to be where the hit's coming. Lots of ultimates too, though not a chance to use those just yet. The Nightfall going to be following in here. That's connecting, and Dan will do well to find 2 frags off the back of it. The Seeker is going to follow suit here shortly, and somehow, some way, it gets away back through Psy like a massive ninja just lurking out and then getting away without a trace.
Yeah, when I think of ninjas, I definitely don't think of Brimstone, but right there, doing a great job of getting out of dodge. He escapes with the spike very crucially. If he went down right there, it maybe would have round over, but now they've got a second chance into the round. It's a 3v2 on the site, though. It gets traded out 1-for-1. It is going to be a 2-on-3. Time running out. Dan blinds both, takes out one with a 4-piece, but can't get two. 2 versus the world, and 2 isn't enough. Perhaps he needed a third as Winver chimes in with that showstopper. Crucially, what was invested, though, from CB South was the showstopper, was the Seekers, as well as the Nightfall. So the ultimate economy, that exchange of abilities, is really now in the favor of Susquehanna High School. And that being said, so is the economy. You got a 2 Spectres, a Stinger for CB South. Playing defense with just that could be very difficult.
In fairness, right? I mean, you got a Spectre on the back of Fishy too. It's not perfect on the other side of Susquehanna, so it's like a little bit of tentativeness on either part. As Central Bucks, they move themselves into a 4-player setup here at A.
And both teams have bought out, right, Vincent? So it's going to be a do-or-die round. The economy's going to be shattered for either side.
That's a good point. With time to spare, Tennis Ball moves in. He's traded, though. It's going to be 1 HP, and Newt and Dan doing so much work as Newt stands tall, stalwart in the hold of Lamps. That's a position that will not be gained, not this time.
Yeah, and the spike is down, and it's Newt with a 4-piece. He ordered from McDonald's, got a 4-piece, and those 4 pieces are all he needs. Count him up, and that's 8 for his team. The individuals really showing up.
Yeah, and we talked about the need for those individuals to show up, and that is exactly what Newt does there. It's required, sure, but props given as they head towards another pretty high importance round. And I say that because it's not nothing that the Susquehanna team have to offer. They've got 3 Stingers. They also have a Vandal, so a bit of a hero rifle purchased up. Susquehanna, they're in position to potentially, if they get pushed, for example, or maybe find a free site, like for example, a 1-player setup would be, then things could turn around fast.
Yeah, and they're putting an awful lot on Fishy's shoulders. They are. I mean, Jordan's shoulders. They are. But maybe Jordan can handle it because they're rotating through the teleporter. They're using the map of bind very, very effectively, and because of that, they found themselves a numbers advantage on the defense. Of course, Newt is stuck here inside the teleporter, but that's going to be okay because he's got teammates in and around him to watch that teleporter flank, and he's put himself in a very, very nice spot.
Yeah, it just is about patience right now for Newt. You don't want to overcommit. You don't want to give away a free kill, and that's what could happen if you open up those doors too early, especially with Toxic Caker on the other side. Meanwhile, the rest of the team for Susquehanna, they try and mitigate that. Just barely going to make that quick side. Did he go? No, yeah. Went to collect, has the orb, and Orbital Strike shutting down the player. Nightfall going to follow that. They also have the Hunter's Fury. Is it going to pull that out? Not just yet, but it's a 2v1, and there's chances, especially on this retake. Dan, here's the spike going down. Wants to get a forward position, but Toxic Caker dodges and dives in for the frag. It's 12 for Susquehanna.
Oh my... Vincent, what was that from Toxic Caker? He looked like he was doing parkour.
I mean, just some good dodging. That flash didn't quite connect successfully.
Yeah, and of course, if that flash hits you dead on in the eyes, you are blind, I believe, for about 1.5 seconds. But as opposed to what he did there, he shook his mouse around, made sure that he wasn't looking nearly close to the flash, and that blinded him for a very minimum amount of time, let him turn around. Great mechanics there from your boy Toxic Caker, and really showing up and turning up for his team. That puts them on to map point. Let's see if they can win it out right here. This do or die round for Central Bucks South. They've got the weapons into the round, but do they have the defense, the confidence? Do they have the ability to fight this one back?
Hard to get back into this. They've got a good read of the situation. A lot of noise being made by the offense over at B, and so they've got 3 players rotated into this position. But the chasm, it's wide. The Central Bucks going to need to do something in order to make it a little bit more attainable. And the first thing they'll do is put down a Sky Smoke. And that'll allow for some space to sort of bait towards the A site. That'll call an additional rotation. And that's when it's time for Susquehanna to pull the plug. They're going to push in. They have a lot of utility to work with on the back of that. And 2, finding that opening pick is critical. Now, Winver needs to get away. Has the space to do so as well. He's going to be able to connect. But no, Tennis Ball with a connection. The frag, and then running away, never to be seen again. A keen play from the Rays to set up the advantage for Susquehanna, potentially to go and take this game, this victory, and it is 13-8 for Susquehanna Township High School. They've done it. Map number 1 is theirs.
Yeah, Vincent, and my pick shining through is against their opponent's map pick nonetheless. So it is going to be loser's choice. That is our format. So it is going to be up to the Central Bucks South team to pick that map pick. Your overall thoughts, though, on the map?
I mean, I think it's so clear to see the 2 different styles there. The Central Bucks reliant on the likes of Winver and Newt to do whatever they can in order to pull them across the edge. And whilst there was definitely star plays and players for Susquehanna, it was more of a team effort. I think that overall helped give them the victory.
And of course, we are going to be going to a quick break. We'll be back, though, very shortly with more action brought to you by St. Joseph's University.
Our second semifinal is already one map in, and, well, it's been interesting. We've had Susquehanna taking that first map, but it was relatively close, a 13-8 endeavor, as we determine whether or not the Central Bucks South have any opportunity to move forward. Game 2 will be coming up very soon. Jonah, give me your final thoughts on that first game. What went wrong, do you think, for the Central Bucks, and how can they adjust?
I think a lot went right for them, of course, but what went wrong was definitely going to be their individuals, right? We talked so much during the broadcast about how good they are individually, but some players need to step up more, right? That's what it really comes down to when you have to play for that star factor, right? We saw there, unfortunately, Jordan at the bottom of the scoreboard. We really got to see him step up on that Cypher player. And, going into Ascent this next map, he'll have every opportunity to do so.
That's a good point. Absolutely has plenty of opportunities. And, well, let's talk to Brian Merrill from CB South about some of the opportunities that their program has to offer.
All right, so I'm Brian Merrill. I'm the esports coordinator for the Central Bucks School District, representing Central Bucks High School West and South here in the finals event. Well, so I got into esports by just recognizing that it was something that we should be offering our students. So I worked with our superintendents and our school board to develop a plan to get our kids involved. I became a coordinator because I'm a lifetime video game player. I like games, I love games, and I know that kids play them. So let's develop an opportunity for kids to be able to play them in a safe environment, coordinated environment, and that's how we started our program. So I think esports should be part of every school's experience. Recent studies show that as much as 97% of teenage students play video games. There's lots of research out there about how it helps with brain development. And our kids are playing anyway. So let's give them an opportunity to play in a safe environment where we can learn sportsmanship. We can learn to play as part of a team. We can learn to win and we can learn to lose. Develop some of those soft skills that we might not have an opportunity to engage in otherwise. So I think esports should be part of every curriculum. Yeah, so I'm very proud of our team. This is our second year where this team has been a unit and together out of Central Bucks High School South. So I'm real proud of the way that they've worked together, and I know they're going to do great. So we definitely have our eye on Garnet Valley, last year's champion. We played them in the quarterfinals last year, pushed a match to quadruple overtime, and I know the team has been thinking about that match all over the summer and this year. So we definitely have our eyes on them, but I think we're ready. Yeah, so this has been a great experience working with the PIEA. The students have had a blast playing. I've had a lot of fun. We're very much enjoying the finals competition. So good luck to all the schools. Have fun, and we can't wait to see what next season brings.
From Brian, Jonah, and as we get down to it, I mean, it's so cool to see the way that all the faculty, the staff, and everybody else supports these students and their esports endeavors. I love to see that, especially as when I was coming up in high school, that just wasn't a thing.
Exactly. The exact same thing for me here, the same experience, of course, and I couldn't help throughout the entire video just nodding my head along to what he was saying, right? There really is about educators offering support to these students and their interests, and of course, it is such a brilliant way for these students to get involved. Esports, traditionally something in the past that has had a bad image, but nowadays, it's become just this skyrocket of success that has been esports, and it's getting to the education field, and as you said, it's like what we wanted growing up, right? These high school finals. So we're so proud to be here bringing that to you guys today.
It's absolutely a whole lot of fun, and well, game number 2 is coming up next. This is for all the marbles. It could be Susquehanna booking their ticket to the Grands, or the Central Bucks making sure that they have a third game today. All of that to be determined here as we head towards Ascent. That is the map, a new one we have yet to see this evening. I'm excited to see it. What do you have on the cards, Jonah? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Ascent is my favorite map. I just love this map. You know, Isova has such a good time here. We see so many creative setups with duelists taking duels in mid, B main, A main, right? There's only really 3 spots you could really challenge early on. And of course, this was CB Sal's pick, as they were the losers of map 1, meaning they got that pick, right? So, Susquehanna, they've elected to go defense. They get defense again, and because of that, they're coming out with something a little new. You know, they're switching up the roles a little bit here, Vince.
Just a little bit. I will say that this is pretty standard for the likes of this map, I feel like. Though, I mean, I say that, and then I'm going to instantly talk about the Breach and how that's maybe just a little bit different on the Dan side of things. But if we are talking just about Susquehanna, this is what I expect to see, right? The usage of this KO, pretty darn solid. It's very effective. And of course, one thing that we haven't seen tonight is the Killjoy. Probably the best. I mean, I would argue the best of the Sentinel role on this map.
Yeah, Killjoy, the reason why it's so strong is because once she has access to her ultimate, that 7 cost right there, it is going to be a huge lockdown. If you put that in B main, it locks down all of B site. You put that in the wine position of A, it locks down all of A site. So it's really good for both attack and defense, and not only holding sites, but also gaining control of them, whether on the execution phase or the retake phase.
Yeah, not only that, but the nanoswarms too, so versatile in their utilization, and we see the Killjoy for both sides stepping up. And speaking of other things, KO starting out with that initial 0 point, trying to give some space. Winver going to be leading the charge straight in. There's a player here, though, and that's Tennis Ball, who's quickly taken out. Now, Fishy takes the opportunity to swing wide and connect to thin things out just a little bit further, as you have CBS with a man disadvantage, but that's only briefly with Tommy coming in. Gets away as well. Massive work as it's on to 2 for Susquehanna. They are dealing with a double swing, and beautiful stuff done by CBS, essentially confirming what could be a victory here. Sai, the last alive.
Yeah, and Sai was towards that A site, so he's the last man retaking. Gets shot through the smoke once, gets shot through twice. Winver confirms the frag. Really, that round was all Winver and Tommy, right? Tommy turned it on, Winver followed up for the win. These two guys, they've really shown up. I mean, CBS, we talked about map 1, individual. And again, map 2, same story.
But Tommy joining that top echelon of play right now is certainly a good look, a good thought for the rest of the Central Bucks game 2. And so, with that being said, we have shorties, 3 of them to be precise for Susquehanna. Not the best of opportunities to win, especially if they don't go B, but it's ambitious.
And with those shorties, right, they've got to play these close angles, and that's kind of what they're doing, but they're deciding to rotate very early on. Or Susquehanna High School, but they decided against it, actually. They're kind of flip-flopping between the 2 ideas, so they're just choosing both at the same time, but not really able to defend both. They're moving around a little bit too much for my liking on that mini-map. But it is going to be CBS. They're prodding and poking. They're trying to figure out where there is just a avenue of attack, and they decided it's through the spawn. Let's see if Winver can find it. He does get the tags. Cannot confirm the kill yet, but eventually gets the frag.
Yeah, that pre-fire there. There's going to be 2 players here. Back of boathouse. One watching one angle, the other. And despite the paranoia, still connecting for 2 apiece. It's 2 still there, but only briefly will stay alive. Toxic going to rotate in. Doesn't check the angle. Oh, and Tennis Ball. They had the Sheriff out initially. Would have had the opportunity to take that shot in a blindsided manner, but instead we'll have to try again, and this time has the flashpoint to deal with.
I mean, that's the power of the Breach right there, right? Versus the Sova. They're both initiators, but one has a flash that's so effective at blinding you. And I think that's really going to be what separates the two teams, right? CBS, on their offense, they've not only got the KO 0 point, they've also got the flashes from him as well. The Omen Paranoia, along with the Flashpoint. They've got 5 total flashes to work with. This could be very hard for Susquehanna High School to hold versus Central Bucks' offensive strategy. They crafted the composition around what they plan to do. Let's see if they can keep finding joy in these rounds.
It's a good question. We'll see, indeed. But massive opportunity for Susquehanna, especially considering they have into this round. These 3 players playing so aggressively, trying to take this area at A main, but it's limited success.
Yeah, and they're throwing out a lot of util, right? They're throwing flashes out, they're using smokes, they're throwing nanoswarms out, but it doesn't seem like they're committing. They're taking their time here, our Central Bucks South, and this might work in their favor, right? If they draw out this util from the offense and themselves and from the defense, they might be able to sell a fake. They might be able to find space here. As you see on the mini map, look at how far the Jet is up. Winver with the Sheriff on offense lurks his way all the way around while his team makes that distraction. That was what was happening. That was what is so key for this offensive positioning of their team. And look, now they're rotating back over. They can get the site for free. Winver showing up huge for his team.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's essentially a 1 round if CBS can hold on to it, but fast rotates means that it's going to be a little bit tougher than that. So at least connecting for something. It's Toxic Caker does the same. This is now a 2-on-3. And there's, well, still a lot of time on the clock. The spike only now been planted for a few moments. Dan, his Flashpoint has the potential to pull this out at the right time and actually hits a massive stun. That gives them the information about where this player is, but a bit of a whiff. Toxic now stuck, but nothing to be gained further. CBS take a third.
Yeah, Vincent, great play there by CBS. I loved how they used their utils together. They did the flash from Dan, right, with that fault line. Then Tommy swung out with the teleport. I mean, they're playing well, right? After that interview from Brian Merrill, we talked about the individuals, but this team has something to offer us, and that team is functioning very well right now. They've consistently put Susquehanna on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, this whole map, that's for darn sure. They put that on display. An early Paranoia, though. I love this setup. The Blade Storm is just too good. Tennisball couldn't quite make the connections possible as the Aftershock goes through a basic lockout of this site. This Fishy tries to fight their way back in. But the wall, or rather the door, is closed for just a moment as the blades are up and over the top. A dash forward and a right click there for Winver. It's like nothing can be done. And despite a few kills here and there, it'll be the Central Bucks to dominate round 4.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Winver. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Tommy. These two are playing so aggressively. They counter out the early blind from Toxic Caker. They use a blind of their own. And although all the rounds have been somewhat close in the favor of CBS, it's not like Susquehanna High School hasn't found some room in these. So it's up to them this round, though, with the rifles out, to really, really find a turn of fortune, a change in momentum, if you will.
Well, it's a turn in the pace here for the Bucks as they go forward. They push aggressively. Going to be a rolling thunder to allow entry towards the site, but 2 is saying no entry allowed. It's time for you to go home, but there's still players alive and kicking. The Alodrone comes out. Fishy, though, still sticking around, and now the spike down, exposed in a wide open position, and the Paranoia from the defense is so good. Toxic takes them out through the wall. Poor Dan had no chance. It's a flawless round and a big win for Susquehanna.
Yeah, and it was all up to 2 right there, getting 2. I mean, when you are able to get those 2 opening frags and then use your Alodrone to figure out where other players are, you've essentially done your job as the B-side anchor on that Sova. You've locked it down for your team. And because of that, the rest of the team was able to rotate in. And with those rotations coming in, it's just an easy, clean setup. But now, oh, baby, when we talk about opportunities, Winver on the offensive operator.
It's going to be so interesting to look at. And there it is, the opening pick. Toxic Kicker gone down. And that is a massive, massive victory with the push towards Catwalk. Tennisball needs to come up successful here in this position. Has the dash prepped, and the utility coming out, that's a little concerning because the fragment, it goes out, it goes to find nothing, and then they pause and wait even further. I don't think Susquehanna know what's happening.
Yeah, CB South is taking their time, and that's what you have to do with the offensive operator, right? So they're really allowing Winver to work his way around. He found the opening pick. Now he gets spotted out by that KO 0 point, but just because they know where he is doesn't mean they can stop him.
And, well, he got the opening pick towards mid as well on Catwalk, so it's not like that information is all that important and impactful as too. There's the spawn out. Just going to throw a shock dart to create some space. And actually, there's the shock dart. Does a bit of damage here. Psy alive, but still from beyond the grave finds that 0 point. As well as the Nano Swarm. It's a 2-on-2. And as soon as this null command gets weighted out, there's one for the defense as well.
Oh, man. But all this utility is just consistently oppressing Susquehanna from retaking properly. They still got their own null command, and they use it along with the flash. He spots one, does not take him down. It's Newt to get both, one for each of the Newts. Man, CBS, their offense is just so well paced, if you know what I mean. They're taking their time, they're crossing their T's, dotting their I's, right? And because of that, it's forced a response here from Susquehanna High School. They've decided to go with their own operator here for Tennis Bowl.
Yeah, it seems like a good decision on the face of it. Try and fight fire with fire, but beyond that, great setup for the Central Bucks. They do everything correct in that 2-on-2. Make it difficult to just swing one of them. Paranoia, though. And the flash drive.
Paranoias. Early paranoia is fine. Nothing. It's not going to be too much, to be honest. It's just like both teams are posturing. They're trying to figure out exactly where they want to go. Doesn't seem like anyone's willing to overextend, but he didn't even overextend there, did Tommy? Tommy simply walked around in his own spawn.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. So much space gained here by Tennis Ball, and wow! Dan had no clue, though the aftershock on A somehow, some way connects to a kill. Still, courtesy of Tennis Ball and that operator, an advantage for Susquehanna.
Yeah, as you said, the aftershock finding a frag onto the enemy KJ player is going to be huge for Central Buck South, right? But the response there from Tennis Ball, he got a pick in mid, then worked his way up back top mid, then flanked the breach player. Rarely do we ever see a flanking operator on the defensive side, but that's exactly what it was. A very unorthodox style, if you will, but a very aggressive one. Tennis Ball gets another one, though, on for 4 in the round, gets shut down by Winver Vincent.
Yeah, finally that space taken, but there's still players here on the side, and the Nanoswarms as well available there, but Vishy. So 1 for 1. The plant's going to come down, but it's actually not. Hunter's Fury to try and deny, and it will deny this bike. No chance to win the round because of that, and Winver will go down.
I mean, 2's been playing really well, right? He's using the Hunter's Fury whenever it's available to him, and he locked down the B site. It's been him both rounds that have really contributed towards the Susquehanna defense, and thus far, I'm singing his praises, and again, the same story as map 1, Vincent. It's been just the team effort versus the individuals.
I will say that, Winver so consistently been able to put down such a massive impact, and that impact is going to be limited to this round as Tennis Ball takes him out early into it. And actually, Tennis Ball clearing so much area. This is a lot of info.
And he's alone in this, right? He doesn't have backup, so he's exposed himself to 2 positions without any backup. It's a very individual play by him from this player. Show it up why he's been entrusted with the Jet character, why he's been entrusted with the operator. I mean, he's playing it to quite a good amount of perfection right now. Of course, CB South is on this, makeshift buy right now. They don't have exactly the best weapons, but they're going to try to work their way up, Cat, into the open arms of this operator. And quickly as they come, they start to retreat as they know Tennis Ball is going to get aggressive with this operator. They've chosen to go down mid instead. 2's here waiting, though. Let's see if he can find anything.
Oh, nice work to get out of there for that Omen.
30 seconds left.
With 2. Not quite able to find it. It is Psy, though. On towards B. It was ready for the push. And Toxic Caker going to confirm 2 more for the flawless Susquehanna. They've been looking better and better. The last 3 rounds, they've won 2 of them. And out of the last 4, they've won 3.
Yeah, and the critical thing to note here is that both Killjoy players have yet to use their ultimate. It's 8 rounds in now, on to the 9th, and with this 9th, you really want to see the Killjoy lockdown be used either on offense or defense. It's going to be up to Jordan's here. He's got the ability to lock down that A site. He's got to dodge Fishy's flat a 0 point, though, or get rid of that knife early on, though. It goes off, actually, which detects the presence and makes it so that the lockdown can't be used. And on top of that, he gets taken down by the operator, and this means that there is no offensive lockdown. It looks like Jordans will have to wait another round before he can deploy that.
Yeah, that operator from Tennis Ball has just been better and better ever since it was first pulled out. Remember, Tennis Ball was struggling, maybe not the right word, but wasn't exactly playing the best.
I mean, he was 1 in 5, yeah.
Yeah, definitely not the best of starts. But since then, has simply dominated, and goodbye, Winvert. Psy is about as far forward as one could get. He's where you buy guns.
Yeah, he's in the enemy's team spawn as Killjoy here. Activated the turret. They're going to try to retake the area, though. He flashes the turret, but they don't know where Psy is exactly. They might have a guess that he's in that nested position, but Tennis Ball has all of top mid as well, so it's going to be very difficult. And did they clear Psy? They do, but it almost looked like he got that, did Psy, but Newt turns it up.
30 seconds left.
Still, the advantage is Susquehanna's, and they're going to have to do a little bit more, or the Central Bucks, to pull that back from them. 20 seconds, and this just might be a save call right now, actually. And I think it is. I don't think they're going for it, which I can respect. Though, with 3v4, it does feel like this is maybe a bit of a cop-out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they calculated this. They decided, by group decision, by democratic vote, that they're not going to do this one. Maybe their IGL had some sort of input, their in-game leader did, but it doesn't look like they had the confidence to go for that one, I'll say. And they've also, because they've calculated exactly how much they'll have in the next round, they needed to save right there. As you see, just because they saved, they can actually get a good buy out into the next one. But that does mean, on the other hand, though, that they allow Susquehanna's high school's economy to develop. So they allow them 3 players to get up to 6,000 credits, and that is going to spell disaster because they're going to have to fight a long ways back.
You should run.
Yeah, dealing with that operator going to be hard to continue to do. Winver trying to create the space to do so. Psy somehow gets away. The lockdown continuing. There's a clearing out of the rest of the site. Fishy adjusting. Not quite there at Winver. That is massive to find 2 frags there. It's now just up to Toxic Caker. And he's heard that audio cue, I believe. The paranoia is going to follow it. He doesn't know where both of these players are, but he has both of the... Well, all right. Not that it matters. Both players are swinging. Both players are hitting shots.
Yeah, Vincent, I really like that over-under setup, right? One person crouched there next to the Radiant Knight box, the other player open in that doorway. So as soon as he peeks there, he gets met by both. That's some excellent teamwork, great communication, amazing synergy there from Central Buck South.
Definitely a powerful setup and a powerful scoreline, 6-4 in the favor of the Central Buck South. They've done a bit of a 180, I would say. Remember our last map, half was 7-5 in the favor of Susquehanna. Now they are having the chance to do so in their own favor.
Exactly, and it's tennis ball with the operator who's choosing to get aggressive. He gets aggressive, finds Dan. That's the aftershock down as well as the breach ultimate, meaning that they're gonna have a much more difficult time of entering. And because of that, their push has been very, very stalled, but they call it back on, actually. So it's going to be that 4v5 take onto the site. Tennis Bowl here with the operator in that cat position. Trying to inch up, but Newt actually finds the kill with the fragment, and Jordan's chimes in with another one in cat.
This is so winnable there. That null command working wonders, but it's taken out. It's traded back and forth, though, and now the lockdown technically available, but no command only now gonna run out of juice. It's a 1v1. Inside needs to check underneath. It will do so, and it's a little bit of a whiffed shot there. Trying to drop down, not quite good enough. It's up to Tommy, and Tommy delivers.
Yeah, and it's so crucial too, because when Newt's down like that, he can actually see where Sai is on his screen. So he's just down to there calling out where he is. So it gives Tommy the actual information about exactly where Sai will be. He times it so that he peeks out with the drop of Sai. Great teamwork right there. And because of that, they found themselves a 7th. And if they're able to win this one, 8-4, you're looking very, very pretty going into the next half.
Incredibly so. There's a judge out for Winver. Rolling Thunder lockdown combination. But a lockdown from the defense as well. Trying to deny anything further. Winver kind of has to move backwards just a little bit. The plant, not quite there. Nobody detained for the offensive, but the defense finds 2 detainees. How long will that last? That's the question. As the forward position, the forward hold by Winver holds people back. The plant finally coming forward, and Dan is connecting. It's so good for the Central Bucks. They've done it again. It's 8-4.
Switching sides.
Yeah, 8-4. They're turning their fortunes around right here. It's looking like their game to lose. And Winver, despite Tennis Ball showing up with the operator, he's consistently won the duels. Despite that one swing in mid, every other time it's really gone the way of Winver. And the team is looking very well oiled. The breach pick was a little suspect in the beginning, but now that it's shown its dividends over the course of the first half versus that Sova, we've really seen how the flash can be utilized to a much better degree by this team.
Well, it's not over yet. 8-4 is a good scoreline, but it's definitely not a guarantee by that logic. We are seeing a 0-point aside, a massive amount of info. I think he catches everybody there with that. So, I wouldn't expect a much larger rotation, actually. Nothing going to happen, just still the same 2 players, and Newt taken out instantly. This pistol round turned on its head.
Yeah, after you spot 5 players, you definitely want to rotate there, from CBS, find more space in middle. They elected to not do that, and instead they'll be punished for it as this 4v2. Without some heroics here from Jordans, they probably won't be able to win, and there is a pistol round comeback. This pistol round, so crucial. It lets you get a good amount of economy going to the second round. Lets you get those eco frags. They bought out the Spectres. They really want to secure the round. 5 of them bought across the board. And Winver looks like he'll be rocking that Marshall, trying to get the 1 tags on to the opponents. Maybe those headshots will turn the tide to their side. But it's very unlikely. That being said, it is Winver, and we've seen him do some pretty amazing things.
Yeah, that's the beauty of some of those plays that we've been watching. Early
They
0
dodged the
point
knife.
this time. Yeah, great dodge from all of Susquehanna. They don't give any info. It's a straight up walk. It's only now that the Owl Drone is going to be called that they're going to give it away. New. Close range. No right click to be had. Same deal is there for Tommy and Winver. They get nothing out of it. As it is CBS to fall.
Spike planted.
And it might be a flawless round at that if things don't change.
Yeah, I mean, they do have classics to try to take 1 or 2 down, but I don't imagine these will do very well versus the Spectre. But, you know, Dan caster cursed me. As always, really difficult these days to be a commentator without getting caster curse. You know, you've got to have the luck of the devil there to not have that misfortune graze your casting. And me, not as lucky as some others.
Well, lucky or not, it's time for the gun round, or the bonus round, really. If you're Susquehanna, they have the Spectres for everybody. They're hoping to do the maximum with the minimum this round. That's what it's all about, is get value without buying anything further. Any further investments would be detrimental to the investment into the next round. And Tommy looking to put that to bed. Newt the same. It's down to just 3 within one breath of this round coming to fruition.
Yeah, Susquehanna High School, they're running the same thing over and over. This is the 3rd round in a row. They went 5A main, and this time Tommy swings through a main with his teammate. They get the 2, 1 apiece, and because of that, you know, it's looking like a nice 3v5 in their favor. So we'll see how this round develops, but I like the adaptation already from Central Buck South.
Well, I will say that the speed with which I was seeing the Susquehanna team try and get into that area was good, but yeah, as mentioned, it's definitely starting to get a little bit readable. But you want to try and take advantage of what you got in these scenarios. 40 seconds to remain, and it's about clearing out some angles. Swarm grenade, going to use that in order to clear things out and wide.
30 seconds left.
Ooh,
2. There's a nice shot. That's going to do a little bit something further. A splendid start to what is a pretty rough look. The Owl Drone follows suit. There's Winver, and if it weren't for the paranoia, it would have been the shots fired or something even more.
I mean, that's some great teamwork right there from Tommy and Winver, right? They throw the paranoia out. Winver swings on the angle, gets 2 with that Phantom. Just spraying them down as they come in. Of course, that was a Spectre buy from the side of Susquehanna High School. So let's see from them what they can do in this next one.
Yeah, this is the round, sort of. If you're Susquehanna, they need this one bad.
Yeah, this is going to be the crucial one.
Yeah, they'd like to convert this gun round. It's okay to mess up, or to rather lose out on your bonus, not so much on your gun round. And it looks like it's back to business as usual for Susquehanna. They're back towards the A site. This time, there's nobody actually committed to the site itself to play defense. And so the entryway will be free of charge as they plant the spike.
Yeah, a 5v5 retake, but they fight early. They fight often. A 2-for-2 trade, but crucially, the breach is still alive. The flashes will come in, distorting the members of Susquehanna High School. And it won't matter, though, because with that distortion, they just counter with distortion of their own.
Last player standing.
Big drop there for Tommy, and Tommy for 2. It's looking like CBS have the moves, as it will be another round for them. Now 2 in a row and double digits in the cards. It's Susquehanna doing very little to deal with that retake aggression. You saw the 2 players set up on the site. They weren't quite aware of how swift the Central Bucks were looking to move in, and Tommy takes advantage of that by taking out 2.
Yeah, and crucially, nobody there from Susquehanna High School was in a main, so they didn't have a player there to actually stop the heaven drop or even swing out with a flash. So I would have liked to see a much better post-plant defense from that side. Of course, it is for naught, though, and what we're crucially looking at this round is going to be the same thing. It's over and over again for these guys. They go A, and then they go A some more.
Maybe it's a little bit different this time. They did put the normal utility that they will push up towards a there, but they didn't actually commit to it for the start. Instead, they got a blade out, and that is headed towards mid for now. That's fishy. And then everybody else is working with the blade storm up con, or rather in towards catwalk. You put this 2 and 2 together though, and I don't know that CBS will be all too surprised when you consider that the fast towards a short versus a long, not so different. And Noop stands tall. There's that frag. Double digits, and Tommy, it's a flawless between those two.
Yeah, Vincent, it is a flawless between the two, and again, it's the A site. I mean, what can I say? It's 5 rounds in a row. They've gotten A every single round. It's not looking any different. You know, insanity by Albert Einstein's definition is doing the same thing over and over, right? And despite doing a slight variation, it's still the same thing, and it's very, very readable, as we pointed out. And because of that, CBS, they've read the book. They've figured it out, but this time they're finally throwing something different. They're going over towards B. Let's see if there's the same amount of defense here on the B side.
It's always possible. Don't ever want to keep anything out of the realm of reason, but here we are. The push. It's going to be Susquehanna actually making their way onto the site. So something that they've struggled to do consistently, and especially while keeping an advantage in the situation too. That's been another tough task. So the 0 point already gone. Lockdown as well. It's now time to move in with that null command, and it is good for shots left and right. 2 and fishy. Now just 2 left in there, and 2 has the connection. Finally, Susquehanna take it.
Oh my god, it looked like he dinked him actually over the box for like 120 through the box somehow. It was really weird, but he too was able to crouch behind it and then get the frag through it. Very, very interesting interaction right there. And between the bulk of it, I would have, wanted to see CBS use a little bit more utility. They had more breach flashes, they had more KO flashes to use right there, but they decided one is enough for each of us. Let's use something else right there. And finally, from SDHS, after they won the round, they decided to default a little bit more right there. Defaulting, they're taking mid control. Tennis Ball does get blinded, but he does not get taken out though, which is what is crucial. Dan wasn't able to confirm that frag. He goes back in again, and 2 this time actually takes him out, getting his teammate out of dodge there, helping him out, making sure that he wasn't taken down.
Yeah, a critical role to push things forward, but Noop so far up. How many does he get? Just the 1. Nice trade for 2. 2 has been phenomenal thus far. Could have the Hunter's Fury pulled out if he wanted. Also has the potential for the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. None of that going to be committed just yet. Paranoia there to dodge and put the player on the site down. Still, though, the timing not so good. It's SDHS.
It's a lurk?
With 1 player remaining. The lockdown is there, sure, but not like this.
The turret won't spot him.
30 seconds left.
Sai making the noises. Dropping down. Has that first attempt, but it's 12 here for Central Bucks South. They have taken what was a rough map number 1, I'd say, and turned things around on their second.
Yeah, this is definitely a great response from them. They're turning things around, and as we mentioned, as we saw in both interviews from both Brian Merrill and Tanish, both teams really, really want to play guard at high school, right? So they're putting both their names in the ballots here. They're trying to get from the draw what they can, and it's really on the shoulders of Winver here, on his back, as well as Tommy's, to see if they can really pull this off. It doesn't seem like Susquehanna High School is very familiar, with Ascent. They're not as strong as they were on Bind. Perhaps needing to go back into the drawing board just a little bit more. I think a little bit of adjustment is needed, especially on their offense.
Yeah, I felt like their defense was perfectly fine, but the offense has been particularly a struggle. And it does very much come down to the one-dimensional nature that we've seen many a time. It's been consistently one-sided affairs. In Susquehanna, they continue to go towards A, and while there's nothing wrong inherently with that, it definitely does become readable after a certain time. Tommy on the site, but a pre-fire there from 2. Don't know what he saw, but it was good for the kill. It's up to now the CBS side of things to make their way back in. There is still Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder there to make its mark first, too, trying to play Overwatch, but he's not successful. No Hunter's Fury to be had. The turn by Newt, it's 1-for-1, and Psy finally there will do the damage. 2 frags with the massive Marshall. But
Are you kidding me, Vincent? With the Marshall?
so much work done by it. It felt like it was all over there for a moment before Psy just took the reins and pushed them over the edge.
Yeah, it just was such a tenuous round, such a back and forth affair, but really winning that round with the Marshall, 1v2 with it, that's some sharp shooting, and because of that, you got another round on your hands, and they're fighting tooth and nail. They are trying to get back into this. Let's see if Winver & Co. can make this aggressive defensive play. They actually flashed their way through, updraft, dash, but no, it doesn't work out because Toxic Caker on that offensive side, he's waiting patiently, making sure that him and his team are spotting out necessary. Tennis Bowl offers his life up in return. Traded 4 versus 4. Of course, this does favor the offensive side because numbers advantage for them. Numbers equivalency rather for them means that they have less defenders to deal with, so they can group up, do a 4 versus 1 push on that B side if they want to.
Looks like they do want to, but that's massive for Jordan's. This is a round where CBS really didn't invest too heavily, and they're already working with an advantage into this. Jordan's is moving forward, though only temporarily. The rest of the team, all 3 of the Susquehanna players, move towards B. Spike will go down momentarily.
They've got lockdown.
Now they do. There's a Hunter's Fury, though, to answer it. That should be enough. But no, that's so unfortunate. The 0 point makes it so 2 can't pull out that Hunter's Fury. Toxic has to make the moves, and Toxic will do the damage. Enough to save potentially the round, unless Newt can clutch in the big moment. He's got 2 players to find, and both of them in Boathouse. He's dissuaded the bot, but there's so much more to be found, and great work from Susquehanna, just not over-swinging. 2 will take him out, and it will be a 9th.
Yeah, it really looked like that round was totally in favor of CB South. They had the lockdown, they had the numbers advantage too, right? They just weren't able to defend that lockdown. If that lockdown goes off properly, 4v3, they know they're all in the back of the site, and that would have been the round and the map done and dusted. It would have been 1-1, but instead, Susquehanna High School, they're really fighting back.
Fighting back in a way we haven't seen from them thus far throughout this map. And it's brilliant to see. It's refreshing, to say the least. As we get down to the no command now coming through. That's going to be... Oh, no! Jordan's with a massive shot across the bow.
It's a fake!
Oh, yeah, it is. Entirely faked out. But they got to go now. Now's the time. No! Susquehanna, they're going to rotate off. They had... everything. They've waited maybe a little bit too long. The attempt to get the res is denied, and now everybody rotating in. Susquehanna, they had this on lockdown, but now it's a question of even whether they'll get the spike planted. Tennis Ball going to be trying to put that in the turf, but it's also difficult when you have the nade coming over the top. Newt down. They got them all. It's 12 turning to 13, and a massive flub there for Susquehanna. It'll be the Central Bucks taking advantage.
Defenders win.
Yeah, and although they did lose that map, right, Vincent, it wasn't just, a clear affair, right? Susquehanna High School, they had so many great ideas, and that 13-9 loss on Ascent is nothing to be sad about, right? They had all the ideas. If a few duels went their way, a little bit of circumstances could have changed that. It would have been 2-0. But now that it's 1-1, both teams have suffered the taste of defeat. And as we go into map 3, I for one just can't wait to see more Valorant.
Yes, we will get more Valorant action indeed with Game 3 coming up next. We'll be back after this break. with a second map already underway and finished up as CBS made their mark and put themselves on the map. 13-9 is the scoreline that was over on Ascent. It's now a third map guaranteed as we are going the distance for the second semi-final. I'm very excited to get things back underway because it will be Haven coming up next. This is going to be a fun time, Jonah.
Yeah, it's the only map with 3 sites, right, Vincent? And I can't wait to see what these two teams have. Susquehanna High School, they've shown us some brilliant offensive strategy in the form of some slight variations, but I liked their bind a lot more, and I want them to go back to their ways that they had on that map. So it's going to be interesting to see both teams fighting, of course, to play for the chance to beat the defending champions.
Well, that they will. Game 3 getting underway here in Haven on the cards, as we mentioned. That is what we have for semifinal number 2. The end of this one is going to be a banger. As we head into it, I do have to say, I think that Susquehanna, they didn't quite show their best look on Ascent. And I think that Haven could be a chance for them to solidify themselves and show that they have what it takes. We heard from Tamish, we heard exactly what their expectations are, and I think that Haven might be a place to do those expectations and set them straight.
Yeah, of course, they've got to meet the moment, right? They've really got to show up. They've got to pull out the win however they can. And of course, on the defender side, starting off, they've elected to go with the Phoenix over the Jet, over the Rays. This is the third different agent that Tennis Bowl has picked.
Yeah, and you and I we're actually talking about before even this show, we were talking about how kind of Phoenix is in a weird spot, isn't he? It's not like the best of decisions when it comes to a duelist, but it's also really interesting because you can farm that ultimate. One of the cheapest ultimates in the game was the run it back, and you can have value because of that, despite the general kit of Phoenix not being all that strong. I mean, he's always been an all-rounder, but now with everybody else being a bit better, he's kind of taken a step back, but that ultimate fight is what is important.
Yeah, and such different compositions from these two teams, right? There's the only single agent that's the same for these lineups is just the Sova. I mean, wow. I've not ever seen this in a game before on Haven. Nonetheless, you know, you have Astra versus the Omen, you got the Rays versus the Phoenix, you've even got the Breach versus the KO, the Chamber versus the Cypher. So many differences between these two teams, so many different philosophies coming to a front.
Yeah, and it's not all consistent either. You know, normally I kind of set up as new school versus old school. Well, I don't know what's new school or old school at this point, but Newt on the Chamber, that's a wild pick in my opinion, particularly compared to the Sentinel role that Fishy has been picking up. That is, that's also an interesting kind of thought process that we will have to see what is better, as well as the Astra versus the Omen. It is incredibly different as, we get down to the wire, though. The attack starts for the Central Bucks. We are looking at maybe just, I was going to say maybe a push towards Garage, but it's actually just a poke and a prod. The rest of the team is pretty spread out. And look at that Omen. The Omen is all the way on to A.
Yeah, Vincent, he's lurked his way on, but the cam actually spots him, so he gets pinged right there by the Cypher player from STHS, and it draws the rotation back over from their side. Fortifying members there, and they've left C open, but doesn't look like, you know, the CBS wants to head over that direction. They've elected to go towards B.
Oh, Winver. There's that opening. We saw Winver doing so much good work in the last map. It's now chance to do that here. Dan going to put the plant down. It's a nice swing, though. Double swing, in fact, but it's a double flash towards Fishy, who's floundering and in fact goes down in eventuality. Dan still alive, but only for a moment. It's now 2.
They should know where this player is.
Well, now they know. That's for darn sure. The HP advantage, but Dan is moving so swift. Tennis Bowl can't get there in time, and that is when the Ferrari peak makes the most sense.
I mean, they should have known where he is because he's the one that actually took down Fishy, you know, in that A connector position. It looked like they were just a little bit there was a little bit of miscommunication there from Susquehanna High School. It just didn't seem like they were on the same page. There was a 2v1, the player was low, they knew where he was, they could not get the job done, but it's more about Dan, that run and gun frenzy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bringing me back in time to the old frenzy days, to be honest, but we're going to see a pretty standard start to things. The lack of I'll be honest, the lack of a breach for this defense gives me a little bit of pause, actually, for Susquehanna. I just don't know if they're going to have as easy a time holding on to that lung position, and this is a good example. Now, granted, not a lot of utility, not a lot of investment, but still, without that breach, you don't get the easy fault line down that corridor.
Yeah, and without that Cypher either, it's really, really hard to watch your flanks as well, right? So both sides having so many different trade-offs, but it is going to be the classic, the stinger from the side of Susquehanna High School that actually does find two. And for an eco round, right? For a round where you actually didn't invest all that much into it, it's a pretty good result, taking down 3 for them.
Yeah, I'm with you right there, Jonah. It's good. It feels like they did enough, right? With that being said, we'll see how things go on this gun round. It's a pretty light investment if you are the Central Bucks because of those kills, right? 3 out of 5. You're not really in a position on those 3 players to reinvest, otherwise you'll be broken the next round. And so it's sort of, let's try and make it work with a Classic or a Sheriff or a Bucky and see what we can do.
And thus far, this map has very much mimicked Ascent thus far, right? With CBS starting an attack, they've found good success thus far on the offensive half. They've been using their breach to get in, their Sova as well, those carryovers from the previous map. And look at this, Dan runs in, gets met by 2, and it's going to be a 4v4.
Well, and CBS starting to make this really work for them. How are they making this look so easy? Toxic Caker, the last alive, lurking is this chamber. Newt. Toxic seems to have an idea of that, but waiting for it to come to fruition, and you can't wait forever. 0 point. That's going to confirm that there's a player back here, and he'll be found out. Toxic with a 1v3 possibility now as the flash is a little bit wide, not quite there, but it's still going to give it an opportunity as the players are far and wide. There's the fragment, forcing him out, and Tommy goes down. What a massive 1v3 for Toxic Cakers. I think the defuse is theirs as well.
Toxic Caker showing up massive for his team. 3 perfectly executed, isolated 1v1s. This guy is on fire, Vincent.
It's mind-boggling. And what a round for Susquehanna to win as well. They needed that bad. That was the quote bonus round. That was CBS's round to lose. And it nearly was just an easy win if it was not for Toxic Caker, but they're not out of the woods yet. No way. This is what a huge area here. Susquehanna, they're saving after that win.
Yeah, it seems like they really, really want to buy next round. They've only got the 1 rifle on Toxic, and it's almost like this, this senior, he's one of 2 seniors on this roster, right? And because of that, he's trying his absolute best to field this team of juniors. They'll still be back next year, but he himself will have to move on to play at the collegiate level. And thus far, he's done a great job in high school, right? And so whatever program he ends up going to play at the next level, they can't wait to have him there.
Of course. And I do wonder your thoughts. Whilst we see this, wait, never mind. How has this happened? This was supposed to be a half buy, but instead it's worked beautifully. That aftershock, I don't know if it's quite deep enough, but it will eventually move the Susquehanna players out of position. Paranoia moves forward into C. There's nobody actually committed to that site, and with Tommy putting the spike down, but now to run it back invested, that's just going to give Tennis Bowl an extra few health to work with, but Dan jumps through the smoke. It'll be denied eventually, but it's even up the scenario. One player committed it long, the other on the site, but only briefly, as the null command is committed as well. There's the possibility of ultimate as well if they wanted to use the From the Shadows, but I don't know how that could be super useful in this endeavor. Toxic confirming, nobody coming from the side hall there, as it's a 1-for-1. Sai,
Stick it.
the chance to stick it now past. Has to try again. Now there's time. It's a ticking. Needs the halfway, but the halfway will be at the cost of their life.
Yeah,
Close
Vincent,
once again.
I really like how Jordan's played that scenario. In map 1 and map 2, he was stuck on the Cypher, and then he was forced onto the Killjoy, but it seems like he's much, much more comfortable on the Sova. I mean, these players are starting Valorant, right, in recent times, right? Chamber was the meta, right? Chamber was the meta Sentinel player, and you couldn't really practice Cypher or Killjoy, so perhaps this player, you know, he wasn't used to the role. He stuck out for his team and said that he'll try it out, but now that he's on the Sova, back to a comfort pick, back to something he's more used to, he's finding success.
This is a big round because of the investments in the last. That's exactly what Fishy was waiting for. It's going to be the Aftershock to push him back, but he doesn't care. He's already got the frag. He's already got the positioning, and he's even still got a camera up and ready and waiting, making that pressure even higher. The showstopper out is there to hold, try, and create some space, but that goes wide. It's down to just 3. The Central Bucks, they need a miracle here, and Newt here to deliver. Whenever looking to try and stop things, but that too will fall by the wayside. Tommy left alone. The Hunter's Fury available, but that's not the time to use it. Tennis Ball just holding on to the defuse. No bullets in the chamber for Tommy. How's he been able to get away with this? 2 will finally close this out, but at a hefty cost and the manpower for Susquehanna.
Vincent, my brain, I didn't quite understand what just happened. It looked like he ran through the fire, got a frag, somehow ran away, 2 switch guns, so did Tommy somehow. And it was just an all-around Clown Fiesta right there. But, you know, Clown Fiestas have to end, and it looks like Susquehanna High School is just better prepared for that. And again and again, right, they won 2 rounds, but after each round, they're forced on this very weird buy.
Well, and that's just it, right? Susquehanna, they don't even buy in that previous beforehand. They almost win the round anyway, and that just goes to show how much pressure on the economy that they've been able to put towards the CBS squad. They've done a good job, and it's just been difficult to continue to have those investments. Speaking of investments, despite the lack thereof, there is the tour de force, and that's going to be able to find reason onto the site. Fishy, oh, not the right decision. Needed to go for the player without the plant. Now the plant continuing, trying to deny, but it'll only be a tag further with Newt now finding that success. With the tour de force, there's further ultimates at hand, and actually, one of those could be going down. They know, 2 knows where Jordan's is at. Needs to just spam, and it will eventually be Toxic to take them out. But all 3 of the remaining players now sitting prepared, and that's beautiful. The Rolling Thunder comes out, the 0 point just a little bit too late, but meanwhile, Dan is going to be essentially burning alive in that fragment, but it's 2 ranged weapons prepared for CBS. They don't need their anything other than these shots, and yeah, Sai has to give it up. Once again, Sai left alone and cannot clutch because there's no time.
Yeah, and it was all off of the back of a really, really good plant position, right? They put the spike in the back of the C site where it was exposed to the long. Tour de force getting huge value right there. I mean, 3 for Newt. You can't sing the guy's praises enough. He's playing the unconventional pick now, right? Chamber's no longer the most optimal Sentinel on this map. That honor belongs back to Cypher, which Fishy's piloting. But he's making it work nonetheless.
He did so much work in that round when they had limited weaponry. That's part of what's so good about a pick like Chamber is the tour de force can really turn rounds. It's sort of like the same situation that we tend to see with the Bladestorm and your Jet, is that you can always turn a half buy sort of round if you have that ultimate.
Exactly, and this duel that's going back and forth from Winver and Tennis Bowl in Garage is
going in favor of Tennis Ball. You know, Winver, he had a rifle that round, and Tennis Ball only had a stinger, so perhaps stinger greater than rifle as usual.
You know what's really interesting is the raise here without the fade. I didn't really think about it, but the reason that raise has become so common on Haven, but when it wasn't in the past, is because of the nade combo with the C's. Without that, I wonder if the raise is a little bit less less of the ideal pick. What are your thoughts?
Exactly. I really think that the Phoenix is not been used optimally, but I still think it's slightly better in this exact scenario. Of course, Tennis Ball is not farming the orb A long or C long, but he is still getting a decent value from the run it back. But you know, overall, I probably would like a Jet better, all things considered, between the three, right?
Yikes.
Spike
That was
planted.
rough if you're fishy. Use both the bullets, gets hit with a trademark, and ultimately will go down for the trouble. Is it time to save? I feel like maybe that would be the ideal situation, but instead, we're going to keep committing. It's a Cosmic Divine to go for it. The chances now continuing, especially that's a rough crossfire to walk into.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably a more optimal save call if Sai saved his weapon. As you can see here, he's only got 3,000 credits because he bought into that round. He was the sole rifle for his team. The rest of his team elected to save.
He saved from the last round.
Oh no, he had the rifle last round and he ended up going down with it. I meant he should have saved instead.
Ah, okay, I see.
A gift.
Yeah, he
and
carried
instead
that
he's,
over. That's
he's
what I was
only on a
thinking.
Spectre now, so it means he's got a little bit less firepower going in this one, and that ever so slightly will change things into the favor of CBS.
We've seen a lot of good value though from that weapon. To be fair, too, could be the case that it won't be an effect, but it always could be. It's always that if statement. You don't want it to come down to that. Orb collected there by Winver is not quite to a showstopper just yet. And speaking of ultimates, the running back available. Need
Exactly.
to see something from that.
He's holding it on the C site, Vincent, and it doesn't look like he'll find any opponents in front of him. It's the same B take we saw from the pistol round, actually.
Oh, but that's actually an opening pick towards the C-Link this time instead of A-Link. But Winver going to be pushing the same buttons as before as the flashpoint. Or actually, the flash drive comes around the corner. There's the satchel to try and push Winver into a further position. Newt is there to take the frag and flee with his Susquehanna now down just by a margin of 3. I'm back in this situation where I'm like, well, do we just save? I feel like that's the right call, but they're going for it, it seems.
Yeah, and although they do find one, the entrenched positions of the offense are a little bit too coordinated. There's just so much utility. Jordan's even gets the frag with the jumping sideways classic, and that's exactly what you want to see from CBS.
Free gun, by the way.
Yeah, free gun, by the way, $0. But I really want to say to STHS, right? They have to play a more adaptable defense, right? We saw them have a little bit of shallowness to their playbook on Ascent, and it's being more exposed here on the defensive Haven. They need to mix up where these members are playing a little bit more, put an initiator towards B so they can find info mid. They need to put 2 on A so that Tennis Bowl can farm the orb, and then they can have the Cypher lock down Garage and C perhaps, or switch it up to A and then they can aggress C. They're simply not playing what is the meta, what is the most effective tactic available.
Well, I will say, at the very least, they are aggressing C this time. They've got the Cypher pushed all the way up into Cubby, and meanwhile, there's a player both on the site and as well as the camera set up there to learn if anybody looks to push. Now, Cypher moving forward as the B push comes in. Fishy. Again, this is great positioning, great timing to be able to pick this up, but how much is this going to find success? It's hard to say. With Jordan's putting the spike in the ground, you have to wonder if this will be successful. Tennis Ball, nice work getting away with not giving that information. Now they know. As Tennis Ball left alive Might want to go with the run it back here. Yeah, there we go. Gonna confirm.
Oh, no.
But yeah, this is rough. And he's great awareness here as well. That's massive. Really impressed with this awareness by Tennis Ball, but unfortunately, it's sort of confirmed that he doesn't have a chance to win this with the crossfire setup as such. Knows where both players are at. Needs to get the half defused. The satchel doesn't knock him off, but close chances there. Winver will eventually take it.
Last player standing.
And what we were wondering was whether or not Winver would be able to flank Tennis Ball right there, because Tennis Ball was in that run it back situation. If he walks up to the B site, Winver flanks his body. As soon as he snaps back to his original position, he gets taken out. But Tennis Ball, great awareness there. Of course, he doesn't win the round, but excellent showing from him.
Unfortunately, at this point, with a 7-2 scoreline, I think Susquehanna, they need something more than just good looks. They need good wins, and round wins are what they are lacking. A lot of presence detected with that 0 point, and I think we saw an early from the shadows, Tommy, just gathering information towards A, confirming nobody's home, the showstopper out. This is going to at least create the space to plant the spike. No kill off the back of that, but Winver will be perfectly happy to get away.
Yeah, and a full 5v5 retake is about to ensue. No flankers from the side of Susquehanna, so they are going to go rifles out CT, out heaven. They get taken down because they're in a shooting gallery that Winver has set up with his teammates. Nobody checked that close position, Vincent. That is just simply not what it's going to take for you to win this map.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. I think that's the reality of it. Susquehanna, they had to check that corner. No one does. And Winver is like, well, I mean, I guess if you're going to leave me here, I'll take all 3 frags. I'll win the round. It's fine. No problems whatsoever. Use the showstopper, already up to 3 additional orbs after that round. 8-2. And it was, my hopes were that Susquehanna were gonna show themselves to be a little bit different in this map than they were on Ascent. Unfortunately, as you pointed out earlier, it feels like the problems have simply gotten a little bit more clear to see.
Too late. Exactly. We've got a little bit larger of a sample size now that we've seen this, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they've got to offer much resistance in this 11th round, but on to the 12th. They've got a chance to make it 3-9, and if they are able to do so, then win the pistol, win the follow-up, then they've set themselves up at a 5-9, totally winnable situation. Of course, that is based off of 3 more hypothetical round wins, and since they've only got 2, it's looking a little bleak for them.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of ifs right there in that little statement. A lot of big question marks, and what am I looking at? Can you please explain
operator.
what I'm looking at? They do
so
a little bit of trolling, I guess.
This is the classic. So basically, everyone has enough money to purchase operators, so all 5 players will buy them, try to find a pick with it right early on, and then from there, they'll switch back to the rifle if they need to. But
you want some esports history real fast? You know where this strategy originated?
Fnatic.
Yeah, it was CSGO. Fnatic back in 2015, I think.
Yeah, 2015 Fnatic. They were on such a deep run, right, with Pronax back in the day, and they decided to establish this little bad manners strategy, right, where all 5 players would buy the op.
For all you esports fans in chat, just a little taste. Speaking of a taste, oh, Winver just about got a taste of that one.
A play!
Oh boy, Pishy. 1. No, not quite the last 2. It was so close. The damage done. You see both those players incredibly low.
Planted.
But CBS survive for more. It's 4 players against the 3. And it is Susquehanna looking to make this retake happen too. There's a start. That's something. Toxic as well. We've seen a 1v3 clutch much easier than this. And Zhao, it's everybody taking those jewels. How have they done that? They just come in as a wrecking crew. All 3 members, guns out, shoot heads.
Okay, so what this means is that the first part of my 4-part prediction has gone
has gone right. So I only need to clear 3 more parts for my prediction to be right? Because I did predict, SDHS to win the whole tournament, right? So if they're able to meet my expectations, then hopefully I'll be able to see that matchup versus Garnet High School, that revenge match in the finals.
I have a question. What are the odds on this 12-part parlay you have going?
The odds are very low. Let's just say that let's say they have like a 50% chance of winning each round, right? Multiply that out through the course of the 10 rounds more that they need to win. We're looking at 5% victory chance, right? For a quick math for those of you out there.
Alrighty. Listen, it could be worse. It could be 1%. All right? CBS looking to hold. Ooh. Gravity well back at the site, and the Nova Pulse to follow that, but it's all gone to hell in a handbasket. This is all bad for Susquehanna, and they are down and out. It looked so good, Jonah. It really did, until it didn't.
Yeah, they were winning until they weren't, right? So as soon as they started losing, everything went downhill from there. And I really want to harp on the fact that these compositional differences are really what's driving this victory for the side of CBS. The characters that they're playing, Omen, Breach, Raze, Chamber, are a lot easier to pilot, right? They have more easily usable util. So they can throw their util out and they can play their gun out. Whereas on the other side for STHS, right, you've got a lot of players that need to have setup for their stuff. KO needs to pull out all the utility, right? Asher needs to go into that astral form. Cypher needs pre-round setup, right, versus Chamber, who doesn't need really any. And Phoenix needs to be in a position to use his flash around the corner. So this means that they must meet preconditions. And without those preconditions, they're not able to win.
Well, I don't know how much I would tend to agree with just that being the difference, because for me, it seems like individually there's been a step up of massive proportions too. And I think that deserves a lot of credit. No, don't do them dirty, Dan! That's outrageous. Dan doing them dirty on the final of those kills. Knife out. It's up to a 11-3 scoreline.
Yeah, and as you said, this is very much Fnatic right here. I'm watching Fnatic right now. Jordan's is Olaf Meister. Tommy is literally just Crims,
Oh boy.
Who's Pronax on this roster? I actually don't know.
I don't know who's the in-game leader, but I do know that they're leading their way to what looks like a victory right now, as 11-3 is a tough task for the Susquehanna team to come back from. I'd love to see it, though. Tennis Bolt has been very good. Oh no! What is that from Dan? If I'm Tennis Bolt, I'm molding out of my head right now. That's ridiculous.
Tilt definitely seems to be a factor for these guys. They're getting blinded, they're getting paranoid, they get flash pointed. Now they still have to deal with the full retake of Raze on the flank. Chamber's got his weapon now. So I mean there is a lot to overcome, a mountain if you will, but they have what it takes to.
Like you said, they have what it takes, and I mean, Fishy lines up 3. There's the entry, right? The first entry into the Susquehanna comeback handbook. All right, just let Fishy farm,
Yes. Let Fishy farm. Let the fish grow. Feed the fish. If they are able to win, they'll make an NIP level comeback.
Man, we're doing all these old school references. I feel like nobody's gonna get them. It's okay. We're fine.
We're not that old.
You know what? Susquehanna, I'm a believer. I am a believer. Nothing off that 0 point. I don't believe. It's gonna be an easy way in. Tennis Bowl using the curveball as well as the hot hands in order to gather that positioning. Swing wide as Jordan's. That too will fall by the wayside. Newt. His position known by the neural theft. And a secondary as Newt still good, but only for the 1.
Yeah, and this has been the first really clean entry that they've had onto the site with a numbers advantage. But no, it's the Breach utility is out, Winver's utility is out, and look at this, the retake is just as clean, and it's not even a retake yet because STHS hasn't even gotten the spike down.
That Rolling Thunder to deny the spike plant, among other things, was so fantastic. really stopping the Susquehanna momentum. Now 1v2. I mean, there's time for Sai, but I think the HP is the real kicker.
Yeah, and he does have 2 stars to his name. He can use the Astral Form to access those, but no, instead he goes for the swing. Dan on that middle platform position takes him out. That round, excellent from CBS. They understood their win condition being that Rolling Thunder, as you pointed out. And, you know, I'm not saying that it's over yet, because it's not. It's not over till the fat lady sings, right? But we still do have a very likely final of Central Buck South versus Garnet Valley High School after this.
Listen, I'm not ready to talk about that just yet. So you can stay over there with those negative thoughts. All right, Susquehanna, they still have a chance, albeit a slim one, to take this comeback and push it to the limits. Jordan's gonna get taken for a little bit of a ride there. It's with the headshot through the edge of the platform. Will go down relatively low. The aftershock gonna force back players, and Dan saying hello in the not so nice way, i.e. an Odin to the face. Not so pleasant.
Yeah, and this weapon has such good penetrating power, right? If you walk into its line of sight, you're pretty much just going to get mowed down. It's going to be a 4v1 tennis ball on the lurking Phoenix. He's got one off his run it back, but he won't be able to run it back. But perhaps he can run it through. He's going to go through garage, but little known to him, there is the trademark there. He gets marked. Now he's known to the 4 players swarming around him. Takes out the first, pulls out his knife, looks for the second, can't find him. Newt closes it out for CB South High School.
Yeah, natural victory there for the Central Buck South, though, and 5 seed against the number 1 seed. An upset, you could say, for sure, and a victory well deserved after a reverse sweep as well. Losing out on Vine, that was map number 1. It feels like so long ago, but man, am I impressed, Jonah, with what this Central Buck South High School team was able to do.
Yeah, of course. I think what they pulled off was nonetheless, I mean, it was literally a momentum shift comeback, right? The end of Vine, they really started showing up. Then Ascent, they showed their stuff. And then finally, they capped it off with a nice victory here on Haven. It was a feels-good one, too. They bought the 5 operators out and even had a knife.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, some good memes there at the very end, but we got so much more to offer you folks today and moving forward. That confirms our second contender for the grand finals. It'll be Garnet Valley High going up against the Central Buck South in the grands. That's a best of 5, and that will be up next. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
There's nothing like the promise of a new day. St. Joseph's University now offers more life-changing opportunities than ever. More programs, labs, and innovation. More majors, more to explore, more to celebrate. Backed by over 170 years as Philadelphia's Jesuit University, St. Joseph's changes lives, starting with yours.
We are St. Joseph's University. We're up for anything. To be ready for an ever-changing future, so that we succeed again and again and again.
On the way and good.
Discover more at sju.edu.
And it all comes down to this. We're headed towards the grand finals here at PIEA Fall Championship for Valorant. It's going to be the Garnet Valley High School going up against the Central Bucks South High School. This is going to be a fantastic matchup, a best of 5 to determine who takes the lion's share of that scholarship prize money. It's going to be a fantastic time. The grand finals getting ready to kick off here and now as we are prepared. All of this is going to be so much fun. I'm so excited to help bring you the action myself as Vincent alongside Jonah once again for this best of 5. Jonah, talk to me a little bit about your expectations. These two teams, we've seen a bit of them already. What do you think?
Yeah, so after this extended break we've had, I think that Garnet Valley, they've had 2 hours after watching this previous match unfold, and it is a LAN environment, so maybe perhaps they might be a little bit cold. They might not have those extra PCs to practice on and stay warm on, so perhaps they might come out a little bit sluggish. That being said, on the other hand, CB South, they just finished playing their best of 3, right? And it went the distance all 3 maps. So because of that, they're just a little bit more fresh. So perhaps you could give the edge momentarily to CB South.
Well, I think we're going to find out exactly whether or not that's the case, or if these guys have been continuing to keep it warm, because Game 1 is coming up first, and we got a fantastic map prepared. One thing you might not be prepared to see, it's going to be Split as Game 1 gets started. Of course, brought to you by St. Joseph's University. We're going to get into the Agent Select, and Split, definitely a surprise for you and I, but a welcome one as we get into the action. No?
Yeah, it's definitely been quite a while, and before we got to this current era of having Split out of the competitive map, now that we switched back to it, we saw quite a lot of teams hold on defense very, very well, because the map is just so defensive favored.
Incredibly so, and I mean, a little less than it was at one point, but still, I'd say at least probably 8-4. I think that's the good number if I was to put a number to it. The other thing to note is this was a consistent stalwart, a mainstay was Sage on this map, and something we really only consistently see over on Icebox nowadays. So I'm very happy to see the Sage come back in for both squads. That is that was always a big part of why I thought this map could be very fun.
Yeah, the Sage is able to do so much. Wall off the A main position, the B main position, the middle of the map too. And of course, the res plays such a big factor for both these teams. Of course, it has been nerfed. Now it is at 8 ultimate orb points. But before that, it still does offer that extra man advantage that you might need. Now, let's highlight these key differences. Both teams have the Raze and the Sage, as we would expect from both of them. But the differences are the flashers. Sky versus Breach, the smokers, the controllers rather. Astra versus Omen, and then finally Killjoy versus Cypher. I myself believe that Cypher is probably the better of the two. What do you think?
It's so hard. I think with the changes to Cypher especially that we've never seen before on Split, that actually does give him a huge, massive buff compared to the KJ. But it's going to be a standard wall up mid. That's to get over the top, and both players that were playing defense going to end up falling. It's up to Tommy, but Tommy is felled by the onslaught. The flash is there. Dan, only the single one as the race car peaks continue. He's only going to be able to find that single frag before going down, and it's Swift. Garnet Valley, they have found their way into a site plant, and it is difficult to see a way back in.
Yeah, and there's so many levels to this, right? Of course, were supposed to come out sluggish, but that is not the case. They've had ample time to warm up, and there is a layer of game theory here. Because Sage and Raze occupy the middle of the map, mostly in this map of Split, it means that they expected the Sage wall from Newt in the middle. And actually, ZD bought his own Sage wall and walled over the wall, giving them the first 2 picks into the round. It didn't matter if they went to B or to A at that point. What really mattered was that they read the play that the defense would make and adjusted accordingly.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, that read pretty basic, I would say. That was to be expected in every scenario. Dan, gonna get pushed back. The early usage of that fault line, and oh, hello, those are some paint shells. Should be free. Oh, to get some damage, but no further damage done. ZD gonna trade up for the Phantom, put the wall down, right in the face of the player. What happened? Oh, he could jump. Okay, it was the stairs. I was like, what happened? How did he get up there? Some nice movement.
Yeah, definitely a good wall too, because it actually baits the opponent into jumping, and he gets 2 for that as well, which is just a great setup now. Maybe a third player might go over, but no, the offense has vacated the area, so even if he goes on top of that wall, it won't matter. He won't find anything. But here comes the Raze and Sage from the side of ZBS. They look to try to get into the site, maybe try to get a defuse off, but they don't get that, but they do get the 1, you know, so it's a good Spectre taken away from them, from GVHS.
Absolutely, the strong start that Garnet Valley would have liked to have. Remember, we talked about the fact that this is a returning team to the Grand Finals, the victors from the previous season, but also have one of the most experienced players, or at least the highest level of experienced player on the server, and that's actually ZD, by the way. I played for some tier 3 teams. I did some looking, and I think that is something to note.
Yeah, ZD with a lot of experience coming in. Of course, having scrimmed outside of high school means that he will have an advantage because he understands the strategies that these other higher level teams employ, can bring that over to his own team. I say that, but, you know, the strategy isn't quite theirs. They don't clear that cupboard position, and Dan gets away for 1 and eventually gets traded out.
A little tough with the gravity well in position. It's going to be the guiding light for Sunny Boy to push forward. And that is one other note. Eric is not in at this time. It is Sunny Boy, but it's going to be damage done through two different walls. Pardon me, to equalize momentarily with Bun Bun doing some similar work. It's Garnet Valley to hold and wait. Newt.
Yeah, and they're doing a little ring around the rosy. Will they expect this push, though, from A main, from the defensive side? ZD's got his crosshair locked on that spot. Bun watching his back. He expects it. He lines it up, takes it down.
Oh, but are they going to... Oh, now they do know. I was going to say, do they expect it from Jordans to come through? The blast back creating some space and time. It's just a plant guaranteed. And a swing, double swing to be precise, with Garnet Valley High taking the 3rd round with ease.
And you can see why they're the champions, right, Vincent? They swing together, they communicate well, they take aim duels, they also crossfire exceptionally, they trade out on offense, they aren't afraid to make the plays. And this has been, you know, some of the classic things we've seen from them, and from the semifinals #1, but against an opponent like CV South, you know, it's not expected, but it is definitely something that is nice to see.
Yeah, exactly. You do get to put things into a little bit of a different perspective this time. And speaking of a different perspective, Garnet Valley offering a different perspective of their offensive prowess this round. They've moved into it, some more of defaulty situation with Roy. We talked about him as the youngest member of the team and the youngest player actually here today, as the only sophomore attending, is going to be able to open that first frag department. And Dan, that was a bit ambitious, I'd say.
Yeah, and you can see why the sophomore is in this lineup, right? He offers his team so much. He's able to, you know, pilot this role that he's been given to an expert degree. But let's focus on the here and the now, the retake. He's got the Marshall, does Tommy, a player we saw quite a lot from in the previous series. And mark my words, one of these days I won't get caster cursed.
And that's going to be the last of the CBS squad falling to the push. Listen, that was limited in weaponry for CBS, so I don't want to put too much value into that round, but this is the round that is the heavy hitters. This is where we really want to focus in, and that's because the offense has been near flawless for Garnet Valley. That's what really has impressed me thus far.
Yeah, CB South, they elected to go start on the defensive side. Of course, this is Garnet Valley's pick
That being said, though, we mentioned at the top of the show, 8-4 for the defense, and they're already up to 4 are Garnet Valley, so they've got to make a stand right here. They've got to win these 8 rounds in a row, or else it's looking very bleak for them.
Here's the showstopper. Bun should be able to confirm at least a frag, and it will be the case. Now, Dan, working that shotgun to a good degree, but it's just not quite as good as they would have wanted. The paint shell comes through. It's a little bit on the later side, though, and it doesn't do as much damage as I think the Central Bucks were looking for. That was a well-placed ultimate with regard to the Cosmic Divide for Torquay.
Yeah, and they got that over-under position in the cupboard back B site. The flash comes through, the defense is trying to retake, but no, it's the over-under that finds 1, finds 2, and Torquay chimes in for the 3rd and 4th and final frag from the B main position. I mean, Astra, so strong on this map, right? He's got the 4 stars, each of those can be placed on the spike. And it just makes it so the gravity well, the concuss that happens on that spike, it forces players to go towards it, and then it punishes them for doing so.
Yeah, I'd also say there's a lot of synergies between the gravity well and the rest of the agent selects here for Garnet, and that's something to note, right? You have not only the slows from ZD, but you also have the paint shells, you have the nano swarms. Pretty much everything kind of works together with that gravity well. So it definitely helps to have that sort of cohesiveness and consistency on your agent selections.
Yeah, and ZD's playing textbook right here. He's letting Sonny Boy go first, and then he has the res available, so Sonny Boy goes down, he can get res, but they don't even get there. Sonny Boy actually takes out his opponent, goes in free onto the B site, and it's going to be a 5v4 retake. It's going to be so hard to do this because, I say that, but Nude gets one from the hell position.
Yeah, stuck underneath, playing well. The Rolling Thunder to follow that. It's going to give Dan position time, but Torquay stunned, no problem. It'll be Dan to have the connection. It's all on to the flanking Roy, who's now given their position away from the neural theft being invested. GVHS, the ones to reassess, but the problem is, for CBS, they don't have spike control.
Yeah, they don't know where it is. They probably think it's on Roy, which it is right now. And as we highlighted it too, in the first round, he is the youngest player here, the only sophomore in the tournament at the moment. And of course, he's been given that starting spot over Eric's FPS, but let's see what he can do with just that.
Well, and to be fair, by the way, on the Eric's point there, I think Eric's only coming in for the
10 seconds left.
I think for the secondary controller role is what we saw before.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's definitely a different look when he's in the team versus Royce, right? So like, let's just note the differences and see what we can find.
So the nano swarm's not placed down, which is a little bit interesting. Just looking to find a timing. The timing is perfect in Roy for the 1v2. A massive clutch to keep GVHS flawless in the first map of the grand finals.
Yeah, the sophomore shows his stuff right there. That's why he's here. He might be young, but he's got what it takes. He shows it right there. Perfect crosshair placement. Plays off the audio cue of Dan's drop, then flicks back over onto Jordan's, taking him out as well.
And you could argue, not setting up for the second attempt, right? Like not putting any of the nanoswarms on towards the spike or sending up the bot. It's just the confidence is what that is. Straight up. Central Bucks South, they're going to be feeling as if things are getting out of hand, because I'll tell you what, it's been a while since I played Split, but I haven't forgotten the feeling, Jonah, of just getting absolutely demolished, and you just feel like you're unable to breathe on this map when it's going this way.
Yeah, it feels quite suffocating. As you see the map design, there's quite a lot of narrow choke points you need to go through, right? As the duel actually goes in the favor of CBS. This is the first time they've had the advantage, so let's see if they can capitalize off of it.
Very scary there. That satchel awful close to a low HP player in the smoke. And Winver, how does he get that? Torquay falling as well. This is looking like it will be the first round for CBS unless the two players in Sunny Boy and Roy can clutch up. Roy did it once before, so I guess can do it again. They're going to be dropping down right into the waiting, not so loving arms of Dan.
And Dan had that Odin on Breach, on Haven, just a little while ago. He brings it back here onto Split. It's now Sunny Boy's turn, though. Can he clutch it out? 1v4, gets the first, takes his time, though. But does he have the time to take? It's 20 seconds left. 1 versus 3. He's awaiting a push, but they're not pushing for the site. Dan takes the challenge, and Sunny Boy, you know, he had some time, couldn't find the second opening, but you know, it's a much needed sigh of relief for CBS.
It absolutely is. They're finally on the board, and sometimes, I'll be honest with you, it's that one round that is what it takes to get you in there. And I want to note something. Winver consistently, well, not just Winver, but we've seen consistent play with the judge this game. And if you're not so familiar with Split, that's absolutely viable, I think. Yes. You can definitely play that depending on where you're at. And so, normally a bit of a meme, not so much on this one.
Yeah, like we talked about, Split is one of those maps with such narrow corridors, right? You see like basically 3 narrow corridors, which extends into 5 corridors once you get out through those choke points. But you can play with the judge in any of those 3 or 5, depending on, you know, like where you say the line of defense is. That being said, Roy actually walks all the way up into that screens position, gets taken out by Jordan's, and the crossfires there from Dan's in that hell spot. Now here comes the showstopper. The show still goes on, though, because the numbers are in the favor of CBS. Let's see if they can chain 2 together here, Vincent.
They're looking to do that, and it's looking like it might be very successful. Bun above over the top. Now the paranoia has been gone, so that's going to give some information over. And that is a brilliant shot, a little blinder towards Newt. So no chance to bring anyone back to life just
30
yet.
seconds left.
And with 30 seconds remaining, and the spike not in hand, they're going to have trouble making their way through these choke points. Time is ticking, and I'm not so sure that there's enough of it.
Yeah, it might be one of those same situations like Sunny Boy had in the previous round where he was just taking his time, trying to get guns away, because if they're able to kill 3 of them, then the economy will be so low that they can't just rebuy into the next round. They'll have to have, you know, a gun that's not necessarily a rifle. But now that they kept 3 alive, did Central Bucks South, it means that 2 of them can drop now, and they'll have those 5 rifles going into this round. That's going to be crucial, because if it was, you know, if any more members were taken down, the rebuys would have to be just so much more, you know?
That's a good point. Yeah, a little extra cash flow, never hurt nobody. Garnet Valley as well, feeling a similar state as they collect those 2 remaining members and move them into the next round. Let's talk ultimates, though. There's a couple of them getting prepared. What's the most important ultimates to look out for on Split?
I think Roy piling the Killjoy with that lockdown towards the B might be the play they go for here. The lockdown will make it so that the enemies have to play retake completely or play in the back corner of B site. And then on top of that, after this Killjoy lockdown goes down, let's see how both teams use the res.
Oh, well, Tommy going to take that duel and forces the res out of ZD already, which is a nice start to a round. The Cosmic Divide set up brilliantly. This should allow for a plant to go down relatively uncontested, and it will be pretty uncontested. That's a little late. The Rolling Thunder, though, going to stun multiple members. Roy, still alive, still can shoot as that stun comes through, but it's a massive stun onto Jordans, who's now moving forward with help from everyone else. It's only the Astra remaining. That Gravity Well, as we talked about, heavily discussed, will deny their defuse for the time being. Further to be done. The first already. There's the second. The spam is a drop. Torquay nearly able to connect. It goes around the corner and it's safe for the time being. That's outrageous from Torquay. Gonna be able to hit the right click and find the clutch 1v3.
What are they feeding the players here at Garnet Valley High School? It's clutch after clutch in these scenarios. First, it was Roy, then Sunny Boy had a chance, and now Torquay's the one. The next one up who pulls it off. Great individual play off of the back of a great team play. He set up the well, set up the stars on site, then he went and reflanked, and that reflank paid off big.
Not only that, but had a massive amount of impact in the mid round there with the gravity well. Actually, it was the Nova Pulse that was the stun that came forward that made it difficult for, I think it was the Cypher to move in, but all of that behind them now. Still 7-2, favoring Garnet Valley. The Seekers have been committed. And now the push up, the follow. Winber, oh man, so many opportunities there, and they go by the wayside as Dan swings wide and misses by a large margin.
Yeah, but crucially, nobody was actually fragged out in a position that Nunu can actually res. So this means that the res won't find the same value that Garnet Valley High School's res found, and that leaves it in a 2v4, which is very, very unwinnable. I mean, it could be winnable. You get to find this pick, though, and because of Roy's position, it's so much more difficult.
Yeah, this wall as well makes it difficult even more so. Bun Bun popping out at the right time, and it was a team ace at the end of the day. 8 rounds for Garnet.
Yeah, maybe we're eating our words here a little bit because Split's looking very attack-sided when Garnet Valley's playing it.
I mean, yes and no. It doesn't change the fact that this is a defensive-sided map, but Garnet Valley certainly making the moves. And, you know, we were wondering who elected to go towards Split. Like, where was this? And it feels like Garnet Valley are very comfy.
Yeah, it's their map pick, and it's that for a reason. So, you know, let's see what the rest of the map will holds for us. It looks like they're just doing the run back, right? They won the first round on A, and now they follow it up with a second. ZD takes out Jordan, who had that shorty in the cupboard position, puts the wall down as well, getting his team access to the entirety of the site with Roy lurking in sewer.
Spike planted.
Winverse sort of thinking about maybe a double satchel play, but that's ambitious to say the least, and well, now stuck in a bit of a rough spot. Tough to find any real value with this sort of distance at your fingertips, but nonetheless, the rest of the team rotating in, and Dan, that judge, a little bit bigger than the shorty, and a little bit bigger kick to it as well. It'll be a tap in, tap out sort of situation with Tommy collecting that up and bringing it back to fruition. Newt with a real weapon, but it's a real weapon down and out.
Yeah, and they're not able to stop this offense at this point, so I would like to see them play like a full retake, perhaps. Maybe do heavy towards mid, 3 people there, put one person spotting A, one person spotting B. At least you can play the strong side, that way you can get the Sage res value down, as they haven't gotten it down this half. They haven't used it, rather. So really, like, you know, there isn't much of a point to Nunu playing the Sage if they're not going to use that res effectively. I mean, yeah, you have the barrier wall, but that's been countered. You have the slowers, that's been countered, right? So, got to find more value here.
I mean, I'd say the barrier orb in particular is still very useful, but it's almost like not even Newt. It's just finding a chance to use that res. It's not been easy. Certainly not been a thing that can be done for free. I've always been in positions where that can be denied. And CBS currently being denied re-entry, and it's looking like it's going to continue. The lockdown comes through. You got to get in, got to destroy that lockdown in time, but time is ticking away, and in fact, it's gone. 10-2.
Yeah, you saw the idea from Central Buck South right there. They wanted to put the lockdown in the back of the site, and if it goes down and it activates, all the players of Garnet Valley have to exit the B site. But instead what they did was ZD and his team, with the help of Sunny Boy, actually pushed into the back of B site. They took that CT position, destroyed the lockdown, and allowed the rest of their team to stay on the B site scot-free.
That is a massive, massive offensive half. I don't feel like we've talked it up, but we need to continue. Like, Garnet Valley, they are poised to just run away with this. Pistol is all they need, really, to push this to map point. And it's going to be another A hit. Nice start. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, we've seen it time and again for the last 4 hours. You know, we've seen Winver open up chances for his team. Now it's a 5v4 in their favor. This is only the second time they've had a numbers advantage, but it gets quickly traded back by Torquay. And although it is a 3v3, you gotta see what CBS can do now that they've gotten the first foothold into the A site.
Well, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to plant that spike down. Ziddy moving in, spotted out. Now they're all in one area. This is difficult to fight their way out of, particularly with the paint shells coming in. Boxing left and right. It's CBS to fall. And it's Torquay to take 3.
Yeah, as you said, they're boxed in, right? So they're pretty much stuck in that little position. Perhaps it would have been smart to take better post-plant positions right there so that you could have more of a crossfire going on when the enemy does the retake. Of course, it was very difficult, you know, with the encroaching pressure that GVS was creating.
Pressure was certainly coming to a fruition that is not easy to deal with. And CBS, I think at this point, they're debating whether or not to go for a force buy or just to save for the next round. It's a hard decision considering if you go for the save here, you're giving GVHS map point. Like, that's not something you ever want to be doing, but that's what they've elected to do.
Wow, I love this Sage Wall by ZD. It's so hard to clear because in order to actually see where ZD is, he has to go in and actually like wide swing out of B main. He definitely died to the Heaven player right there. So creative wall, props to you ZD. And that is his team. Such a strong, stable hold here on the B side. They're able to all cloud it towards mid, group up in that direction. But Winford consistently finding these openings might change the fortunes for CBS.
Last player standing.
Well, Tommy now the last alive. I'd say the fortune's going to have to change pretty drastically for a victory into this. But you know what, Sheriff? I've seen Tommy do some good work. It's just hard to see a world with which he gets even further, and Torquay walks straight into him. And it will be a near flawless round for Garnet Valley. And it's been a near flawless game at that. We are into the only potential gun round for CBS in the half.
Yeah, it just seems like, you know, CBS isn't really necessarily as well-oiled as GVS on the map of Split. Obviously, it is GVSH's pick, so that does play a huge factor into it. But right now, if I was to, you know, give predictions at the end of this game, you definitely favor Garnet Valley. With this scoreline in mind, it's not quite over yet, though, as CBS does have guns now. Let's see what they can pull off.
Oh, that's would have been massive if the gravity well had gone off, but no, not the damage done. The damage, a little chip damage there, actually. As the flashes come forward, it's beautiful. The crossfire, everyone falling in male, and the rest of the team unable to enter the longer B position. 13-2. What a dominant game that was.
Yeah, dominance is there. That's the perfect word to describe it, right, Vincent? There wasn't much that CBS could do versus Garnet Valley. It's such a tough showing, but let's see how these players mental reset going to the next map. It is going to be their map pick, so let's hope that they've got something else left in the tank.
Yeah, I definitely think that we could see something different, particularly because it is their map pick. So, with map 2 coming up next, we're headed to a short break. We'll see you when we come back. Alrighty, well, map number 1 was about as dominant as one could ask. 13-2 for the defending champs, looking to be the 2-time, as Garnet Valley taking that first map. Their map pick, in fairness, we head into the Central Buck South camp as they look to try and bring things back with game number 2. Vincent alongside Jonah. And Jonah, I mean, it didn't give us a lot of confidence, did it? Map number 1, if you are a Bucks fan, but maybe map 2 will be better.
Yeah, hopefully map 2 will be better. It is their pick, of course, and they've elected to go for Ascent, and Garnet Valley in response has decided to start on attack. So typically teams like to start on defense when given the choice, but Garnet Valley, they're really feeling it right now, and of course they have no reason not to. 13-2, that's a score line that you can be very proud of. But, it's still early days. This is a best of 5 series, right, Vincent?
That's true. Lots of maps potentially to come, but you got to get on the board here, and I think that's where we want to see it. Map number 2 coming up here as we look towards the game. Ascent is where we're headed, and it is definitely the time for the Central Bucks South High School to get this going. Also, interesting conversations being had as we look towards what the agent select is going to bring us.
Exactly right, and I'm really looking to see, how Brian Merrill, as we saw earlier in the interview, will rally his team back from such a game that they experienced right there. They've played Ascent earlier today, versus Susquehanna. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that word, but they played during the semifinals. They had the Ascent matchup, and they're warm on this map, so perhaps they'll have a better showing. They running the same composition back, that double flash, KO, and breach. I love to see that.
Yeah, I will say that the Bucks really impressed me on that. They did a great job of their offense. I felt like that was good. They were better than the opposition, and then they were even better on their defense. Though I will say they weren't really pressured all that much. It was a one-dimensional affair pretty significantly from Susquehanna. They did not play as well as I had hoped, and so I do think that this will be a little bit more of a tough task for the Central Bucks South, but we head into it. It is pretty much a mirror matchup with the exception of that breach that you just mentioned, the double initiator. Definitely a little bit different on this map, but I don't dislike it. I like breach here.
Yeah, I think Breach it's not a must pick, but definitely a character that you can get away with running. Of course, Sova is so useful in this map, Hunter's Fury being that ability that allows you to secure post plans very well. On top of that, it allows you to actually destroy the Killjoy lockdown as well. So that's just like an added bonus, right, of having that Sova pick. So let's see if Sunny Boy can really use that ability for its maximum value.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be a difference to be looking at for CBS. Well, they don't have the ability to destroy that. Speaking of destruction, it's destruction of the Owl Drone initially there. GVHS not able to gather information. And Wittenberg, what a shot that is. Give him another. There's a third. Wittenberg stepping up and standing tall, stuck in the middle of the open, but not going to be denied. Sunny Boy, whilst alone, still taking a frag.
Yeah, it's Sunny Boy versus the whole horde of CBS. Winver putting the team on his back. 3 stunning sheriff headshots. That's why he was given it in the beginning of the game, and he's put his team in a winning position. Let's see if they can convert.
Indeed they do. The conversion, they are successful, and I mean, it's hard to say that that's critical because obviously we don't know how this game is going, but after the first map, after such a dominant scoreline, you feel like just getting your feet underneath you is something that's required for the Central Bucks South. They do that here by taking that pistol, and you'll love to see it.
Exactly, and we talked about the individuals from the Central Bucks at the beginning of the show, and we talked about how Garnet Valley are the defending champions. This is going to be a battle. Tommy and Winver versus Garnet Valley. How will they fare? This story will develop as the game goes on. We see Bun Bun and Co. from Garnet
taking their time here, perhaps trying to sleuth their way in through a main, sneak their way in, but now they're rushing.
Well, that rush stopped by the fragment, and Newt has more than a fragment there. He's going to take 3 swift headies to go forward. Only one player to lose out. Actually, Torquay. All right. Got a little bit unreasonable there. I don't know how he managed to do that, but little victory on the back end. Little right click. Free gun, by the way.
$0, by the way. Very useful, not at all broken. Riot, don't fix it. We love it. I myself am a classic aficionado. I've been known to get jumping right-click headshots across the map.
You disgust me. That's actually disgusting.
I'm just utilizing the game mechanics to their fullest. It's not my fault that Riot did it. As a commentator now, though, I see why it is so difficult of a setup to pull. And Roy, you know, he's trying to find the opening where he can, and I really have to commend players for this, because those players that take advantage of the game mechanics, they're trying their best to win, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, it's totally legit. A little bit disgusting, but totally legit nonetheless. And okay, that's not legit. Roy, what's happening there, bud? Just finding that freebie. I don't know how he knew, but he must have heard some audio cue, something to tell him there was a player hanging out there. Now, this is CBS's sort of bonus round. They aren't fully invested, so it's not the worst if they lose, which they will. But the fact that it's a flawless loss is a little concerning.
Yeah, for those of you who are newer to Valorant, the economy basically works as you get a base of $800 at the start of the game, and then afterwards, for every round you win, you get an additional $1,400, regardless of if you win it, rather, and you get another $1,000 if you actually do win it. So every single round that they get and they win it, they'll actually be building up quite a bit of cash. And because of that cash, they're able to afford more and more weapons, meaning they'll have more and more gun rounds. And basically, it's just like capitalism, right? More money, more wins.
I think that's how that works.
The Yankees have certainly proved it.
That is definitely fair. We get down, though, into this first gun round for CBS, and Winver has the operator out. It was a massive part of the success that CBS had on that operator. Bun going to be paying the price, and somehow, some way, that flash lasted literal light years as he takes 2. With that being said, it's evened up. Now, there's a From the Shadows. That's going to be interesting. It should be able to collect the spike for free, and it will be free indeed. The question is, where does that go? And that's going to be at A, but the rotation is towards B. This is phenomenal. If Jordan gets this kill, it could be... Yeah. That's massive from Jordan's.
But ZD does respond on the Tommy, making it 2 versus 2. Look at these players. They're literally all over the place. It doesn't matter where offense or defense started. They're just in the mix with one another.
30 seconds left.
And good job from GVHS to swiftly make the decision on where to go and how to move. It's going to be the spike, getting taken out temporarily. ZD needs to recover that. 15 seconds. And there's not time. There's not time, I don't think, for this rotate.
10 seconds
See how fast his legs can carry him. Of course, you need 4 seconds to plant the spike here. He just likes to go into CT, so he's essentially forfeited the round over, choosing to save instead. Carrying the rifle over means that his team, you know, with the help of that previous round flawless victory, will be able to buy into this next one. So pretty good looking, you know, economy for his team. Back to that more money, less problems mentality. And it is still the operator, though, from Winver. He's opening up the game with quite a few frags, some brilliant share of headshots in that first round. So the operator is a great look for him. And they've already got, look, Vincent, they've already gotten more rounds than they got on split. So this is a win in my book.
Yeah, I was going to say that too, but I elected to not be toxic. So, I mean, I'll leave that to you. It's okay. Quick and easy, though. Nice suppression. You're going to allow the information to flow. ZD, though, walks forward. But Jordan's has already taken one out. The flash over the top is, again, not so successful. Jordan's is making some good moves, being real slippery on the back of this site.
Yeah, exactly right. The B anchor doing work right now, and say something good, and the opposite happens.
Happens to the best of us. Dan, though, with a nice connection. This should be very winnable if you are the Central Bucks. They have the possibilities, and even the Blade Storm being invested. That's big. Blades over the top, and there we go. That should be it. A round. And the big round indeed, considering the way the economy rolls off of the back of it.
Exactly, and look, they're funneling the defuse back over to Dan because they want as many Rolling Thunders as possible for these retakes on defense. This allows them to actually play, anchored over with multiple people towards a site, and then play weak side so they can retake wherever that is. And that's going to be Jordan's on that weak side, Dan hovering around that area, and then that group, that cluster of the offenders in the form of Winver are looking for picks on the other side of the map.
Yeah, this is a much better looking Central Bucks South. I'm so glad that we're seeing this version of this team rather than what we saw back on Split. Clear that they were just not quite prepared for that. Now Garnet Valley, on the other hand, we've not really seen the same level of success from them, but I've seen a couple of these plays, and Winver, the consistency with which they're willing to push forward and aggress into the offense is really stunning.
Yeah, and he's taking out a key member that is the Initiator Sova player, so that means Recon Darts, Owl Drones gone from the round, GVHS being put on the back foot, not only score-wise, but also within this round.
That's one big thing to note, certainly. You have to have those initiators, but ET trying to be one of their own. What a nice little work around there. Torquay has found the paranoia straightforward, and ZD has come away with a fragment kill. What's happened there? It's turned into favor Garnet Valley almost as fast as CBS found that early engagement. There could be... Okay, never mind. There's nothing to be found. Just spam through that dark cover and easily win the round.
Yeah, definitely not exactly what they wanted, right? They thought they had the round in the bag after the initial kill comes through from Winver, but as soon as the kill comes through, it's just on the opposite foot right away as GVHS group up and show us that expert gunplay that they showed us on Split.
And particularly, I think ZD deserves a lot of credit, but also Torquay being so slippery right there. Like, gets the little from the shadow dash over towards the middle box on the site, and then pulls the paranoia only to get that frag. Like, really great work with the shrouded step.
Yep, definitely an aggressive controller player right there. And that's what we want to see from these guys, right? Operate these characters to the maximum potential that they can offer you. And as we develop this game, this best of 5 series has the makings of players that are going to go on to collegiate and play at a very high level. As you see ZD snap his crosshair so quickly to Newt's head.
That is indeed a start to a good look. Torquay, though, still alive and kicking, and Winver with a chance there on the Marshall. That chance, though, evaporating quite quickly. GVHS, they have the handle on this site, the handle on this round, and unless something crazy happens, it should be guaranteed. Chris, yeah, pretty much that is going to be the crossfire, now Winver low.
So, every round is calculated the same, right, Vincent? But some rounds are just so pivotal because of how much they have an effect on the economy. This right here is CBS's crucial round. The last 2 rounds, they didn't really have enough to play with, but now in this round, they've got 4 ultimates, both the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown, as well as the Null Command. These ultimates are amazing for retaking a site, right? So it's going to be up to Sunny Boy to see how he can counter that with the Hunter's Fury, but more so, it's going to be up to CBS if they can pull together a coordinated plan on defense so that they can win this next one, because if they don't, they're strapped for cash, and if you're strapped for cash, you can't play the game.
It's true. Much harder to play without that cash flow going your way. 0 point meantime in the mid-round there towards the catwalk position. It's going to give away no information, actually, though. So CBS limited in their info. And it'll be the 0 point as well as the null command coming through. Flash drive as well to push back all of the holds towards the catwalk. Tommy, at least taking something away though. That's going to guarantee what is a 5v4 retake, and that's where all these ultimates come into fruition.
Yeah, they've got a good setup here. They've got all the ultimates they want to, so it's just about how they can pull it off. This is their exact win condition. They drop the lockdown. Hunter Sphere comes out in response though from Sunny. Can he destroy it though? It got canceled.
Yeah, no, it got canceled by the null command. That's so massive. Sunny Boy no longer able to play the defense. It's 2 players left alive, stunned so many times. Roy trying now. Sunny Boy can't get the connection. Didn't quite know where the spike was located. Was shooting over the head of the diffuser. CBS, they do the deed with all of those ultimates.
Yeah, just hats off to them, right? It was the battle of the Killjoy ult, the lockdown versus the Hunter's Fury, and the Newt just makes it not even a battle. It's unfair.
It also, I say some of that really on Sunny Boy's shoulders. Needs to be aware of the fact that null command's available, and he was far away, but just not far enough.
Exactly. If he was just a step further back, it wouldn't have hit him. Winver here with the operator finds another opening opportunity for his team. He's been doing this all day, right? It's the 5th hour at LAN for him. He's warmed up. He's been playing since 11 a.m. Eastern, and he's playing well throughout the day. They've gotten lunch, these kids, and now look at that, another for him. This guy's really turning up, and if they do win this matchup, right, this best of 5 series, I'd say he's a very strong candidate for MVP.
No doubt about that. I mean, that is definitely the case, but we're a little bit further from that, I think, right now. It's going to be from the shadows, taking the bomb back over towards the B site, and actually nobody here physically, but there are a bunch of bits of utility from the KJ that are still there, ready and waiting. And this is actually a little bit too slow, I think. GVHS needed to be a bit quicker on this rotation.
Yeah, the pace is too slow. It looks like they're jogging when they should be running. And now that he's teleporting to this area, the alarm bot plus the nanoswarms takes him down to 58 HP, though his teammate in Bun's able to hold the cross. And with that cross hold, with that double one-tap headshot from the Vandal onto those defensive players, there's not much that they could do, right? CBS has to retake, but they don't have the ultimates available to them. And look where Sunny Boy is. He's waiting, he gets the first, doesn't get the second just yet, but Winver's on for the ace clutch.
Yeah, but with 36 HP, despite the blades being available, that's the tough task. Could try and take this shot through the wall, but time is ticking and it's starting to get low. The blades could be an option, but those two are going to have to wait. And it was just Winver taking the time, trying to confirm the freebie.
Oh.
Bun really did not want Winver to survive there.
Yeah, it's
no
just
op
the
for you.
operator. It's the operator, right, man? It's like, this guy is getting so many frags with the op. We gotta take it out of his hands. Our economy's fine here, right? We can all rebuy no matter what. So let's go hunt him down. He's carrying their team right now. We can shut him down. We'll be on a better position to win the game.
Yeah, it's fair. 10-7 for Winver has been the guy to open these rounds up in the favor of the Central Bucks South. But it comes down to the wire here, where you talked about the economy and how it's broken, can be broken. It's that time. Things not great on the CBS side, but Winver, the Blade Storm certainly is effective. Oh, and that's on the run. Jordan's still connects for fun.
Wow. I don't know what's more OP, the Classic or the Stinger after watching that.
The Blades, that's what it is. ZD collected the operator. The Rolling Thunder going to be following that. Oh, the no-scope from ZD, and nearly gets another up to the 1v2. But now, so many players, or rather, so many places to be, but Torquay's been heard. Gonna throw things out. Tries for the... Yeah, I was about to say. The defuse still going. Like, you can't give that away.
You know, this seems like some overconfidence, overconfident play here from GVHS. Perhaps they won split so handedly, so they're coming out with that same confidence, but the confidence just isn't enough versus these guys. It's going to take guys more than that. Central Buck South, they're reeling from that loss last year. They want revenge, as does everyone else in the Pennsylvania Esports Intergalactic Association. They all want revenge against Garnet Valley High School.
Well, we'll see if that can continue. Remember, this is just the first half. 2 rounds remain, and Bun Bun with the opening slot is able to take Jordan's out. Now, that's a little bit better than what we've been seeing. And ZD, that's nobody down on the offense until Winver can take out their shorty on the rotation back in.
Take flight.
Oh, there's a lurk.
One enemy remaining.
Big lurk indeed as Roy makes the moves, connects the shots, and confirms that CBS will not be interested in this round. And I say interested, more like not possible to win out on this one. Insult to injury, hit with a 0 point, working around that smoke. There's nothing to be gained.
Last round before the switch.
And taking a look at the economy, yeah, it seems like Winver, he's not going to be able to afford the operator because he's going to need to drop his teammate now. And even on top of that, it looks like they can only just, makeshift to buy together. They can throw some scraps together. They got 2 stingers. Of course, they are as strong as rifles in the right hands, as we saw. Of course, Jordan showed that off just 2 rounds ago. But crucially, it's going to be those ultimates. Roy has his, and they don't have a way to stop this lockdown.
That's the thing. That's so difficult to contend with if you don't have the tools at your disposal. The other thing is the Blade Storm. That, too, is a critical factor. Actually, though, that lockdown going to be a little bit late to the party as the fragment comes in. The Blades are denied. There's further players to move forward. There's now only Sonny Boy finding success. 1 player left, and that is Roy. That lockdown so late to this one with the 0 point. It was just a rough time.
Yeah, bad timing for the members of GVHS, but still, Roy has that clutch potential. The only sophomore in this tournament is on for the 1 versus 3. Gets the first, gets the second, but can't get the third. Jordan's his counterpart, takes him out. He says, no, young man, you're not ready for this.
Well, 7-5 though. I don't think that's really not too bad of a half if you think about it. That's sort of the reason though that we were confused at Garnet Valley starting on the attack side, because the defensive side is just a little bit better here. But I'd say this is standard. Yeah, I think 7-5, 5-7, either way, the defense side should be winning slightly more, which they have been. So let's see, maybe this map, if all things go according to the textbook, we'll be going to OT. It's true, but the textbook, well, we'll see if that is what is being done. It's hard to know. Hard to say. One thing I do know is that Winver has been so good. 15-9 in the first half. Incredible start.
Yeah, and the 0 point comes out here from Central Buck South. They dash into the B site. A counter nanoswarm is there. Roy gets Winver before being taken out by Newt, but the exchange is just going back and forth, and it seems like it's a 3v3 at the end of the day. No lurks on for CBS here, though, and they do have some pretty okay positions in the form of that breach pretty pushed up here. Let's see if we can find any value.
One enemy remaining.
Whoa, that's massive. Dan with a swift couple of kills. That's incredible. The speed with which he moves from head to head there. It's leaving ZD 1v3. Nice shot. The desperate right-click attempt is there, but Dan and the Ghost, too good.
Okay, Curtis, I need you to put that in the highlight reel right away. We need the press. That was crazy. I have not seen that in a high school game.
Yeah, incredible flick right there from Dan. Really impressing. And that's the second pistol as well that CBS have picked up. This both in the first and now in the second.
Yeah, and despite them taking the lead right here, right? Split is probably not far off their minds, right? So they have to be fighting with that challenger mentality. And look at this knife landing at a perfect location, spots out 3 members, disabling their utility, but they decide not to go because look at the minimap. It is a fake. What a brilliantly executed fake it is too. They use omen smokes, reach flashes, KO knives, KO flashes, and now it's Winver and Jordan's walking onto the B site for free.
It's not so much about the fake either. It's about being able to have access to the information. That there was 3 players there. Torky, nice kill to be had. At the very least, something gained out the back of this. But ZD will be the last alive. Has a shorty, but I mean that seems not so ideal considering the sheer number of players. Oh, maybe not. That's 2 quick frags. The low HP as well from this Jet trying to find a gun to get away with. It's not going to happen.
I mean, as you said, ZD is the most experienced player in this lobby, right? He knows the exact distance where the shorty will do the maximum amount of damage, gets the 2K with only 2 bullets. That's not something you see every day, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be, you know, a huge detriment to the economy of CBS. Imagine if they had those 2 guns saved over, they would be able to build that economic cash up more and more and then start steamrolling GVHS. But now, because of the expert marksmanship from ZD, he's actually put his team in a chance to break the economy of CBS in the next round.
Chance is indeed the case, but oh, that's one way to start with a Marshall by that means as well. Tommy seems to be a bit of a Marshall enjoyer. It'll be a nice little dodge of the flash, though, for ZD to give Newt a quick, swift move back to spawn for the round.
Oh, but his team went through Catwalk, and he's not aware. He has the spike. He's in the spawn. They've got to crunch these guys onto A main. They've got to get rid of these defenders in this location. Otherwise, the spike can't go to the site.
Oh, the fragment just a little bit late. The flash is just a little too good. It'll still be Garnet Valley coming away with the unfortunate side of this endeavor. Sonny Boy, sort of must-win moment for them. Going to be pulling out the recon bolt. Gathers a bit of information, and the lockdown, that's just to make sure things don't get out of hand. And Sonny Boy, no real chance to get in there with that lockdown in the way.
I really like Jordan's decision-making right here. If he hadn't used the lockdown, it would have been really easy for GVHS's Sonny Boy to swing through heaven, maybe get 1 or 2 with that recon bolt being activated.
Would have been incredibly easy, I would agree. Owl Drone looking to go back in, but honestly, this is so difficult with how many angles have to be cleared, and I think that feeling that pressure, GVHS actually just decide it's not worthwhile.
Yeah,
they're going to save.
This is the right call here, Vincent. This is exactly what they should be doing in this scenario, right? It's you know, the smart play. You know, it's what is warranted by most coaches, most analysts, of course. But Roy does go down after the fact, but still, they did save 1 rifle back over in this next round. But still, looking at their economy, it's not exactly where I would call it healthy. But that Judge, we've seen excellent work from it on split from Bun Bun. Let's see if he can replicate that exact performance he had with the Rays on the map. Of course, this is a tale of 2 maps so far, right? It's been split all for Garnet Valley, and now Ascent has all been Central Buck South.
It's time, though, now, Garnet Valley to stop that conversation if they want to make their move. Now is the time. Paranoia out. That's going to stall the entry on towards this site. And Sonny Boy, along with 1 other player, actually committed to it. Torky, though, going down without even a trace. They aren't aware of Sonny Boy. How many can you get? It's just the 1, but it's a 3-on-3 scenario.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they're still in a shot, right? They still have what it takes. The 2v3, Newt and Tommy have to hold on to this B site with the spike ticking down. 0 Point takes out Newt's ability to use utility, but he doesn't have any left, so that doesn't really matter. The flash comes in, blinds both of them. ZD comes in with 1, still alive because of that Fortnite resurrection available. Tommy, actually. Oh, he almost had that because Bun Bun faked the res right there, right? Made him ZD stand up, and then afterwards he confirmed that frag back onto Tommy, but he was in for a shot right there. Was Tommy?
I think he actually did get rezzed up, maybe, or I'm not sure. It's hard to say. Regardless, basically using his teammate there as a shield. It was ZD was the shield for the whole situation, and that's sort of why I think Tommy was unable to get that frag. It was a massive, big brain play. If you were it was Bun Bun, so.
Yeah, great job by him right there, using Ziddy as a, human shield, if you will. Of course, he is a robot, is KO. He's from the alternate timeline of Earth, Alpha Earth, and he comes on over through that portal. He's got access to new technology that we have yet to see. Bun here with a dash, the flash with it as well in combination. But Tommy's all too ready for that. He takes down Bun. This is really bad for the defense now, right? Because they've lost entire control of mid. They know that they're coming through the mid to B now. They have to take B main control, and now they've been split up.
This is definitely a bad situation, but it could go bad to worse if they can't hold here. Garnet Valley doing some good work. It's there's Sunny Boy coming out. The timing is perfect, and ZD is doing even more good work. Be paranoid, but that is just going to be one player on the other side. It's Tommy. He's already got 3 frags, and it was a 1v3. First already in his hands. ZD will take the 4th, and it will be another round for Garnet Valley.
I like the idea there from Central Buck South. They went through mid and split B, right? But in order to split B properly, they have to send someone through B main. Otherwise, it's not a split. Otherwise, it's just a mid to B take, right? And that was where their flaw lied. ZD pushed himself into B main, was able to get a nice crossfire with Sunny Boy, who was anchored on the B site. All the attention was on Sunny Boy, and ZD capitalized.
Attention and moving that attention correctly is all what this game is about. It's a bit of smokes and mirrors, if you will. Garnet Valley giving themselves a good chance to make a comeback considering the 2 rounds in a row. But this one is critical. One of the last moments that we're going to be seeing CBS be able to buy, at least in a row, since losing out.
Yeah, they've whittled down the economy, and now they have to whittle down the defense. This is a nice Killjoy setup here on the catwalk position. And they've gotten rid of, the encroaching offense, but maybe not for long, as they take a pause, they take a breath, and now with the breath, they decide to re-enter into the site, but Dan blinds himself a little bit, and Bun chimes in with 2. Now it's Roy starting the fragging, ending it thus far, and Tommy, this is the 3rd round in a row where we've seen him at the last alive. Let's see if this time he can change his fortunes as the previous 2. He didn't find any joy, but now he's on for a massive lurking flank here. He's got the Revert Phantom in his hands. Can he be like a ghost and sneak his way in through the defense, find access to not only the frags but the spike, and confirm the round? Looks like he's taking his sweet time here. Vincent finds the first, though.
Yeah, but there's so much more to find and no time to do it. He'll get swung in a good manner. A Sunny Boy will take him out. It is another Garnet Valley round, and this time GVHS have won a significant battle for economy. Though I'm looking over at the CBS side, and their economy not nearly as poor as we were thinking. Most of that to do with the fact that, they've lost 3 rounds in a row, so it's not like they're brand new to that. They're still doing all right. Winver's going to play with the Blades, it would appear. And instead of a bad buy, they're actually doing all right.
Yeah, and that's because of the round loss bonus. For every additional round you lose, you get a 500 bonus stipend. So that means this round they actually were able to get $3,400 into each of their coffins, meaning that their wallets are nice and juicy for this round. Of course, they do have the Blade Storm on Jet available too, which is just a really nice added bonus. They don't need to purchase a gun for him. And because of that, their buy is okay. If they're able to win this round, it should work out well. But as I say that, Bun takes out Dan in mid.
Bun been starting to heat up here the last little bit. Continuing to do so there. 0 point, going to only suppress one player. So they don't really have a lot of information about how many individuals are in that short B position. It's going to be a back and forth idea of whether or not CBS want to commit here. 35 seconds, and is this a... Are they moving away?
Left.
Might be. I mean, Winver is in the position here to at least take the A site. Don't know how much they could hold it.
Yeah, he dashes in, and I don't really see this as a success right now. I mean, they have just enough time to plant the spike. It was brought together at the last minute. It still has a chance for success as long as Winver is able to land a few crucial shots here. You know, he's pushed up in the heaven position, so it's really going to be up to him.
Well, Newt certainly making a statement right now. That's a huge couple of kills to find. And this should maybe even win the round off the back of this. This felt like it was probably going to be more of a Garnet Valley type of round initially. It turned into something else. Sunny Boy, the continuation, it's going to just try and gather exits. Does do that well, but it's just exits. That's all that can be gathered. Garnet Valley 11-8, and that's, I mean, they're not in a position where they can afford to lose rounds like that.
Yeah, definitely not. Their backs are against the wall for this map too, and the series is so different, right? As we know from watching so many sports, so many esports too, you have to understand that a 2-0 deficit is so much different than 1-1, right? 1-1, both teams are feeling competitive, both teams are raring to go. 2-0, there's a clear winner and a loser. You know, there's a stat in this year's NBA Finals. It was like there has been like maybe 2 3-0 comebacks, right, in all of NBA playoffs. So it's very much the same thing here, you know, in Valorant, where 2-0 comebacks are very far and very few between. So Garnet Valley High School, they want to win this one. If they can, they cement themselves in the series, but CBS will not go quietly into the night.
All right, so the counter lockdown. After just one player gets detained, back and forth. It's a Christmas tree on the kill feed. So it's still locked down. Nobody gonna get detained. There is a paranoia left, or no, not quite. Torquay spamming. One player remaining. It's just the Jet here, and Bun does the damage through the box. But it seems like 12 is inevitable for CBS. Bun, I guess there's still time. He's gonna upgrade, but only one bullet in the chamber. Oh no! Seems like it's over.
Yeah, he's got two players to find. Finds the first.
What?
Second, Bun, what are you doing, my man?
No time, though.
Very nice.
No time. Oh, man. Still, nice frags. You like to see it.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in a reel, but I would say that's a momentum booster, right? If you're on the side of VHS, like, obviously you lost the round, but still, man, like, if I'm watching that, if I'm one of the 4 players watching Bun do that, I'm thinking, yeah, we still got this, probably, right?
Yeah, it feels like that was the mindset, that's for sure. And, well, last chance. 4 rounds in a row to send us overtime. That's what Garnet Valley need. Winver gonna be walking in. That is pretty free. One player here for hell. But that's not going to last for long.
What? Winver
Okay,
with the flying mid-air blind headshot onto... I don't even know. I'm disoriented from watching that one. But he does get rightfully traded out by Torquay. That was just a little bit too much for me. And the Newt here gets tagged by that Sova before being brought down by Roy's judge here. He's on the site, though. But look, Killjoy is still in hell. The Rolling Thunder comes through, stunning everyone. It looks like Jordan's here has been activated. He's found the player backside before Dan gets taken out. 2v2, Jordan's still alive, still fighting in that backline before Tommy comes up with his team. Tommy, Jordan, Roy, all these guys piloting these characters that they played in semifinals 1, back here now in grand finals 2 to an excellent degree.
Yeah, I mean, they did so much better than we saw back on Split. That's what really turned the tide, and it was not a easy game per se. The scoreline at 13-8, that definitely gives me some pause to say, okay, this is not like an entire turnaround. There's still Garnet Valley, they're still there. But at the same time, I am feeling a lot better about CBS's chances overall.
Yeah, 1-1, a score that they can be proud of thus far. Of course, this is a best-of-5 series, right? So they're going to end up playing just a few more maps here. So essentially, they whittled it down to that best-of-3. So let's hope to see CBS make another comeback, too, because although it might be, a nice map to win, it's still David versus Goliath.
That it is. Map 3 coming up right after this. These grand finals are going the distance as it's now all tied up 1-1. Now, granted, two very different ways to get those maps. One very dominant, one very close, but close is just good enough as long as you get over the edge. And that's what we saw for the Central Buck South High School as we headed in towards this next map. Map 3 coming up next. And Jonah, you mentioned it's now essentially a standard best of 3. And you're absolutely right. What are your thoughts?
I think the standard of best of 3 will definitely be in the favor of CB South. Usually the team that won last has momentum, so it's going to be up to Garnet Valley High School to respond. And respond they've subbed out Sunny Boy, they've put in Eric's. So let's see how this new lineup, this refreshed lineup, of course, we saw Eric's in that semifinal number 1, we saw him pull out the Vipers, so looking for more of the same because they're going to bind.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what our next map is. It feels good as we get into game number 3, Bind coming up. And we talked about how that Viper was so important for the likes of Garnet Valley. I think it's going to continue to be so here. Very interested to see this because both of these teams elected to go for Bind beforehand too. We saw them earlier in the semifinal play Bind, and they were both very successful at it.
Yeah, and it was the Viper. The last time we saw this, Eric had a 30 bomb. That was 30 frags, 3-0, topping the scoreboard for his team. He's only played a map thus far in this semifinal/finals tournament that we've been seeing. And it's really gonna be up to him to be the difference maker for his team, right? On the other hand, CBS, they've made no changes, right? They're not going to swap anyone out. They're going to keep with their 5 core members and bring the firepower that they bought last map.
What I do think is a little bit concerning is that this is the map that was lost in that series for the Central Buck South, right? Like they did struggle a little bit here, didn't they? Considering, we saw them play it and then it was like okay, but they didn't quite have everything that they were looking for. So I'm a little concerned for them, but like you said, their momentum is certainly on their side.
Yeah, it's just a balance here and there between the competitive momentum and the momentum that they're building. So I really would say that it's all even up, having seen the track record of Garnet Valley High on this, bind map pick. That being said, though, we've seen a raise for both sides, and instead of a Sova, we're going to see the Breach and Fade versus the Fade and Sky. So that'll be the key difference along with the Viper for the Cypher. So I think that I would favor Garnet Valley's High's defense more once we get onto that side. But as far as their attack is concerned, I also think it's quite strong as well.
Yeah, and we are seeing that interesting little difference is the double controller versus the more double initiator style on the other side of things. And I'm a little bit split. I know you were talking about what you favor and don't favor. I kind of feel like it's hard to say for me, but I'm a big fan of the double controller matchup here. I think it's very strong.
Yeah, I think my ideal composition would be a mix of the both, right? I want a Sova rather on this map too, with like a Cypher and a Viper. I don't know how I could get all 3.
Yeah, I was about to say you're asking the world there.
Yeah, maybe if it was like 6v6, we could see that all those characters come out. But for right now, I like what both teams have done. Slight favoritism for Garnet Valley as they are the defending champions, of course, and their offensive side has looked pretty strong in recent memory. That being said, though, they're up to their usual tricks. They've defaulted 1 person per position with 2 people in that shower space, taking that control of the area. Z will probably hit the teleporter very shortly, maybe after grabbing this orb, but it's looking like they're going to switch up. They're leaving Sky here, and then they're booking it towards B.
They're certainly making some noise at the A site, trying to give that idea that maybe there'll be a actual push, but like you mentioned, it is B. It's going to be on the cards. That Snakebite, I think, going into the right position. No, misses its mark. It's actually for a different area entirely, just to deny re-entrance from CT. But nonetheless, Dan staying alive here in the elbow, position that we've talked about many a times, and the position required for retakes to be plausible. And that's why the double swing comes forward. Garnet Valley look to deny, and they do so perfectly. Placement on that crosshair. Bun Bun is so good with it.
Yeah, Bun Bun has consistently gotten in for his team. The only problem he's had is staying alive after he gets the first or the second frag. He tends to go for more and more, and that's where Z chimes in. He comes in after the fact and then gets some cleanup kills. But, you know, it's only one round, but I want to explain really quickly why I think that, I mean, you said it yourself, right? Garnet Valley has a little bit stronger of a bind, whereas CBS struggled on this map. And the reason was because of their inability to play Cypher on the weak side. You saw again right there, they had 3 people on the A side on top of Cypher. If you're going to be playing Cypher, you want to play on the weak side. That way you can play retake with the Sentinel. That hasn't been the case for CBS, and as a result, they've lost one map on bind already, and they're already down 1-0.
We'll see if that continues to be a problem. Good to keep note of such. Bun Bun, that's going to be a perfect way to force Tommy out into the open. And with that, the advantage is firmly in the favor of Garnet Valley High. And they're going to group themselves up towards the A site. There's only one additional player there, and that's actually the Fade. Spike down, and now for the retake.
Doesn't seem like the retake is going well thus far. Of course, Jordan's here is in the U-Haul position, gets spotted, his shoulder is, and he does get the conversion frag onto Bun Bun, but unfortunately gets taken out. And here's Eric's quietly, quickly racking up the frag. Let's see how many he's at already. I mean, you know, if he gets to 30 this game, you know, he's on for the track. He's got 3 in 2 rounds, so popping off with the 1.5 kills per round. It's definitely something to note here. If he's able to keep steamrolling the enemy team like he did on the previous go-around, then perhaps we'll see him catch that 30 mark again.
It's a good point. They were so good on that first game we watched today. So impressive, to say the least. But this is the gun round. This is the big one. CBS. They have the weaponry, and they're going to have some showers control already. That's the good start we were looking for. But in the meantime, it's control over towards B that has been given up for that. Hookah is firmly in the hands of GVHS.
It looks like Eric's already worked his way into U-Haul, but Nudu spots him out. Winver actually chimes in with a frag onto Bun Bun, who was in Hookah, just jump spotting and then swinging wide after that. Dan's worked himself up into Hookah, gets the rifle that GVHS actually invested into this. So let's see if they're able to, you know, do something with these advanced positioning. They got that triangle defense here on the B site.
Now, this is hard to deal with. You almost have to, like, push multiple players through elbow, maybe, or play within the inside the site. It's hard, but ZD not gonna have any luck. Jordan's with a nice double kill.
Jordan's.
Up to Roy.
30 seconds left.
Surely not. Oh, maybe so. Roy, not a lot left in the chamber, but there we go. Dropping the Spectre. Upgrade to the Vandal. Dodge on that flash as well. And now he knows that there's pressure being applied, but there's only 15 seconds remaining. And that time is continuing to tick. And I don't think that Roy is actually going to go for the win here. Just looking to gather some additional kills, but that too is going to fail.
Yeah, I really like how Tommy played that. He actually played counter flash, expecting Roy to use the flash, and then swung after that. That's, you know, a trademark of a great player is understanding the situation you're in and responding to the demands that it brings. And Tommy, you know, he's been one of the top performing players for his team, along with Winver. This map is still young, though, but what surprised me the most, Vincent, is Jordan's. He didn't have a good go-around the first time on Bind. He's doing a much better job this go-around, and, you know, props to him for changing it up and making the adaptation necessary to perform much better.
We saw the early C's nade combo there from CBS and putting that down. That was unsuccessful. Winver, though, very, very sketchy position. Ends up hitting that shot. Tries desperately to close the distance, but is still only going to get the first kill because of the shorty. And and how difficult it is to get a double. No spike going to be planted just yet. It feels like that should be coming shortly, but still, nobody able to find any sort of success moving through those sky smokes. It's left to Tommy. Now, HP-wise, there's multiple players very low. Somehow ZD dodged all those bullets, but Torky swings out to help out.
Yeah, and the main reason this is all possible, right, is because of this Viper on offense. That toxic screen that separates A-Site from the rest of Lamps and U-Haul, it makes it so that you can actually just walk in there for free, and then you can drop the wall, put it back up at your leisure to make a good post plant, allow your teammates to peek during the post plant, and also deny enemy vision if they want to do that so they can wrap into U-Haul. It's such a multi-purpose wall, and that's exactly why Viper is such a good pick for this GVHS team.
Good pick indeed. Let's see if this is... Yeah, okay, there we go.
This is it.
Eric figured it out. Was having some troubles getting that successfully over in the first game we watched. Winver, though, how many times does this guy get the opening pick? There's another one. The Haunt going to go forward, but the Orbital Strike is there, trying to deny positioning. It's still a 1-for-1. No, Tommy stops it all, says no, you shall not pass, as the rotations come through. There's nobody actually committed to B, but the Cypher is going to be there quickly. Jordan's popping out. Oh my goodness, Eric, what a shot.
Yeah, and the counter Orbital Strike comes down in response, and as a counter response to the response, they book it back through the B-long teleporter, headed towards A, and look, CBS is all rotated over. They've left no player on the A side, but it is Dan on that flank to a flank position. He's got his traditional Odin, and the Odin finds the victim. Eric in a 1v3. If he pulls this off, it will be a miracle. Let's see if the senior has what it takes to put the team on his back.
He had a 1v3 last time. There's no way he's made this. That is ridiculous that Eric has gotten away. He's going to collect that frag, and he's going to rotate another time. The rotate games are crazy, as he'll be able to get onto the site, initiate the spike, and set up for the defense. Oh my goodness, and that's going to be the Viper's Pit as well. The spike gives the extra orb required. Just so many bullets being plugged forward, and that is going to be Dan's undoing. The one moment that he has to reload is a moment that they fail. Eric with a big decision there to get rid of the pit, to rotate around, but now Newt has to anticipate where they're coming from, but it's going to be a full defuse. He's just holding for the second. They're not even going to swing. Eric, you need to go. 3, no, not going to happen. Eric still is there for the frag, but they don't win the round. Massive heartbreak for Garnett.
I like the idea. It was kind of smart to drop the Viper's Pit, but it was too choreographed because he planned for that CT position. There was only one avenue he could come from. I would have probably liked it better if he circumvented the Viper's Pit. That being said, though, excellently done by Newt there to stick that defuse, reading the situation correctly, knowing the audio key wasn't there, so he had time to just stick it, and throws don't fake.
Well, that absolutely comes out, and there's that seized nade we've been talking about, but Bun gonna punish Tommy with the push continuing. Bun still has positioning here in towards Lamp. That only temporary as the CBS side tries to bring things back, and wait, what? That's ridiculous. Winver shuts down the judge with the shorty, but Dan coming from behind. Well, they're both not. Oh, that's ridiculous, Roy. Nobody had their gun out, and that's going to be Winver to take the first. Winver for the second, and the quad kill on the round. What was that?
Okay, let's unpack what we just saw. It was an absolute maelstrom of a fight back and forth. Winver with the judge ends up getting the confirmation kill. It didn't look like Torky necessarily knew where he was at after he got the raised showstopper kill on, but it was so interesting to see just players making plays, then subsequently making a mistake that gave it their advantage back to their opponent, and then it coming back and forth. Dan was on for a flank, but he pulled out his flash. Roy got him as well in the midst of all of it. I think that round goes to show that both teams are trying to make individual plays rather than trying not to make mistakes. They're trying to make plays, right? And that's the aggressive mindset that both teams are coming out with here.
Oh my goodness, I need a moment just to recover, but recovery, well, we're gonna have to wait. It's just allowing entry. This, all right, Turkey straight through the wall there. That toxic screen was just a little bit of a ruse, allowing entry, but also an opening frag. That stun though, good for the kill. Tommy spotted out another, and so Roy's position given away. Gonna have to stay away, but Roy goes for the reswing. A dangerous endeavor as the neural theft comes through. Tommy ready once again, the one player surviving. Somehow Bun Bun stays alive and continues to find success. The fake there for Tommy falls back because he had the stinger, but an upgrade for Bun Bun as they move forward. Tommy gets the quad and another quad kill, the second clutch in a row. What is this game?
Man, Tommy 1-3-4-4-4, getting 4. He should put another 4 in his name because that's what he's doing. He's putting the team on his back, and he's one of those standout players we talked about for CBS, right? On this controller role, you're not necessarily supposed to have the best game possible, right? You're not supposed to be topping out the scoreboard, but that's exactly what Eric and Tommy are both doing here. Eric helping his team find their territory gain towards A, but afterwards, Tommy, he's the A-side defender. He started off that round with just 2 out of 7 for his orbital strike. He now has it already in just 1 round. Let's see what other firepower he can bring to this round. He shoots down the dog, and let's see if we get another one.
Utter chaos. That is what this game has become. Finally, things have calmed down. Just a small moment. GVHS playing it a little bit more passive, closer to their vest. ZD with control of long B. Got some hookah control as well. And the spike currently rotating towards the B side, but no commitment just yet. That's a nice flash, and it's a big win for Dan to push forward to find that frag and get away with it as well.
Yeah, and he has the Rolling Thunder, more importantly. So if they do decide to go B, GVHS is in for a rude awakening. The Rolling Thunder will come through in the retake along with the Cypher utility, so it should be a very difficult time to take B. That's if they can pull it off, though. Here comes Bun Bun.
Well, but that double satchel, not so successful. Jordan's somehow staying alive for so long, despite Eric's position on the site. Now the orbital strike, deny of the plant, but only for a moment as Tommy walks in with it. Thinks, okay, well, there's space, I'll take it. Oh, that's so close. Tommy dead to rights. If that snake bite connects, Eric has to move away. Still the spike in hand, and he should get the plant.
Yeah, and this time, if he plants the spike, he's got the Viper's Pit again. Let's see if he can win a 1v3 this time around.
Oh, it's close. I don't know if he has it.
Nope.
No, he did not. Just milliseconds off.
So he's been on for 2 1v3 clutches, and unfortunately this time he didn't get the spike down, but each time his team is being, putting him in this position to potentially win these, and he is topping it out at 12-4 for his team, but these frags have been somewhat inconsequential to whether or not the round results in their victory.
Yes, that's true, but also it's hard to say that because he's also found so many mid-round frags that it's not like he's saving a gun and then getting those types of throwaway frags. It's important kills, but unfortunately just the rounds don't go their way. But Bun so good to anticipate this, and it will be, oh no, not quite a kill. Winver was able to blast pack away from the danger as the boom bot went forward. Denial attempt of the plant, but it was seen coming, and Torquay waits for all of the utility to fade before going forward.
Yeah, and Dan here has the Rolling Thunder, and Jordan finds one, but he doesn't spot out ZD's position there on the bench. It's going to be a 2 versus 3. The Rolling Thunder is available, but electing not to use it just yet because the spike has made its way away from the A site. Teleporters are running amok. Winder finds Roy, but will he find Dan here, or is Dan just passing him? They're just, oh yeah, they're just traveling like ships in the night, and Dan heard that TP. He still has utility. He's calling for his teammate to rotate now. He even sends the fault line towards that shower position, and now Eric in the 1 versus 2 clutch. He already used the Viper's Pit. He only has a Judge. This is not the weapon you would want for a far range duel. He spots the first, runs towards him, doesn't get the correct aim duel, but he's now planting in a location where he can use the gun to his advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think good play there from Winver, though, just really reacting well according to the information at hand, realizing what was going down, and then the double swing as well. CBS basically doing that perfectly, I would say, despite Eric making a valiant attempt at the clutch. We are in for what is a 6-3 scoreline. A little bit surprising, I think, considering where we both started this, and at least feeling as if Garnet Valley were the favorites. But CBS, they have consistently played it close, but winning is just fine.
Yeah, it's all about winning ugly. It doesn't matter how you get it done, as long as you get that dub. That is the result, and that is what matters. Of course, both these teams have already qualified, beating first and second place respectively, so they've already got that scholarship money. The difference between first and second, though, is $1,200 versus $750. So it's quite a big chunk of change. That's an extra $100 per player. You could definitely use that towards some new textbooks, new Chromebook extensions, stuff like that, and it'd be great for these students.
Absolutely. Roy going to be able to connect that shot. Nice start to it. Though, Jordan, with a nice read of the situation, and the Seekers moving forward. We'll have to go for the reload, but Roy waiting a little bit too long to actually try the confirmation. Eric up on top. Again, Jordan entirely left alone to his devices. Torquay has an orbital strike, but in a 1v3, it's going to be hard to use that effectively.
Yeah, and you see all these 1v3s, 1v2s, 1vx's, right? And this is because Garnet Valley High School is going in with authority and trying to trade appropriately, right? They're trying to get the numbers advantage, but, it's up to the play of CBS, and it's their defenders, Jordan's, for example, on the B site, and Tommy on the A site, who've consistently multi-fragged, right? They've gotten more than one each time around. During the offense of GVHS, they've been stopped very, very steadily, and because of that, they're just converting round after round. And Garnet Valley, they just keep on forcing back into it over and over and over. They're confident, but maybe it's a little bit of hubris.
Well, we'll see if their confidence has been kicked in any way into this next round as CBS continued to make themselves known. Haunt goes out, up and over once again. Some positioning there, and it seems like there's no problem. Nightmare comes forward, and it's the showstopper to follow it up. GVHS equalizing and making themselves known onto the site. Tommy, consistent, as you mentioned, able to put down a whole lot of this positioning, and the Nightfall going to be there for CBS as well. With Winver finding an equalizing frag, things are looking to be a little bit more difficult for Garnet Valley on this retake. Winver making no bones about his position, going to walk into Torquay's crosshair, which makes it a little bit more difficult for them to come forward, as that is going to be GVHS to hold on. There we go, GVHS finally stopping that bleeding.
Yeah, in terms of strategy, I think that GVHS won that round just off of the ultimates, right? Because you have the orbital strike, the showstopper, as well as the nightfall from Fade, you can't really afford to play it on site if you're CBS, right? If you play on site, what happens there is you get nightfall, you get showstopper, you get orbital strike, and you're pretty much stuck in there 5v2. So I like that, they were thinking about playing in site, but I think it might have been smart to play a full retake. It
definitely felt like that was the case, but commitment happened. Now we got to move on. GVHS feeling good, though, about what they have on offer. There's a Rolling Thunder for CBS.
Bring them down.
He hits the teleporter, does Eric. The spike is still down in spawn, though, so they've elected to take their sweet time. It's going to be Roy tasked with picking it up while they search for Jordan's on this site. Eric finds Jordan, taking him out with the judge. Now it's going to be a 4v3. Post plant is in control of Garnet Valley, but the flanks are fast because the spike is taking so long to reverse over there.
Launching smoke.
Finally, the spike going to get planted, but still, with the post plant scenario and the man advantage. No, never mind. Winver, he's thinned that down, made it a little bit less than even. It's quickly taken out, and ZD with all of the frags, everything to close the round, 5-7.
Man, I think that, like, if we were to end the game right here, right, I think my MVP for the overall tournament between these two teams, top performing player, nobody wins, is just tied for some inexplicable reason, right? I might have to give it to ZD. He's not on the top of the scoreboard right now, but every time, man, this guy comes up with some crucial kills that helps his team win the rounds.
Certainly has been very impactful, impressive on this one. As Garnet Valley moved to the defensive side, you could argue that this is slightly better for them with the Viper and everything on the defense. What do you think?
Yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about at the top of the map, right? It's the Viper that allows them so much agency on either the A or the B side to hold that down. And both teams have elected to play, with their quote-unquote sentinel on that 3-stack site. So this time, Garnet Valley, they put the Viper over towards A with 2 other people, and Roy getting taken down is really, really bad now for GVHS, because look, now B side is free. Winver's got it all to himself. He's been a consistent force on entering into the site. He's gotten a top position too, and taking out ZD before he's able to respond. And that is the other MVP candidate for me right there. Winver, consistently finding openings for his team.
That consistency definitely coming to fruition here and now on a pistol round that is huge for CBS. And that will be almost guaranteed at this point with this amount of control.
Last player standing.
And it will be the victory there for CBS. They take the pistol, and it's a flawless pistol at that. Garnet Valley, don't know what hit them. They get smacked right in the mouth, and it's up to another good pistol moment.
Exactly, and this map is so weird because it's a contrast between 2 slightly different styles, and the Viper, while it is paying dividend, isn't the main factor. It's got to be the fade match off, right? Newt versus ZD, they're applying different amounts of pressure for their team, but let's highlight this real quick. A force buy. The hubris from Garnet Valley is real right here. Let's see if they can win this round with a 5-stinger force buy.
We've seen them have success on force buys before, to be fair. So maybe that's what's giving them the confidence to go for such a maneuver. The B site was held by 2-3 players. It's now been evacuated for the most part. ZD needs to pop at the right moment. Is going to deny the plant. So that's step number 1. Guaranteed good victory there. And CBS now have to try and deal with the Garnet Valley players. Another time, this time, no denial, but it is going to be a trade. As Tommy tries to get it back around the corner. Eric, long range, that's massive as the Haunt does the damage. ZD, with so much information, has got 3 kills, and Eric with the other 2. They've done it, and they made it look pretty simple.
Yeah, it was mainly off of the fact that they didn't smoke showers, did CBS. They didn't clear showers. They had no one watching that position when the initial spike was going down. So it was only like a gimme for, for GVHS. If they had the smoke there, if they had someone watching it, would have been a completely different story, of course. But without that foresight, without that knowledge of where the players could be, they just walked into A, prayed that the gamble stack was towards B, and they just guessed incorrectly.
Well, and to be fair, the gamble stack was towards B. There was 3 players towards B initially. It was just GVHS played passively and waited for the rotations to come in. So some definite mistakes from CBS, but GVHS did a good job. Look at how far forward this Viper is already. Not that it's going to matter, at least not by the look of things, to survive. And, well, it's up to Newt. Nice job with the classic free gun, by the way. That right click a little bit ridiculous, but here we are.
Yeah, and it's a tail, right? It's a tail. Because oftentimes what happens is when a team wins the pistol round, they're very much likely to win that follow-up second round, right? But it hasn't been the case for GVHS. They can win the pistol, they can lose the pistol, but they're still in it to win that second round. They're still in it to win the round overall. And that's because of that aggressiveness, right? I call it hubris sometimes. Sometimes it might look like it. But if you're able to pull it off, that is confidence. That's winning ugly right there.
It's definitely aggressive. It's a difficult thing to pull off consistently. But just like that, we see more aggression. It's a 2-for-2 trade on the A side of the site. That A short position, place of bloodbath right now, with 4 players from both sides gone.
Yeah, now A short aggression from Bun and ZD. They tried to make a play towards A short. It put their team in a 3 versus 3. Now, typically when the numbers are even, it favors the offense. The reason is because the defense has to be stretched out and has to cover more avenues of attack. The offense, on the other hand, can group up and take their sweet time, prod and poke, and that's what they're doing right here. They're working up together. They dodge the Sky Flash. Roy will be the solo defender, but he does have Eric pretty close by in CT. It looks like they're walking through elbow because they have the extended 40 seconds. Now, will Eric turn around here, or will Eric be the victim of an unlucky timing? He does get taken down. Winver on the frag. Now, Roy is left alone in the 1 versus 3, gets surrounded, gets taken out, and now it's all up to Torky. Torky, can you turn the fortunes for your team? If you can, it'll be 8 versus 8, but it doesn't look like it is very possible as the Spectre versus the superior weaponry. There's more util against him as well. He puts a tricky smoke down so that he can jump out if he wants to. He jumps out, goes back up top, playing with the sound cue a lot, gets him the first frag, gets him the second, doesn't know where the last player is though, sees him but can't take him down. That's Dan there, clutching it out for his team. Again, Central Bucks High School, they're back in it. They're back in it here, Vincent.
They are. They're right back there. 9 rounds. It is theirs. But you have to keep in mind, though, that there's a couple of big factors at play in this round, though. Number one, CBS, they won a bonus round. So it wasn't like the best of investments from Garnet Valley. The other side of that is that it was close. And because it was close, well, Central Bucks South, they are not at the best of purchases themselves. They got a Guardian, they got a Spectre, a Bulldog, and whilst I'm a fan of some of those, it's just not perfect in the time where GVHS have everything.
Exactly right. And they've even got the showstopper here. They've been pushed back defensively as well, so they have control of showers, but no control in A short, no control of hookah, and barely any control of the B long position. So, 3 out of 4 wise, they're suffering a little bit, but it is to say that Winver has been so good at these opening picks, so it's really going to be up to him. He gets the rocket off, takes down ZD, but ZD exchanges onto him. So with 44, as we said, it favors the offense, but Roy there, he takes down 1, takes down 2. That's the spike dropped against him. Dan's flanking him, though. Dan puts his crosshair away from him, but snaps back on. It's going to be a 2 versus 3, and Dan gets early positioning down into CT. Did Torky hear him, though? Torky hear him, though. Let's see if this advanced position pays off. He's got a flashes, peeks, gets the first, hides away, making it 2v2. But does he spot the player coming out of heaven? That's Torky, my man. He's got a good positioning already onto site. Tommy versus the world. Tommy versus 2. Tommy spots 1. Tommy sees him, taps on to Eric, trying to move his way in, but can't finish him on. That is the Viper player right there. And Tommy, he's trying his best, right? He's definitely doing a lot for his team. It is a close one overall. Not what we expected at the top of the show, right? Going into this grand finals. But it is a very tight exchange here, Vincent.
Yeah, I think that Garnet Valley, though, winning that last round makes all the difference to where CBS were in the previous. Before, like, oh, okay, well, now maybe they can start to make their comeback. That's great. That's fine. Well, Garnet Valley now, they have control of the economy again, and I think they're going to tie this game up unless something crazy does happen. Granted, there is a quick 5-player stack, or rather 4 players stacked towards the A short side of things. So it's, crazier things have gone down. Early C's not so successful. The opponent bot as well, also a little bit suspicious. No plan to be had just yet, but
I must wait a moment.
it's all good. CBS waiting for the timing, waiting to get away with it, and yeah, they're gonna go rotate out. This should be relatively free, but actually there's still one player here. Eric, he's got that position. Looking to try and deny the plant, but there's no chance to really do that. Has to wait patiently for the players to come forward, and with 2 left and nobody even able to see, there wasn't any issues cleaning up those kills.
Yeah, I really liked Eric's usages there of the Viper's Molly as well as the toxic screen right there. Every player walking through hookah and jumping out that window was tagged with a vulnerability. It made his bullets do double the damage, and then he even threw out the snake bite onto the ground, poisoning them further, ticking them down, and it just takes 1 or 2 bullets at that point. So excellently played for him right there. Very, very smart, very intelligent play, and 20-8, man. This guy, he might be a Viper one trick at this point, I'm thinking.
I mean, yeah, it certainly seems like it. We will continue to have, whatever the outcome here is, the opportunity to see if they are going to be playing Eric on other maps without a Viper, but we've only seen the Viper from them. So, it seems like it for now. Garnet Valley, they've tied the game, and I think you and I were kind of feeling like CBS had control for a while there. At this point, what do you think? Garnet in the driver's seat?
Yeah, especially on Bind when you're playing defense, right? You got these narrow choke points to get through, and then you have Raze to deal with, then you have Viper to deal with, then you have Sky, Brim. All these characters have Molotovs as well as abilities to take away space. Everyone can contribute, and that's what's so key. And look at this. Fade has actually flanked his way through. Look, he's even found like a little avenue to jump through. He's gotten past the tripwires. He's in the enemy team spawn. I mean, Garnet Valley's Fade is definitely doing around the world, and he's going to find a player from behind in the form of Tommy if he's, not very... Oh, Tommy turns around, takes out ZD somehow, though. Game sense.
Well, ZD clearly position given away. Garnet Valley need to try and claw things back, but they've got Winver ready and waiting. He's lurked his way out at B. And honestly, it might be time, like now even, for Garnet Valley to decide the saves call is the right decision. They're grouping themselves up, but in a 3v5 retake of the B site, I don't give them a lot of chances to try and make this work. Dan, just going to confirm this. Absolutely dominant. No, my goodness. Roy couldn't even look behind him. Too stunned.
Yeah, just stunned up there. I mean, both teams are doing such a good job of sending flankers and lurkers on the way. Eric and Winver actually passed one another. Winver went through hookah. Eric went through long B. Zeddy went through long B. And they actually switched places with Zeddy getting into the attacker spawn and Winver getting to the defender spawn. So passing each other's like ships in the night there. And it was CBS who actually came out on top in the Cold War.
Well, we'll see if they can continue here. They've regained that lead, not only in the war, but in the server, 10-9. Winver going to get hit with the C's. No need to combo that up, but it does still apply a lot of threat. And Zeddy with a big chance, a missed opportunity, you could say, right there. But nothing missed off the back of that. With Eric gone, chances continue to come forward.
Spike down A.
They've taken out the A lurker, and that's a spike drop for Roy. So it was a fake from CBS. They found the pick on the site they were faking, but they've got to recover the spike. They've done that. Gets fault line. Winver shuts him down. He's on for 20 now, and so is Eric, but Eric's out of the round. Winver coming in here. He's still alive with the rest of his team. His team flashes Bun Bun away. Now he's on the site by himself. 4v3. The retake is happening, but they're all on the attacker side. They've flip-flopped, taken over the side of the offense, and now Tommy exchanges with Torky, making it 3 versus 2. Will Winver be able to find Bun Bun and Torky, though? No, Bun finds Newt before that happens. This nade pushes Dan out of position, who uses the run and gun mechanic to take out Bun before being traded by Bun's nade.
Dude, Bun so consistently, Dan, so consistently goes for that run and gun strategy, and it's worked so often, it's scary. CBS, 2 rounds in a row, and suddenly things are very different. They've done a whole lot of work to get to this point. The Central Bucks South.
Yeah, and this might be a great time to talk about our other MVP candidate. For me, I think that Winver has been one of the best performing players for CBS. Him and Tommy have consistently shown up as individuals, strong candidates who've carried their team on their back. And here we go, an execute with Winver at the helm. He's the tip of the spear. He pushes into showers. He doesn't want them to take this position, because last time they were here, they stopped them, and stopped them again they will. Bun Bun's so consistent in the shower position.
So consistent indeed. Bun Bun's still alive and kicking as well. Now the upgrade to the Vandal. You put it on though, and suddenly Jordan's decayed. Problems ensuing. It's Tommy versus the entirety of the defense. Did he already throw his... I don't think he had a molly. He must not have. Oh, that's brutal. No molly, no orbital strike, no nothing. Or rather, I guess he did throw the molly. I didn't know there was a lineup from that side.
Yeah, there's a lineup from both sides. There's a lineup from everywhere. You could throw it from T side spawn too. It's just it's just one of the things about Brimstone, and one of the things you guys don't see on camera, is these guys have lineups, right? This means that their character can stand off screen, away from the action, point into the sky somewhere, use some sort of a geometry, some preset lineups, and these players have to memorize these lineups, right? They have to know exactly where these things go, where their utility can be placed, so that they can figure out how to best section off the opponent. And here we go, Eric using some lineups of his own. He's going to be Viper pitting this A short position more than likely. But before that, it looks like he gets some help from Roy. Looks like that Viper's pit will come out. Nothing too bad to follow it up, as the offense will take their sweet time, as they now have to change their plans around what GVHS has done.
Winver locked out currently of Hookah, but it's not going to be a problem for the time being. I do like what GVHS is doing with regard to their pit, as you were talking about. It's good decision making, but CBS, they are not at all interested in that area whatsoever. They want this B site, and they want it bad. Spikes down outside of it. There's the showstopper, but oh no! It's eventually going to be the connection. The showstopper doesn't quite work, and somehow Torky stays alive for quite a while. Roy will make it so that there's not even 2 players remaining as the Rolling Thunder comes down. Trying to deal with Roy in this position is so hard unless you stun him like that.
But they forgot the spike back at B long because they didn't bring it up. The player there actually died, so it's unfortunate, but it's a 2v2. The spike hasn't gone down, and because it hasn't gone down, Eric is actually staying towards the A site, and maybe he's got the right read.
I don't know if there's time for this. Especially not now with Eric in the way. It's over. That's 11. This is going the distance. Garnet Valley doing it all. And Eric, another massive round and a big clutch.
Yeah, and of course, this is a LAN environment, so both these players really came to play today. Winver and Eric. Torky, of course, right there along with them, having hit 20 as well and eclipsed that mark. But the economy, we got to talk about it. It's always a point in these tactical FPS games, right? And right now, CBS, they're strapped for cash, meanwhile, GBS is swimming in it.
Yeah, that's got to hurt, particularly because we're sitting right on the cusp of a map point, as it is only tied up 1-1 in this best of 5. Well, Zeddy pushing forward. That's a classic Zeddy maneuver. will confirm that there's nobody there, but there's a vast majority of players still ready and waiting to go forward. They're going to allow Zeddy to fall back and Aziz to follow it up.
And of course, this has been one of the first few times where GVHS has actually had the defensive advantage, rather. And they have more than advantage. They have all 5 down. Flawless victory. Let's see if they bring out an operator here actually on defense. They can afford it, but you know, Bind might not be the best map for it. They could just bring it out, get a quick shot down, and then drop the gun over. Now, in this last round, right, Bun 7 out of 8. They can get him the orb. If they get him the Showers orb, which he's so often controlled, that means he will have the Showstopper. They will also have the Orbital Strike and the Nightfall versus a measly Neural Theft. I would bet you that GVHS win this round.
They certainly have the advantage going into it. By the way, I noticed an operator being bought up in the background there, just in case. I don't know who it got thrown over to, or if it did get thrown over to anybody, but there's somewhere. Dropped. Stunned, though. Really good work to push Bun back. And so with that, early utility not working so well. Gathering positioning for CBS.
Yeah. Crucially, they denied him the A Shower orb, so he wasn't able to get that. So that means no Showstopper right away. He has to get a frag before he has access to this. And look, Winver has actually crept his way up B long. Now he's flanking Hookah, but no, look at the players. They're switching places right now. From B to A, Winver has a timing here?
I'm so confused at Winver getting into this position, but there we are. Tommy will go down after getting one, so he's traded quickly. Zeddy really needs to stay alive, and it's going to be the Nightfall to keep them in this for now. A Prowler to follow, stuck between a rock and a hard place as Eric's does upgrade in towards the rifle. Stunned with the fault line, will be a 2-on-2. Where to go and who to see CBS move to A.
Yeah, but crucially, I mean, Eric still has his stuff set up on A, so they're going to have to walk through this Viper smoke, walk through that Viper's toxic screen. And look, Bun can deny the plant with this grenade. No! Dude, sixed it! It's going to be Dan versus Eric, 2 Titans on their team. Can Eric do this? Or will Dan fight back?
A big moment. Eric, he's been clutch the whole time, but he has the lower HP. Just needs to check this close range angle. Is it gonna check it? And Dan has the connect, and it will be once again a huge victory in a tied scenario. We head to overtime.
Yeah, overtime between these two teams. You couldn't ask for more for a LAN environment. You couldn't say that these teams aren't giving it their all. Of course, they've both won that prize pool, that scholarship money now. The only difference is the first place gets $500 more. The second place goes home with $750. That being said, for those of you who are new to Valorant, this is going to be $5,000 for each of the teams in the overtime rounds. There is no pistol round. It's just guns, so everyone has full utility, and all bets are off. You only need to win by 2.
That's exactly right. Everything on the table. It all turns away, and Bun gonna want to play that back in his head multiple times, because if you think about it, only one person can shoot you, right? If you're in that position, it's the planter. It's already planting. So I think maybe a small mistake you could argue there. We'll see how the effects go. 1-for-1 trades over towards the outside of Shower. Let's just start things off.
Yeah, but that is the smokes and the initiator going down. The offense loses its power. It doesn't have the initiators that it needs. It doesn't have the initiation to get onto the site. It doesn't have the power to penetrate. And it looks like GVHS drop their offensive side. That means if CBS wins their offensive round right now, they win the map 14-12. That pushes it to a 2-1 scoreline. It all depends on this next set of action.
It does. And equally so, though, GVHS, remember, they've been very good on their defensive side all game long, all half. It was a very strong look. So, it's not over just yet. And if we get another Garnet Valley round. We do it all again in a moment. All of that, though, depended on these engagements. Early utility from the Viper, denying information and position from CBS to take hookah. And so they're going to fall back and play it passively once again.
Yeah, and usually Bun Bun has been in the shower position. Again, he's there, you know, in overtime with his teammate Roy. They're locking down that space, and while Tommy and Winver on the other side, they've been working together to find access here on the B side, and the showers push actually pans out. They had no one A short, right, to hold that position, but they gambled 2 showers, and look, the gamble pays off, right? It's working well for them, so they've gotten that 5v4 advantage now. CBS, if they want to win this, they're going to have to do it towards that B site.
So much on the line here. Garnet Valley, they're going to get their chance. The push is going to come through. That first one, Winver going down, a critical factor for CBS gone. The haunt destroyed, but though it is gone, Garnet Valley have 5 alive versus the 2 CBS still have remaining. They got to go. There's no saves here, and I will give Jordan props for getting anything there, but unfortunately, it's not enough. 13-13, we go again.
Yeah, let's talk about the tension real quick, Vincent, right? If you're a player in this situation, as I'm sure you have been in this situation before, overtime, you know, this is definitely one of those tenser moments in the game where you're kind of feeling, you know, a little shaky right now. Only the most experienced players really have what it takes to come through this.
Yeah, that's true. It's hard to put the nerves behind you. The Garnet Valley, they've been in this position before. That's the thing that they have that the rest of these teams did not. And in a moment like this, that is critical. We'll see if that can help them win an attacker-sided round here.
Yeah, and they do have what it takes. As you mentioned, they are the champions, the challengers in CBS. Central Bucks South are trying their best here. The Molly stops them. The C's as well paired with it means that they can't find access through showers, but Bun Bun responds. Tommy, though, they still hold on to the shower spot, so that means that they're able to shoot down short, taking up another gun. Will he expect 2? No, he gets the first, but Tommy, 1, 2, 3. Tommy doing work.
Once again, Tommy. I mean, how many times will we talk about this one individual? It's been lights out performances, and it's once again CBS up against a potential victory. 15-13, and they win. 14-14, we go again, is how this dance continues to go. As with that being said, full buys across the board is the standard for any sort of overtime period, but we've not been seeing that operator because, well, it's very risky. You don't get anything but the op, essentially, with that investment. Nobody's thinking that it's worthwhile.
And of course, there are no access to ultimates either. They're mostly like 4 out of 7 or 5 out of 8, so it's very difficult to get both orbs and a frag, then have access to your ultimate. It is not a regular win condition in overtime. Winver, though, found the first pick, looking for the second onto Eric. Eric does push him back with that snake bite. Well, Dan's lurking up A short here. Finds Bun Bun, but his teammate gets tagged down by Bun Bun. It's looking like an A take, but no! Winver lurking on the duelist here. His whole team comes back over to the B side. Bunny hops out of the hookah position. Does he know about Torquay? He's in that covered position. In gardens, finds 1, finds 2, on for the third. Doesn't necessarily get it, getting tagged down, and eventually gets taken down. But that's not all. Bun through the teleporter, flanking with his teammate. These two are the shower players. They played together. The Molotov from Tommy, though, along with that sky smoke, means they won't be able to get in right away.
What a massive, massive moment. That flash is perfect, but Newt hits the shot, and there it is! The victory for Central Bucks South. It's 15-13, double overtime required, and we are looking at a 2-1 scoreline in the favor of CBS High.
And it was not the most likely of players to pull them into this win, right? This position 2-1 brought to them by Newt with the 2-piece in overtime. That player hasn't been doing well in the frag department, but you have to say he is the initiator player, right? One of the 4 members. He's helping his team get into that positive position. He's providing the utility for his teammate,
great team effort, great team player. And we spoke about the individuals. That's not what's happening for CBS here. They're winning off of team play.
Well, for CBS, a congratulatory moment, I think, for them. With that being said, it's not over yet. Now, though, they have the chance to close it in the fourth map. That fourth map is coming up right after this. And this has been a fantastic grand final, and it is continuing. We are into our 4th map of the best of 5 series. CBS have made their way back. They might have lost the first map of this series, but they are now taking their way with Bind and Ascent into the lead for the first time. I'm so excited to see how things go as we look towards this 4th map. Jonah, talk to me. Are CBS going to close it here? This is technically match point for them.
Yeah, if they win this, they'll have essentially won 3, clutching out the best of 5 in their favor. But still, I think it might go to Game 5, given Garnet Valley. They're going the distance with the change in. They're switching out their sophomore Roy with their junior player, who is Sunny. And of course, that might be a good change overall. We saw some differences. You know, Roy more playing the sentinel role as opposed to Sunny playing that initiator role traditionally. So perhaps this might be a change that might be necessary. Of course, it is Pearl, and that's where the main difference comes in. Eric showed us a great Viper on Bind. Let's see if he can do much the same on Pearl.
Yeah, and that is with great pleasure that we introduce this game for coming up. It is going to get started, and yeah, question marks do abound. Pearl, the newest map in the pool, is a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see it. I've not gotten the opportunity to cast this one all too often, and I think that this is going to really be I think, for number one, we're going to definitely see whether or not GVHS are sort of mentally falling out of this, or whether or not they can step up the pace and force that 5th map.
Yeah, I really like what they've done with switching up their roles a little bit. ZD is actually going to go onto that kills role. He's such a flexible player, having played Fade as well as Sage when they ran Split. So definitely picking a new character per each go-around. Torgi, who was on that controller, now on the initiator. Bun Bun is your tried and true duelist player. And Sunny being subbed in means another initiator, as we suspected. So Vincent, Pearl, I think the most similar map to it from CS might have to be Dust 2. There is a long A site line, and there's a long B site lineup, and then mid gives you access to both.
You know what? I think I can appreciate that comparison, but I really do feel like Pearl is its own beast in so many ways, and I think I'm at this point done thinking about those comparisons, and I just see it as its own beast, because the mid area of this map, particularly that art position, is so critical for the offense to be able to, number one, take, but number two, defense hold on to. It's really cool to see, and I don't think there's very much anything that we have in the game that is quite like this just yet, which is why it's so exciting. The Astra being chosen as well is a little bit interesting for me when you think about the fact that it's actually Viper on the other side, Tommy picking out the Viper. I don't know about solo Viper on this. Like double controller with a Viper, I'm fully on board. But single Viper? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think CBS is going for, you know, more impact in the initial hit, right? So on all their offensive side, they'll actually be able to do quite a lot. But on defense, I think that with just the Toxic Trine and the one Poison Cloud, they might struggle a little bit holding down, but that is supplemented by the Cypher's Tripwires and Cyber Cage, right? So they kind of act like smokes a little bit. It might have an argument, it might have some legs to stand on here, but the main thing is going to be Winver on this Jet. For us, I think he's definitely the player to look out for on the CBS side. He's been playing so well, he's given them the 2-1 lead that they have into this 4th game.
Yeah, definitely Winver responsible for a lot of those opening picks that we've been seeing. Left, right, and center. It's going to be straight down towards the B site as Hot goes forward, but only temporary.
And look at how powerful the Toxic Screen is here on the B site. Look how strong it is. It sections off this side of the map, and like it just makes it super difficult for the offense to get in.
It does. It's very effective, but of course, only there temporarily. That Viper, speaking of, actual individual, pushed up towards A, entirely taking that space and confirming that nobody's there. Now the push to come in. Everybody with the Neon especially leading that way. The positioning, good. Ooh, Winver going to continue to take shots as Newt is there to apply the additional pressure from the left side, but Sonny Boy pushes forward, catches Winver out in the open, and Garnet Valley, they've actually made their way onto this site. Despite the HP disadvantage, they're still up a player.
Yeah, and Tommy's made his long way around, flanked through the A side, now on the flank towards B, gets the head tap onto Eric's. Can he confirm the second? He does onto Sunny, but it's a 1v1. Torquay takes out Newt. Both players are extremely low HP, but Torquay's got the positional advantage as well as the sound cue.
Perfect from Torquay. That sound cue, as you mentioned, instantly pulls out the fault line and confirms the opening kill, or rather closing kill of the opening round. It'll be Garnet Valley taking the first, and a pistol round victory does feel good for them. They were split in pistols last map, but CBS has been overall the pistol kings.
Exactly, and GVHS, I mean, they've showed time and time again that they can actually win these second rounds, but CBS hasn't shown the same thing. So let's see if Winver can actually use this Marshall to great effect. He'll be towards this B long position. Most likely will be flashed away though. Yeah, there's the flash. Doesn't get the tag either. This Marshall, he put 950 credits into it. Hopefully he could find some sort of purchase. Doesn't get a second tag, but keeps on re-peeking for more. That's the confidence. It would pay off if he lands the shot, but this time he doesn't. His teammate Dan does retrieve the weapon though, and is going to utilize that to see if he can find anything himself.
Now we're going to see some relay bolts firing off. A bit of a walk and just dominate the opposition from Garnet Valley. They just, one after another, sort of a conga line of pain and suffering if you're a CBS player. Gonna get flanked as well. In just a moment is Jordan's, and it will be the end of a round. Just a single kill to be found.
Yeah, it was to be expected, right? With that nice force spot, with the nice bonus round for GVHS, CBS electing to go for an eco. Only Winver carrying that Marshall into the round was the only real threat. Once that went down, it was scot-free for them. Now, Torquay critically, he's not a player we've talked about very often, Vincent, and he's quietly 5-1 at the beginning of this game.
That's a good point, right? And I was actually kind of thinking about Torquay, who had a pretty good showing back on Bind, just was unfortunately not quite enough to give the victory to GVHS, and so he's definitely stepped up in a bit of a quiet manner.
Oh, Winver, though, making an uncharacteristic mistake, I will say. He pushes out by himself without any support from his team versus a bonus round, gets punished. That is the rifle in the hands of Garnet Valley High School. That means that they will actually carry that into this round and use it for their offensive half. But no, Jordan's takes the rifle away, takes the second rifle away. Those are the rifles gone, and now all they have are the Spectres. Can they use this, not this quite good weaponry, standard-ish weapon to actually find their way in? But, Tommy, he's showing off why the Viper's so strong here, right? He can control the B site and the A site without even being on either one.
Oh, look at this flank. This timing is a little bit crazy. So much aggression there by the Breach. Checks in towards spawn, doesn't find anybody, and so falls back. Meanwhile, it's actually Art that's under control of the Garnet Valley side. They're going to actually find an open A site, believe it or not. This is ridiculous, considering how much information was had. CBS sort of baiting themselves out there because they thought they knew what was going on, but they did not.
Yeah, some unfortunate counterplay to their own well-laid plans here as Jordan actually can't trade out Tommy, and then he gets taken out by ZD, but they don't expect Dan here on the flank, sends out the flashpoint, doesn't find him, gets hit by the C's, there's the Prowler, he's still affected by the C's in the 1v1, he's got the flashpoint out, flashes Sunny, but he peeks before the flash fully pops, so Sunny gets his chance, substituted back into the game for Roy and showing why he's there to play.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking as well. Roy been playing well. Why not keep Roy in the game? That was my thought process when I heard that Sonny was coming back in, and then Sonny having some fantastic momentum into this game has won that big 1v2, huge moment, and GVHS going to be able to continue their winning ways off the back of it.
Yeah, and it's not like anyone on CBS is playing bad individually. It's as a team right now that they're losing out to Garnet Valley. They're making some poor macro decision making. They're not exactly playing together. You see here, Winver, he's going for the aggression on defense, but he's not finding it because there's always a player to answer or a Killjoy turret to answer. And on top of that, too, he has no support, right? No one's with him to trade him out if this push doesn't work. And on the other hand, Garnet Valley, they're grouped up. They're like a bulldozer. They're working together to just methodically walk in, as you said, and utilize that weaponry to just take multiple duels where all of them swing at once.
One for the last here. I mean, it feels like GVHS has already gathered what they need, but ooh, that's a nice shot. It's going to be ZD to close things out. But it'll be a 4-0 score line, and I mean, as we get deeper and deeper into the map pool here, I do think that you have to give credit where it's due. That this has been incredibly close the whole way, exception being split at the very beginning. But still, you got to wonder if maybe now CBS, they're good on their most common maps, but maybe these less picked maps like Split and Pearl, that's where they are a little bit weaker. That's something that I'm starting to feel concerned about.
Yeah, perhaps their regimen of practice only allots for a certain amount of time, making them play the most favored maps, and they're able to get away with, picking and choosing maps in best of threes throughout the season. But in best of fives, maybe their map pool just is not as strong, but Newt holding strong in this art position. Winver comes over to support, gets a tag onto Torquay, but can't finish him off. But no, his teammate in Dan actually is the one to capitalize, and it's all up to ZD. He does have the spike on his back, but he has 5 players to take down here, Vincent.
So much work to be done, and it will be started well. Newt going to go down, and that will give ZD at least something, and he's looking back for more. Good read of the situation, but there goes the round, and CBS get on the board. Nicely done. And that one, it felt like GVHS just kind of lost the sauce there for a moment, particularly that re-aggression towards Art didn't work out.
This goes here.
Yeah, and that was off the back of some brilliant Bladestorm play from Winver, right? So we're going to have to see more from him, but this time around, he's got the Operator instead of that Bladestorm. But he's against all of these ultimates from the side of GVHS. Look at that. They've got so much to work with. They've got the kitchen sink, they've got the bathroom, and they've got the living room to throw at them. And they're throwing it at the A site, far away from where this operator is actually located.
Yeah, this op not going to be super invested into this, but actually a little bit of an interesting thing happening here. That Nightfall comes out, and despite the Cosmic Divide, the Nightfall makes it so that the Cosmic Divide a little bit less impactful. So it's now time for the Lockdown to be the one put forward, and that will hopefully give GVHS the entry. The Haunt going to follow that. As the Lockdown confirms, nobody detained in the area, but once again, there's no commit.
It's a fake, and another fake. Z is the one that capitalizes off his own ultimate, uses it to lurk through the A site into Art, looking for more players. Will he spot in the flower position? He does get the tag, the 3K onto Tommy, but they're going into Winver is his team, but Torquay, stunned by the tripwire, still gets the kill onto Winver, forcing Jordans into that 1v4 situation, simultaneously going with the scoreline 1-4, 1 versus 4. Art is mimicking reality here as he's trying to figure out what's going on here. He doesn't spot Eric on the cam, and he gets him though, because Eric, he didn't know where he was. Cypher's such a slippery character, and he's hoping, I think, to save this operator.
Save it, he will, it looks like. At least for now, GVHS not interested in actually working out where CBS is located. So I think Jordan should get away with this. What I do think is going to be interesting, though, is that GVHS, this is good. This worked for them, but it was sort of very sloppy. You know, that does concern me a little bit because we saw the initial ultimate, that Cosmic Divide comes out, right? Then the lockdown, then they rotate off, and to be honest with you, it's not like they pulled all the rotations either. It was only those 2 kills that ZD got that actually pulled the rotate. So I will say that this play was effective, though it didn't really work as intended.
Yeah, and in addition to that, CBS could have made use of their 3 players on B site and actually pushed up through B long into the enemy spawn. Killjoy's turret only has a certain amount of range it has to be within her, and since she's an A main right there, the turret won't watch the flank. So, CBS could have easily flanked that round. A very, a win nonetheless, but not well drawn up in the playbook.
Yeah, the idea was there. The execution a little bit lacking, you could say, especially on those timings. But still, CBS on the board last round, or at least a round ago. Now they are pushed back once again. It's going to be the Viper's Pit, committed out to A in the Nightfall. Sunny Boy is going to be called in order to try and find things out. The trail of the Viper detected. Those 2 snake bites, though, make it difficult to try and gather that, but that's going to be fully countering that Viper's Pit.
2 ultimates, the Breach Rolling Thunder and the Fade Nightfall used, and they got 0 space. Yes, they got rid of the Viper's Pit, but they're not into sight yet. New holding this art position, spots 1, takes him down. Bun Bun gets another, gets 2 obviously, and then Jordan's chiming in with onto Z. That's the lurk down, and that means it's going to be the flank opened up for the side of CBS. But the flank can't even come in because the retake from the side of CBS is stopped on the hands of Sunny Boy. All they needed to do right there was wait for the flank to happen, but they got a little bit too anxious, jumped the gun just a little bit too quickly, and because of that, Sunny Boy and GVHS secure another round.
Yeah, Dan, I thought he had a great timing there coming from behind, and you're right, it was Sunny Boy who played spoiler. Great work on that site, even whilst the aftershock was coming through. It was difficult to get into those positions. So GVHS, 6 rounds. This is starting to feel a little bit like Split right now.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like Split, Vincent. And, it's been a long day and a grueling 2 best of 3s followed up by this best of 5. So these players are definitely in the hot seat with us. We've all been here for quite a while, and these guys are just fighting tooth and nail to show the best that, high school Valorant has to offer.
We are indeed seeing the best. Some of this has been here before. Bun Bun, that's a great relay bolt. Takes Jordan's out of the equation, but no mathematician getting the spike plant. It seems to be the next in the line, but that spike can't go down when multiple players are swinging from these angles. The Marshals, so fantastic, keep connecting shot after shot, and Dan, the Stinger, coming to fruition. You have the overdrive technically, but there's HP so low on the back of this Neon. It's like, why do you want to go towards that?
Ooh, but Eric is on for the clutch. 1 versus 2. He should know where at least one player is, as that was the flashpoint from the breach. Does he know where the second is? He fakes the plant really quickly. Perhaps he's going to aggress. He aggresses, but right into the Rolling Thunder. Such unfortunate timing there. It doesn't come to fruition, as you said. And that is the second round for CBS. They are bringing it back, and of course, Pearl is a new map, right? And in my opinion, I do think that this map is pretty good for the offense. I think it has a lot of avenues for them to split up the defense, but it is also very comp specific, right? And this depends on what characters are being played, and it couldn't be a more contrasting style between GVHS and CBS.
That contrast on display in that last round, though I would agree with you, man, so unfortunate to get caught by the very edge of that Rolling Thunder. It's going to be a swift pull up here for Art. Bun Bun taking the control, trying to use that swift step to get there. The high gear getting them into position. We'll see what their overdrive has to offer. There's a lockdown too on the backs of GVHS. But Newt forced out of position once again. This is just slow and steady, grabbing, positioning. Garnet Valley doing a good job of holding those spots.
Yeah, and I'm really liking how Newt was using these relay bolts, too, to buy some space.
You should run.
Dan can be forced all the way back. The lockdown going to be engaged. That's for the B side. And Bun Bun takes out any sort of B defense that would be available. It's the player back in the back halls. And so there's lockdown, sure, but nobody actually in that position. Speaking of positions, Torquay, very forward in this spot. And Bun Bun is there to take first contact, too. So if there were to be more to follow, though there is not, Torquay would be in a great spot to win that out. Newt, though, are you kidding me? 2 swift frags. He lines them both up. Torquay still unknown, which is great news for the Garnet Valley. But with that being said, they're starting to run out of time. The push continuing, and 2 nanoswarms still there. Torquay is just a menace on the back of that site, denying everyone no chance to survive despite Newt's heroics.
Yeah, a great round from him, not only taking his team into the site, but then pushing himself even further in, topping the scoreboard. This guy, he wasn't really showing up in maps 1, 2, and 3, but map 4, he drank his G Fuel, he's ready to go.
I don't know what happened, but Torquay's absolutely playing lights out right here now, 72. How many rounds do you think is normal here for the attack side?
I really do think 8 is a good number. If they hit 9, though, CBS is in for a big shocker if they want to, have any chance here. It really has to be another 2 rounds at least for CBS, or GVHS is going home with map 4.
Alrighty, well, it was a bit of a bait and switch here, CBS. They thought they were getting pushed over at A. Instead, it's a B hit, and it's going to be a rotation. Bun Pun prepared for that in the relay bolt, making sure that nobody is here to follow. But actually, Winver, oh no, wow. That's brutal. Bun Bun hits him with a quick shot that would make me feel bad.
Yeah, and this is... They might actually win this round. Tommy has the toxic screen up, but he unfortunately turns at the wrong timing. ZD catches him with that classic, looking the wrong way. Nunu with a rifle, though, but only 37 HP. Does tag down ZD, but ZD wins the round for his team, and he's doing such a great job all day long. He's quietly been leading his team, with the play that he's been giving off the comms, the experience that he's gotten from that tier 3 scene. He's definitely a leader in his team, and as part of the defending champions, right? He's got what it takes, Vincent, to bring his team to the forefront of high school Valorant. Let's see if his team can get a 9th and maybe a 10th round.
Certainly looking like that's possible, but this is the gun round. This is the big one. And CBS have been looking to stall things out for a hot minute here. They've yet to be successful, though, with the Central Bucks South. Cannot take long control. That's been part of the problem. Consistently allowing for Garnet Valley to take this position. Now they take it, they hold it, and they push back the other way. It's another little switch Aru on towards the side. Oh no! Not the timing. ZD pops around the corner and comes back for more, but a 3-on-3 as Tommy is held strong here in the dugout.
Yeah, and crucially, the spike is down on the A site. It was being held by ZD, but now that he's done, he's actually left it there. His teammates don't have access to it. 2 of them are locked out in A main. 1 is trying to make his way through ART, but the neural theft actually counters that. It lets the team of CBS know that he is there. So he reroutes, turns around, makes his way back to A main. It's going to be a 3-man push through A, but there's 30 seconds left, and the Vipers' smoke is still up.
They do have a cosmic divide, and here's that overdrive that I was talking about before. It's time to pick up that spike and get it down. So effective at taking space. It's going to be an aftershock to be pulled out. Jordan's denying the point. No, the plant goes down. It's down with 1v1. It's Dan pushes forward. Sunny Boy has to clutch again. They know exactly where Sunny's at. Great patience from Sunny just to deny the need to hit the shot. The attempt being made. Dan not even committing. What an interesting decision. Sunny Boy gets away with it. And Dan, with a bit of a mistake there in the last moment, didn't commit to the fight.
I don't think he counted the number of bullets he had left in his magazine. He had 7. He could have just confirmed the frag onto Sunny after hitting him with the fault line. He had him dazed, dead to rights in the corner, trapped. But he doesn't do that. He turns around for the weapon. An uncharacteristic mistake from him. An uncharacteristic mistake from CBS. And it is GVHS who capitalize off of it.
There's the potential for a 10-2 half right here, which is outrageous when you think about how close the last 3 maps have been, or rather the last 2 maps have been. Hunt going out. Jordan's going to be hanging out here. And around the pillar. Oh, but the Nightfall going to give up the goose as the trail is detected. Attempt to get forward, Eric. Nice work from Eric. Collecting a few before Bun Bun stops this in its tracks.
Player standing. Spike planted.
Great awareness there by Eric to get rid of the flanker, and it is Tommy with the judge. He rotated over from A, where he had the Viper's ultimate activated, but it's not enough for him. If they win the pistol, Garnet Valley High School, they will most likely be walking away with this map 4. That would send us into map 5. Final pick, loser's pick, would be CBS. They would pick the final map, and then GVHS would have to pick the attacker or defender side, depending on which one they want. But this one, man, if they don't win the pistol, Vincent, how do you think they're feeling then?
GVHS, I don't know. I think they'll be feeling fine. If you're talking CBS, though, well, it's hard to say because they might be feeling like next map is already the right way to be thinking, right? Like, mentally, sometimes you have to just put yourself out of something in order to refocus. And Bun Bun certainly refocusing on the opening of this round. But Jordan's stopping that only for a moment, though. It's back and forth. GVHS, no real confirmation of any sort of positioning here.
Yep, this does favor CBS too. 3-on-3 favors the offense, like we talked about earlier. And they're going to take this time to group up. But Dan, he's too separated from his team. He gets tagged down really, really low. And because of that, Sunny Boy knows where all 3 are. He calls out to his teammates, tells them what he sees. And it's going to be all up to Eric here on the A side to make some sort of defense. Gets fault lined, gets pushed, but doesn't get taken out just yet. He lives for so long. Gets nuked down before Zeddy comes in to help out the rest of his team. And that's 11-2, Vincent. This map, they have to force by now, does CBS. They have to make the stand. This is their final chance to close it out before it goes to a map 5.
Yeah, well, you say they have to buy, but they're not buying. They're actually saving. Only one player is actually full invested. It's Dan, who's got no cash left in their pockets. Winver all relatively close to that, though, to be entirely fair. So maybe they're just going to allow 12 on the cards and then buy into that next round. That does make some logical sense.
Yeah, it makes sense mathematically, but psychologically, I think that if you're down 2-12, even if you have guns the whole time, it's such a back against the corner moment. Of course, they are coming with that challenger's first mentality, right? So perhaps it will be all they need. But still, I mean, this is looking very dicey as Zeddy gets another one with that Nano Swarm. The push from CBS has been stopped. The flankers in Bun Bun are already on the way. He's about to meet Tommy in spawn there. But Tommy wins the exchange with Classic. Free gun, by the way.
Long range as well. Nice little tippity tap there. Do like to see that. Some good work being done. CBS would love to get a spike plant. That would be cool. Torquay. Just been waiting, holding.
Oh, man.
And yeah, now's the time. Long range, it's It's going to be a stun as well. Basically all she wrote, at least for this round. It's up to a 10-round comeback for Central Buck South.
And if you look at the frag distribution between the two teams, it's to note that both teams are actually very close to one another within the frag distribution. That means that it's not necessarily like individual differences, it's more communication things, right? Between GVHS, they're telling each other, oh, I'm swinging now, oh, I'm using this utility now, let's do this before the round. They're really talking things through, whereas CBS, they're not necessarily doing the best job of working together. They're not trading effectively, they're not timing themselves correctly, and that is the result. The frag count's not that much different. It's the team play, it's the macro.
Enemy remaining.
Well, and it is the game, at least this map, looking like it's over. Newt, the only one left in a 1v4. Surely not, and it won't be. 13-2. What a dominant win for the Garnet Valley High School. They're not done yet. It's going the full distance. It's all 5 maps that we require, Jonah, to hit the victor, to crown the winner.
Yeah, and let's cue the silver scrapes. We can't wait for a map 5 here. And perhaps Garnet Valley High School knows something that we just don't, because their substitute change, that switch in team, team membership, it boosted their morale so high. Their communication looks on point. Their teamwork looks excellent. And overall, they just looked like the champions, a much stronger team in a class of their own.
They did, and we'll have to see if they continue to look that strong as they did back on Split, and they did now on Pearl. It's Garnet Valley potentially to take this victory. They've sent us to a map 5. We'll be seeing that in just a few. It's felt like it was going to require 5 all along, and we finally made it here. Map 5 of our grand finals is here. The PIEA Fall Championship for Valorant is gone the distance, and we are gonna come into this final map prepared for fireworks, because we've seen so much from these two teams. We've seen domination, we've seen close affairs, we've seen clutches, and we've seen tragedy. All of that comes to the head here and now, Jonah. As we look towards our final map, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to say this is the ultimate culmination of a semester-long season for these guys. Everyone here today, all 4 finalists, were 7-0 in the regular season, so they all earned their spot here. And right now, we are witnessing 2 teams who have been remembering their bitter end as well as their successful championship for last year come to a front versus one another. I can't wait to see what Map 5 has in store for us. And of course, Vincent, that map will be Haven.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun to kind of get things figured out and talk about them at that. But let's remind everybody what precisely we're playing for right now, because it's a pretty large chunk of change. It's 2,000 total of scholarship pricing, but a big difference, about $500 difference precisely between first and second place. $1,250 for first and $750 for second. And so for me, that means a lot. I mean, I'm fighting tooth or nail for like $5. So if that's the case, these guys, they are absolutely giving it their best, and we've been able to see that in the server, Jonah.
Yeah, and of course, high schoolers, I mean, $500 is a huge chunk of change, a big difference in your coin purse, right? That's the difference between having that extra money to splurge on perhaps an extra computer part that might give you an access to, just a better performance, better fragging, and of course, these guys, a lot of them are seniors, so going into next year, they're all looking forward to collegiate Valorant and or going into the amateur scene. So let's see which of these guys has what it takes to actually step up to the next level.
Well, we'll be stepping up and stepping in to our final map. Map 5, getting ready to kick off. Here is what we've been waiting for. Haven up next. I'm so prepared, so ready to get this one going. Jonah, we are here for the agent selection. As we get it down and going, talk to me. What are your expectations? What is good? What is bad? And what is maybe the best?
All right, Omen good, Killjoy okay hands. Breach definitely so far from everything we've seen today a must pick. It's had so much value with the Flashpoint and the Rolling Thunder. I'm a little skeptical of Newt on the Chamber, but let's hope he can prove me wrong. The 2 players that I'm looking at the most though are Zeddy on this Fade, as well as Winver on the side of CBS with that Raze. These 2 players, they've been just topping the scoreboard for their respective teams, doing so much for either one, and it's going to be ultimately up to these 2 players to make the difference, to pull their team over the edge, over the top, and into that grand finals championship spot.
Yeah, and I think you took the words right out of my mouth. The skeptical nature of my feelings about Newt on this chamber. It's not got to do with the individual, but it's all got to do with the chamber. We really haven't seen a lot of chamber success today. Maybe that'll change here and now. Roy back in. It's going to be Sonny Boy out. So that's on the Garnet Valley side once again. And if you're not familiar at this point with our players, then I don't know what to tell you. You're never going to get familiar. We've had them. And we got him one more map. All of this going down here as we see the opening stages. We talked about the Breach and how effective it is at dominating this area of the map. Both breaches fighting for it here and now.
Yeah, and CBS here on the defensive side, Nunu actually opens up the fragging despite the majority of the fight being towards the A side. He takes out the worker in the opponent Killjoy. And look, this is a Garnet Valley High, tried and true special, right? Hit A, do a sort of fake, don't actually go all the way in, then rotate to C. They did it so much on both split offense as well as Pearl offense. It's almost like, this is their repertoire, this is their playbook.
It certainly is. Sadie putting that together. Now Bun chiming in for more. The stun, it is brilliant, but actually somehow the shots don't connect. Winver last alive, coming from behind. And it's a paint shells available to them. This is absolutely winnable, of course. With time continuing to tick and both players now safely behind the lines of CT, this becomes harder and harder. As that is Torquay popping out at the right time. It'll be Garnet Valley High to take this map, this first round.
Traditionally, when they've won the pistol round, they haven't necessarily translated that to a map victory, so it's not just over yet. There's no telling statistic to be found in this storyline right now. But what is a tale to tell is CBS, right? These bonus or these second rounds, they don't force up. GVHS do, so we know who's the aggressor, and it's kind of weird, right? Because GVHS is the defending champion. The defending champion is playing with more aggression. They're playing like the champions. It's up to CBS to respond to that.
It's a good point. The pressure dynamic is absolutely wild right now. And CBS pushing themselves forward. Winver. Oh, they haven't been spotted. That's what we call a freebie. Take that kill and run. Not quite the second. ZD will confirm things don't get too far out of hand.
Man, that was great trigger discipline from the side of Winver, and that's why he's one of our MVP candidates. Definitely willing his team to victory through sheer individual play, great individual mechanics, as well as understanding what to do with his team. But look at GVHS. They throw an A fake, right, and then now they go C. It's the same thing, run and recycled from pistol.
I mean, you know, in fairness, I don't even know if it was fair to call it an A fake. They just had a guy die at A, and then they rotated off to C. But yeah, fair enough. They definitely have made this their own over the course of time. Noop moving away, maybe at the wrong moment because somebody's flanking. Going to be a little bit swift there, but no. The fade moving backwards instead, electing to play it a little bit more passively. And the HP for CBS, not ideal to say the least, with no attempt at this spike. There we go. As soon as it's pulled out, ZD comes away with 3 more kills, and Dan the only one to succeed in any way here.
Yeah, it's amazing Dan even gets one there, right, Vincent? It's pretty well done by him. I mean, you have a classic, it's long range, you're playing against a Guardian, a Bulldog, some Spectres, right? It's not ideal, so it is amazing that he's able to pull that off. That being said, we are in our 9th hour of broadcasting here, and you know it's been a very, very long day for us and these players, as well as our production crew. So shout out to our production crew, Observer, Aerith, Aethris, as well as our producer Curtis. So amazing for sticking around with us, and thank you so much, Vincent, for joining me in this, this action thus far.
It's been a whole heck of a lot of fun, and I think these players are feeling that, number one, the tension is coming to a head, but number two, the massive amount of success that both these teams have seen over the course of this season. Big moment, what a shot from Winver. Going to be able to get out with the blast pack as well. It's a little bit of a bait and switch maneuver though, as GVHS no longer going to be headed towards C. They actually commit to the aid taken. Torquay with the Guardian. Ridiculous.
Wow. Man, the breach has worked out so well for this guy thus far. I mean, every map they've won, he's just been turning up, right? 2 entries onto the A site. Nothing gets traded, but he makes the uncharacteristic mistake right when I sing his praises of just getting caught out with his knife out.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bad decision. But speaking of bad decisions, Tommy, using the shrouded step to go down instead of just dropping, gets instantly taken out by Eric in that process. Which, by the way, first time we've seen Eric on an Omen.
Yeah, we saw him on the Astra in Pearl as well as the Viper in Bind. Now he's on the Omen player, but the main change is Sunny Boy out and Roy in. Perhaps, Zeddy wasn't feeling too comfortable on the KJ. He would rather play the Fade, and Sunny Boy, being the Fade player for the team, gets subbed out so Roy can actually get on that Killjoy. Perhaps this is their ultimate lineup. This is their final form, right, GVHS, after all the swaps.
I don't know, man. Sunny Boy played a phenomenal game back on Pearl, but I guess the gameplay on Pearl is over as GVHS set the tempo to 1,000 as they step up the pace and dominate the space here on Haven. They're going to be able to put the spike down. Jordan's down and out. Bun the last to pick something up there as Newt. Well, at least he's good for one.
I don't know, man. Eric on this this judge gameplay, all 3 maps is quietly astounding me. You know, he's pulled it out consistently. I would be interested to see how many frags he's gotten with just this weapon. It saves his team so much money. Yeah,
Definitely a few.
If you remember the you know, the shotgun cannon they used to call it, JW used to hop around with this to help save Fnatic some money. You know, he's doing the same thing. He's doing the JW cosplay.
To be fair, that was the CZ, I believe. But nonetheless, the ridiculous situations aside, Hernet Valley pushing themselves forward at a 4-0 pace. The only time this has really been the case is when GVHS have dominated a map. And it's just a little concerning for CBS, but hey, there's still time. There's still ways to get back in here. The spike's going to go down, and all 5 players survive until now.
Oh, the plant actually gets denied right there by the Rays pain shells, and CBS, they're fighting their way back into the retake. They've gotten control somewhat of that garage position before giving it up just ever so slightly. They do have the numbers advantage, and they've decided to group up. Paranoia comes in. Here comes the showstopper. He spots the sound of Bun Bun. Connie takes him out, though. But Roy, 1, 2, 3, my man. Roy boy showing up, sophomore superstar.
I told you, big fan of what Roy's been doing all evening long. And it is Roy to push Garnet Valley up to a 5th round. It thought it was over. You thought that GVHS had gotten a little bit too aggressive. I mean, let's be honest. ZD was like 1v3ing over at B, using their ultimate just to buy time. And the same was true for Torquay there with them, only for the 2v3 to go Roy's way.
Yeah, and he bought a judge again. They have $7,000, but he bought a judge. Did Eric?
Because it's the best gun in the game. Clearly. Dan though, nice work. That's well founded. Unsure of what to do, it likes to eventually fall back.
Yeah, pretty smart by Dan right there. Getting out of dodge means his team's that 5v3 advantage. Now they have to play numbers, right? That's the communication that's going through. Of course, 2 members are really low in the form of Winver and in the form of Dan, but they've done the work they need to, and it's up to the rest of the team to follow through with that, and Tommy can't answer in kind. Now, it's going to be a slight B take as Torquay works his way into B alone, though. Doesn't spot Dan, and Dan's on for the ace here. Gets 3 with the frenzy. Now he's collected himself a rifle. He doesn't know where the other 2 players are. The trademark does spot them out. Winver whiffs onto Eric, but Dan the man, he's on 4.
He could get this ace. Bun Bun, the last alive, knows where they're coming from, though. Takes the shot. Bun Bun for the clutch. It's 1v1, and Bun Bun for the 1v4. Are you kidding me? GVHS, they cannot lose.
I mean, that just feels weird, but awfully poetic, right? It's like, oh, I did so much for the team. We got the 4, right? 5 of us needs to just take down 1 player, and they couldn't get him done. That was Bun Bun. It's poetic justice almost that the champion should walk away with this victory.
Let's be honest, though. That, Dan did such a good work. I don't want to take anything away from that, but CBS, they deserve some flack for that. They took all those 1v1s.
Yeah, they definitely need to swing together right there, trade each other, come from different angles. That being said, though, ZD opens up the frag and getting Dan, who was feeling a little ambitious after that previous round he had. Now it's a 5v4, and not only that, the Killjoy lockdown has happened onto the A-short position, but they know it's a fake, does Winver. He knows it's a fake because so often this is what Garnet Valley High has done. They've thrown the lockdown, used it as just bait so that the rest of the team could get onto B or C.
Well, the spike at least planted down, though. It's going to give Jordans a chance to climb back in, and they'll do just that. Some help required, trying to destroy the nanoswarms, but that, too, a little bit less than success. It's down to Jordans, looking to take them out. Eric, there's no way to win this.
Yeah, he's got a judge. He might find one, but Yeah, maybe two, maybe two. No, doesn't get the second. But yeah, I mean, there wasn't much of a way for him to win that, right? He was in an untenable position right there. He couldn't service close enough to the bomb, couldn't get a line of sight to it. Even if he did, the judge isn't exactly the best long-range weapon. But luckily for us, 8 rounds in, Eric's decided to pick up the rifle.
Finally. And you know what? I've just realized that he probably just didn't die with it after he picked it up.
Yeah.
That's why he kept it so long.
Yeah, definitely the play to make to save the economy for your team now. GVHS, they're looking for a different look here. They're trying to change it up with a fast C split through garage here. Here comes Bun Bun with the Fate Util onto site now. C site has been cleared though by CBS. They're electing to go full retake. Perhaps they have the Breach ultimate. Perhaps they have something that is unknown. Here comes the Breach ulti. Here comes the Flash. ZD and Co are stunned up, but they take the duel anyway because Dan comes through though with the exchange. ZD's gotten 2 in this round, looking for a third. Spots the man in garage, gets tagged through, but it's Bun Bun watching Winver on the flank, and Bun Bun has his number, knows he's flanking, knows he gets aggressive through the A-man position. Now it's all on Tommy.
Tommy looking to clear things out, but not aware of Eric's in the back of their spawn. GVHS, they lost a round a moment ago, but they continue to win here and now. 11-5 for ZD.
Yeah,
really leading the team.
And it's not like there's much difference in these individuals, I want to say. It's more about the macro gameplay. And I want to say that's off the back of ZD, their most experienced player, right? Who's able to coordinate all of this together. He's really pulling the strings of the show right now and showcasing why superior macro, not just fragging power, wins games.
Certainly the case. Not sure if ZD is actually in-game leading, but what I will say is that Torquay has done a big step up over the course of these last couple of maps, impressing me to no end. It's a conditioning play. It's Pavlovian. GVHS, they've consistently rushed the C site. Now there's 3 players committed to the C, and they now go A. This is brilliant.
Oh, but they don't clear Dan right away, but Torquay actually with a weird jump peek spots him out, takes him down. Actually, that was really well done by him. I'm really, excited to see that kind of gameplay this late into the grand finals. And here comes Winver. They're trying to retake his CBS. Can they pull it off, though?
Trying to move in. No, denied there by ZD. Tommy, see you later. Unfortunately, that's just not going to be it. A flawless round, and it was an eco round for CBS, but I'm so impressed with what we've been seeing for Garnet Valley. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the matter of the fact is that they're having to eco so often because of the pressure Garnet Valley is putting onto CBS, right? It's not like eco rounds just happen. It's like they're forcing them down there. They're pushing them around the map. They're applying pressure where they're weak. And then, as you said, Pavlovian, conditioning the opponent.
Brilliant. GVHS continue to apply the pressure this time of day. Got 1 player towards C, 1 player towards B, just to make sure that nothing crazy is going on. But 3 players towards the short position. And now a move towards long, where Winver is located currently. There's a lot of utility possible, but Winver, in classic Winver fashion, pokes their head out and finds a massive shot. Oh, this is brutal. Winver is going to be able to connect another shot. There's the showstopper out over the top. It's Bun Bun to be denied. A 3K now for the Rays. The Boombot does its damage. The ace of possibility for Winver. He's been doing it all on his lonesome. Now just needs 1 more.
Yeah, Winver winning right now, putting his team on his back. What we'd expect from the star player of Central Bucks South. And now he's on for the ace, as you said. The opponent's been tagged dangerously low, but so is he. So he's playing it smart. He's understanding the moment, what he's up against. It's ZD. The ace clutch would have to be what he pulls out here in response. But can he do it? Lurking around, trying to get the spike back with only 12 seconds left, though. He's going to be
10
forced to
seconds left.
save. Will he be called out, though, by Newt on this chamber? He will be. Newt coming up with some superior positioning right there. That makes it 2-8. And like we saw on Split and on Pearl, Vincent, this map is very handedly going in the favor of Garnet Valley High.
Yeah, I mean this has been brilliant. I don't know if there's much else to say other than that. What I will add on an addendum is that CBS, there's been some good moments, but the fact that it's required the likes of Winver to get a quad kill there to essentially solo the entire team, that's problematic to say the least.
Bring them down.
Yeah, and it really comes down to that inefficient trading, right, that we highlighted. The players are not swinging together. They're taking 1v1s, 1v2s multiple times in a row, not playing off their teammates' utility. That's not an individual thing. That needs to be practiced. That needs to be drilled. The fundamentals need to be unconscious for these guys. They need to do it without even thinking.
Well, that's been the case for Garnet Valley right now. Slower, methodical approach this time for GVHS. And it will end up being in the same location. It's going to be the Rolling Thunder to put Dan back. He does get away, so good news for him there. Unfortunately, though, that is about the end of the good news, as CBS now have to retake. They do have their own Rolling Thunder, though.
But it gets canceled out by another Rolling Thunder from the side of Torx. And now Jordan's responds onto that player who threw out that stun Torch. But ZD right there to chime in. One of his own. Winver and Newt on for the retake. Winver gets taken out, but Newt trades that. Great job so far by CBS. 1v1. Sentinel v Sentinel. And no, he cannot do it. Roy says, no, Newt, you cannot do that in my house.
Oh, man, another 2v2 and another 1v1 victory for GVHS. The clutches have been incredible. Like, you think about Roy, right? Roy's currently the lowest fragging member of Garnet Valley High, 5-5 at the moment. Has 2 clutches, one of them 1v2, the other a 1v1. Like, that's the impact that even the worst fragging player is having for GVHS.
You're right. It's not just about stats. It's about effective stats. RWS, round win share, how much you can do for your team to win those rounds. And right now, Roy is popping off in the form of clutching things out. That being said, it is the last round of the half, so all ultimates are being expended. All cash is open. And ZD with the Odin is actually flanking Dan, but Roy is the one to get him down. That means the offense has gotten so much space onto B. They have 4 members strong alive. They don't have the time to really defuse this. They need to get rid of all of these nano swarms, this alarm bot, this siege is thrown, the flashpoint, all of the utility is there, even the Odin spam on top of it. There isn't much Jordans can do because Newt and his other fellows are all gone, dusted, and it's a 10-2 lead for Garnet Valley High.
Wow. What a half that is. When Garnet Valley play, they come out and dominate. That's what it seems to me. On the maps that they are good at, they are great at. With that being said, you can never count out CBS, not ever. Not when they are able to turn things around at the blink of an eye. Just 2 rounds in the last half, but a pistol round could turn that on its head.
Course, and if they were to win this pistol round, it would probably be the back of some nice team play. So let's see what they have in store. Of course, this team has run some offensive drills. They've got the walkthroughs down. They know what their plan is. So it's just up to them to execute, right? It looks like it's going to be a C split with a lurker in the form of Newt. The aid paint shells along with the flashpoint go off, but an easy bun cloudburst actually denies space towards B. But that doesn't stop Winver. My god, how many times has this guy, in losing rounds, still found the opening for his team?
too many times. A tragic amount of times, one could say. But regardless, the push continues. Oh, CBS, there we go. Connecting some critical shots in a critical moment. Torquay, though. Torquay has made this look maybe a little bit more winnable. HP, the HP, it's just not there. But
Pulled utility out.
Roy.
Spike planted.
Roy on for the 1 versus 3. All 3 members are very low. Just takes 1 shot to the body. Instead, he elects to go for the head. Now he doesn't know where the other 2 players are. The shock dart actually gets him. No, it doesn't. He doesn't know the player close to his left. He suspects it, though, but does not clear it. And even though he spots Jordan's skull through the top of that box, he can't take down Tommy. Well played by CBS, right? They clustered together on the offense. They played their numbers advantage. They traded with one another. This is still anyone's game. Offensive haven, there are 3 sites. It's hard to defend, so offenders have the advantage.
Yeah, that is definitely the common idea. And CBS, with that pistol round, do step themselves into some sort of possible victory here. But it's a long way. It's a long road back to the success that they had back over on the likes of Bind, on Ascent. Jordan's gonna do some good work. Start that up. Bun. Okay, little tap. Not quite able to confirm. Lots of damage, though. It's nice to see.
Yeah, definitely nice to see. The idea is great here from Garnet Valley, but the execution is simply better from Central Bucks South. That's going to be a flawless, anti-eco. And even on top of that, Garnet Valley maybe losing a little bit of steam, right? They typically force buy right there, and they didn't this time.
Well, I think that reality, though, they're just feeling like, well, we already have a massive lead. Let's just take the eco and win on the gun round.
Yeah, of course, that's definitely the logical thought process. Very un-Garnet Valley High School, though. They typically go for that aggression whenever possible. Perhaps, CB South has earned their respect a little bit, and because of that, they're playing with more poise, and they're ready to try to close this map out as best they can. But will they be enough to stop this offensive team helmed by Winver? This guy is so good at creating opening picks, opening up the map. He's still got 2 satchels left to his name. His teammates are behind him, but no, they put the pedal to the decelerator, the brakes, and Jordan's gets found out though because of that. But look at that, the B side is wide open. Great job from CBS. Although they lost a man, they found the B site.
Oh boy, that's a judge. Little judge moment right there. Winver though gonna connect. That's a better chance. Ooh, this is great paranoia, great work, but the stun the other way is even better. That is Breach doing Breach things. So pre-fire for Zini will shut it down. It's 11 there for Garnet Valley High. And, well, gun round equals win the round. That's what they were thinking, and that is what was happening.
Yeah, exactly. Although Winver does get 2, his team isn't able to support him by following up with anything. The combination of Torquay and Eric means that the flashes go through. You see there, 12 assists from Torquay. Those are the flashes going through, blinding and stunning the enemy team with the fault line as well, making it so that Eric and co have such an easy job confirming these frags onto those stunned members. It's quite easy living if you're part of Garnet Valley right now. You have nothing to fear.
Nothing to fear whatsoever. With all of that to be said, 12, a possibility coming up next. CBS, going to use that same nade that we've seen time and time before. Applying the pressure. Oh no! Winver, the heavy hitter, he's gone. Not able to be brought back, and Tommy tagged down as well, lacking some armor and ammunition.
Their fate does look bleak as Dan also gets taken down. Still with their backs against the wall, they're not out of it just yet, but the util gets pulled out by Jordans. It does get scan off on Torquay, but the scan isn't enough to take him down. He's still got 15 HP,
And because of that, Newt and Tommy are in a 2 versus 5. They do have low HP members. The flash does go off, blinding Newt, and Eric's here with the judge. Isn't enough to finish off the opponents, but it might have been damage done, and damage done isn't enough though. As I mentioned, Torquay dead to Newt, who lived on that 17 HP.
Ooh, Newt collecting a nice little get out of jail free card, or at least, well, the spike. Not so easy to get the heck out of there, actually. Though maybe
wow,
I was going to say, maybe it is if they just let you walk back in. 10 seconds remain. Tommy with a connection. It's going to be Newt putting the spike down, but okay. It was a close try, but despite the spike planted, it is a 12th round for Garnet Valley.
Yeah, definitely a great job done by these guys here at Garnet Valley. And of course, as we near this 12-4 scoreline, which what could be the last round of this tournament, I, for one, am looking really, really closely at this scoreboard and thinking, man, ZD's he's just come to play today.
Absolutely has. Deservedly looking down the barrel at a 22-9 scoreline. Fantastic work. And, well, CBS, what do they have left to offer? Say, Guardian here, Spectre there, Stinger, an Odin for Dan.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, and the standard fault line comes through to stall the A main push. It's going to be an A execute here from CBS. Tommy TPs to that help position, but Bun Bun takes him out. It looks like that doesn't staunch the push, though, as they force their way through, does CBS. CBS, though, hemorrhaging, losing players, losing everybody, and it is the back-to-back champions in Garnet Valley High School, Vincent. They take the tournament win, they take the series 3-2, and they take the season.
Yes, they are indeed our champions here at the PIEA. The fall season back-to-back, as you mentioned, is ridiculous, and they do it. It took all 5 maps. Don't get me wrong. It was competitive at times, but the times that Garnet won, they dominated. 13-4 on Haven. It was 13-2 on Split. It was so strong to see back on Pearl as well at 13-2. That's what's so impressive for these players and for Garnet to be able to do it in such a fantastic fashion as well. But let's look at the final time, the bracket, and how it went down all the way the distance. 3-2. CBS fought like mad, but they could not quite bring it over the edge. A massive congratulations to Garnet Valley High.
Yeah, and of course, no takeaways from CBS here. They showed us exactly how much tenacity, how much grit and perseverance these guys have, right? Garnet Valley is that, champion among champions, defending back-to-back, and if you're going to have to take them out, you're going to have to bring more than tenacity, and perhaps that's what CBS needs to do next season. Although this season, we do have to name an MVP.
That we do, and it's with massive congratulations to Garnet Valley High School that we would like to announce the MVP for the Fall 2022 Valorant Championship. That's got to be ZD, was voted in as the Fall MVP, and they will receive a $100 gift card for Best Buy. Fantastic work, and I think incredibly well deserved. That last map really put a pin in the performance that ZD was putting forward. I think, Jonah, you and I are in full agreement that that is the well-deserved MVP of this grand final.
Of course, and nothing away from his teammates, right? They all did an excellent job, but it was ZD making the big-time plays, securing the round wins for his team, very, very often pulling out these multi-frags that secured his team the rounds. Of course, Roy, a very honorable mention, as well as Torque with those flashes. Everyone did chime in as much as they could, and that's all it really took. As you said, they won in style.
They did, and well, to be honest, it's not just this grand final that's been going the distance. The JV finals went the distance as well. A huge congratulations to Central York for taking their victory. That also 2-1 fashion. There's been hard-fought victories today all across the board here at varsity and in the JV side of things, and of course, everybody putting in as much effort, maximum effort as they can. But Jonah, I do have to ask, what are your final thoughts as we're just about ready to get prepared to get things moving here for the evening?
Yeah, and as a former collegiate national champion player, I do think that this future for NA is so bright. These guys are multi-talented, great at multiple characters, multiple agents, fragging at a high level. I cannot wait to see these guys develop as players next semester and into the future. Perhaps they might enter Tier 2, perhaps they might go the college route and compete as well. Whatever the case may be, it's been an excellent time casting these guys along with you, Vincent. So I really appreciate you as well as everyone here at the production crew.
Yeah, everybody doing a fantastic job. All the players putting their all into this. It's been a fantastic time. We want to thank everybody as well for tuning in. We've had a blast here. And of course, a huge shout out and thank you to St. Joseph's University as well. With that being said, congrats once again to GVHS for their victory. We'll see you next time. Have a good night, everybody.